Chapter 15. By the time her father called on Sunday morning, Gabe had mostly forgiven Jessica. They were lounging in bed together, Gabe propped up on pillows and watching PBS Kids on the iPad, while Jess flipped through a magazine. It was a summer edition, something that she had picked up for the pool but never bothered to thumb through. Now the recipes for fresh fruit granitas and barbecue chicken seemed almost offensive, bright and happy. Kodachrome color when the world was dark and gray. Jess's eyes glazed over as she absently turned the pages. When the phone rang, she nearly jumped out of her skin, and when she saw her father's name appear on the screen, she almost didn't answer. "It's Grandpa," Gabe said, eyeing her phone. He put down the iPad to reach for it. "I've got it, honey." Jess palmed her phone and then tossed back the covers and sat up. Sticking her bare feet into slippers, she padded into the bathroom. "Good morning," she said, after sliding the little phone icon to answer.
"Hi, Jessica. It's Dad."
"Yeah, hi, Dad."
"Anna and I didn't hear from you yesterday, so we went ahead and planned on you coming for lunch. I'm assuming that still works?"
Jess had never said that it did work, but this was typical Henry. She glanced at the clock on her wall in her ensuite. 10:37. How could it be mid-morning already? Clearly, Henry and Anna were just out of church and on their way home. It was too late to politely tell them lunch didn't work after all. "Sure, Dad." Jess grabbed a clean towel from the linen closet and draped it over the hook by the shower. She could quickly wash her hair at the very least. Show up looking like she took care of herself. Jess had already started the day at a deficit. Henry and Anna knew that she and the boys had not been in church that morning. Impiety was a strike against her parenting, even if Henry and Anna would never dare to directly confront her about it. "What time would you like us to come?" Jess found herself asking. "Can I bring anything?"
"Come by any time before noon. You don't have to bring anything at all."
Jess would bring a bottle of wine. That always went over well. Saying a quick goodbye, Jess tossed her phone on the bathroom counter and hollered at Gabe. "Go tell Max that we're going to Grandpa and Anna's house for lunch. Tell him he can hop in the shower as soon as I'm done." There was an indistinct reply from the bedroom, but she heard a muffled thud as Gabe's feet hit the floor. Then he was off running, no doubt to jump on Max and infuriate him with a rude awakening. But at least he loved his grandpa and was excited to see him. Jess showered quickly and then wrapped a towel around herself as she smoothed moisturizer on her cheeks. A bit of foundation and a dab of lipstick were in order, and maybe some mascara to wake up her tired eyes. When the phone rang again, Jess answered the call without looking at who it was. "We'll be there soon, Dad. I'm just getting out of the shower and—"
"Hello?"
A voice that was decidedly not her father's interrupted her train of thought. Jess yanked the phone away from her ear and looked at the caller ID. Deputy Mullen. "I'm so sorry," Jess said, suddenly breathless. "I thought you were someone else."
"No worries,"
the deputy assured her. But there was no humor in his voice. He got right down to business.
"I'm sorry to bother you on a Sunday, but there's been a development that you need to know about."
"Development?" Jess sank to the closed lid of the toilet and leaned with her elbow against the bathroom counter. She was cold in nothing but a towel and stifled a shiver. "What do you mean? I thought—" She didn't finish.
"You know how Evan was found without any identification? Well, it was discovered this morning."
"What do you mean?"
"We have his wallet and phone, and a file that he had been keeping notes in."
Jess's heart stalled for a second, and then pounded painfully back to life. Something that tasted a lot like fear turned her tongue sour. "I don't understand. How?"
"We got a call from the manager at the Motor Inn last night. A guest was trying to get into the room safe, but it was locked. Apparently, it's been locked for weeks, because when they finally got it open, Evan's cell phone, wallet, and a keychain were inside.
Jess could hardly breathe.
The maid who cleaned the room either never realized that it was locked or didn't care. Nobody noticed until last night.
Didn't he check out?
Apparently not. He prepaid, so his absence didn't raise any red flags.
Mullen anticipated her next question.
There was a toothbrush on the counter and some clothes on the bed. He clearly wasn't planning on staying long, and the maid who cleaned out his room didn't recall anything that unusual. When we interviewed her, she said she's seen far stranger things than an abandoned toothbrush and a pair of jeans hanging off the bed.
The Motor Inn? Jess said dumbly.
It's a motel just outside of town,
Mullen said helpfully.
He must have been staying there.
Why?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I'm afraid I don't know. We were hoping you could shed some light on the situation.
Jess thought of her suspicions that someone had been in her house, the book in Gabe's backpack, her growing file that cataloged every scrap of information she could collect on the people who made her skin prickle. James Rosenberg had been added to that list, and after Gabe fell asleep the night before, she had learned that he was a family lawyer near the Twin Cities. Had Evan been considering divorce? Jess had every intention of calling the Rosenberg firm on Monday to find out. But a dog-eared copy of To Kill a Mockingbird and Cody DeYager's DUI conviction and a tenuous connection to a lawyer nearly 200 miles away made Jessica only feel paranoid, like a conspiracy theorist. Surely Deputy Mullen and his team were making real headway on Evan's case. Instead of sharing any of the information she had gathered, Jess said, I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea why he would be staying in a motel in Minnesota.
I thought you might say that.
He exhaled slowly.
What about his phone? Forensics is investigating, but it's password protected. Do you happen to know what it is?
Jess could picture the screen of Evan's iPhone, the family photo that he used as wallpaper. It had been taken a few years ago when Gabe was still a chubby toddler and Max wasn't so angsty. Max's adult teeth had just grown in, and his grin was too big for his face. Bright and beautiful and so filled with joy it was almost painful to see. He was on the cusp of all that was to come, and he didn't know that the world was about to wipe the smile right off his sweet face. Was the picture still there? Jess didn't know whether to hope that it was or that Evan had changed it to something more mundane. Either way, her heart broke a little when she said, EJMG 1234, the first letters of all of our names.
Thank you,
Deputy Mullen said.
We'll try that. Would you like me to mail you Evan's wallet and the file? Oh, and the keys. Forensics is looking at his phone, but his personal effects are yours now.
No. Jess was seized with sudden purpose. She glanced at the clock and stood up quickly, hurrying into her bedroom to grab clothes. Gathering underwear, bra, shirt, pants, she said, I would like to come and get them.
It's a 3-hour drive.
Mullen sounded nonplussed.
It's Sunday.
I know.
It's not an emergency.
It is to me, Jess thought, and the deputy must have read her mind because he said,
Tell you what, I'll meet you halfway.
It was an offer she couldn't refuse, and almost as soon as she had hung up, Jess's phone pinged with an incoming text. Deputy Mullen had sent her the address of a cafe halfway between Auburn and Elmwood Park, the small town where Evan's wallet had been found. Google Maps told her it would take just under an hour and a half to drive. Mullen had been generous. Max, Gabe, Jess shouted, hopping into her jeans. Put your shoes on. We're leaving in 5. Gabe stuck his head in her room. He was wearing a rumpled Minnesota Vikings t-shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants with holes in the knees. His hair was flattened to his head and sticking up on one side, too, but Jess decided to ignore it all. Gabe was 6. He was allowed to look disheveled. "Time to go," she said. "You're still wet." "Just my hair, Bug. I'll put it in a ponytail. Is Max up?" "He's in the kitchen," Gabe said, tilting his head to look at her sideways. "Are you happy, Mommy?" Jess rushed back to the bathroom and began to drag a brush through her hair. "That's a funny question," she called, but Gabe had followed her and was now standing in the bathroom doorway. "Why do you ask?" "You're all buzzy," he finally said. "Do you mean excited?" Gabe shrugged, his soft shoulders hovering for a moment around his ears. "I'm going to meet a friend," Jess improvised. "I guess I am a little buzzy." "I like it when you're happy," Gabe said, and came to wrap his arms around her waist. He buried his face in her tummy and sighed. Jess let one hand fall to his crown. She ruffled his bedhead and promised herself that she would try to be happier for him. Cheerful, at least. Didn't he deserve that? Max was showered and waiting in the car when Jess finally shouldered her purse and stepped into the garage. Her coat was in her arms, and she stuffed it in the back seat while she buckled in. "Why aren't you wearing your coat?" Gabe asked. "It's cold." "I'm dropping you off at Grandpa and Anna's," Jess said, backing out of the garage. "I have a bit of a drive, and I didn't want to wear my coat the whole way." "I thought we were having lunch," Max said. He was looking at his phone, but Jess had a small portion of his attention. "I have to run an errand." "On Sunday?" Jess didn't say anything. The less they knew, the better. "I'll be back soon. You guys will have fun." Henry and Anna had a shuffleboard table in the basement, a gleaming expanse of honey-colored wood that Gabe was completely enamored with. He loved to take the flat discs and whoosh them fast as lightning down the polished surface. It made Henry cringe a little. The shuffleboard had been a project that he and Anna worked on for the entire winter of their first year of marriage. But he didn't stop Gabe or reprimand him at all. Jess knew that Gabe would stay busy with the board until Henry plied him with games, or Anna decided to bake with him. And Max would divide his focus between whatever football game was being televised and his Snapchat account. They'd be fine while she was gone for a couple of hours. The only person she had to convince was her father. "Let me go with you," he said when Jessica dropped off the boys. She pulled Henry into the entryway of his heritage home in downtown Auburn. There was a wraparound porch and a long sunroom that ran the entire length of the house. It was cold, but Jess didn't want the boys to hear where she was going. "No," she told her father firmly. "I'm doing this on my own. I won't be gone long." "Anna is perfectly capable of watching the boys for the afternoon." "I know that, Dad." Jess put both of her hands on her father's arm and squeezed. "I love you, and I love your help, but I need to do this on my own." Something in her look must have convinced him, because Henry pressed a hard breath between his lips and nodded once. "Fine, but call me if anything comes up, and I mean anything." "Of course." Jess was already half gone, her fingers on the door handle. "I'll be back before supper. This is nothing, really. I just want to have Evan's wallet." She drove in silence for over an hour, listening to the sound of her wheels whirring along the old highway. The sun was low in the sky behind her, washing the world in a pale, diluted light that shimmered feebly. It was cold, bitterly so. And even though Jess had the heater turned on high, frosty air seeped through the windows, the doors, the floor vents. The dashboard thermostat proclaimed it was 74 in the quiet cab of her car. but the skin on the back of Jess's neck still prickled with goosebumps. Maybe she was afraid. The landscape around her was well suited for tragic daydreams, crashes and heartbreak and little disasters like an affair, an illness, an end. The whole earth was brown from where she sat, dark fields and dead grass and beige skies. An occasional gnarled tree with bent limbs and arthritic joints. Every few miles Jess passed another car or two. The driver lifted a finger or a few in a half-hearted habitual wave. Evan had loved road trips. The long expanse of highway, the hum of the wind and the tires. When Jess's head became heavy and drifted to the curve of her seat, Evan had brushed his knuckles against her cheek and given her a smile that made her feel known. Maybe it was the way their breath mingled in the space between them, the understanding that for a few hours at least they were alone in the world, held together in this small space where they could stop working and racing and striving and just be. Jess blinked hard for a second, remembering. They had been good in those moments. Those minutes that seemed to stretch out beyond the confines of time. When the obligations of their lives and the needs of other people and the pressures of a job that Evan loved so dearly weren't clamoring for his attention, they had been at peace. By the time Jess pulled into the outskirts of Elmwood Park, she was shaking for real, her entire body trembling, though she had turned the heat up as far as it would go. She slowed down past the Motor Inn, an uninspiring L-shaped compound with maybe 20 rooms all facing an empty parking lot. Jess tried to picture Evan stopping in front of one of the blue doors, its paint faded to watered-down Kool-Aid and peeling in furred little curls. Number 4? Number 7? She wondered where he had stayed, which room had been the last place he laid his head. But that thought only made her suddenly fit to sob, so she yanked herself up short and kept on driving. The diner didn't have a name, at least not that Jess could see, but a neon sign blinked hot coffee, and a handful of cars proclaimed it open. There was no police cruiser in the parking lot, but Jess didn't know what Deputy Mullen would be driving anyway. Any one of the sedans in the parking lot could be his. She didn't know whether to hope that she had beat him there or not. Pressing her hands to her face, Jess took a deep breath and turned off her car. Then she grabbed her coat off the back seat and threw it around her shoulders. She ducked her head against the wind and hurried to the cafe entrance. A smattering of people populated the red booths, and Jess was greeted by the scent of pancakes and beef gravy. Clearly this was an all-day breakfast cafe, but the chalkboard near the entrance proclaimed the lunch special to be roast and mashed potatoes. The clash of odors turned her stomach just a bit, but before Jess even had time to wrinkle her nose, she spotted the man she had come for. Deputy Mullen was in a booth near the back, raising his hand in greeting. He had seen her come in.
"Thanks for coming,"
he said as Jess approached the table. He rose to shake her hand, but there was an awkward moment when they both seemed to wonder if a hug was more appropriate. Jess still had her hand out when the deputy reached around her and patted her back firmly, twice. "Thanks for meeting me." She sank onto the padded bench and scooted to the middle. He sat opposite from her and circled his hands around his mug, though he made no move to pick it up. Jess realized his coffee was mostly gone and no longer steaming. Deputy Mullen had been here a while.
"Would you like a cup of coffee? Something to eat? I ordered a meatloaf sandwich," he said. "It's good here."
"I'm not hungry," Jess admitted. "Maybe a Coke."
"They only have Pepsi,"
he said apologetically. It didn't matter to Jess. She wasn't here for the food or the small talk. All she wanted was a hit of caffeine and her hands on that file. Deputy Mullen waited until he had a plate of food in front of him and Jess had her Pepsi. It didn't take long, though the minutes felt endless to Jessica. How were the boys? Fine. Was she working again? Yes. Boy, it was getting cold. Sure was. Finally, after he forked a bite of the piping hot meatloaf and swallowed it seemingly without chewing, Deputy Mullen said, "I'm sure you're wondering about Evan's things." Jess forced herself to take a sip of her drink. It was flat. Did the password work? No. He must have changed it, but we'll keep working on it. She nodded. Deputy Mullen seemed to size her up, and Jess sat a little straighter, trying to look capable of handling whatever he had to say to her. Eventually he sighed and said, "I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. They kept his clothes in the lost and found for a week or so and then donated them to Goodwill. Other than that, the room was clean. There's really no use dusting for fingerprints or anything after all this time. 11 people have stayed in that room since Evan." "Do you normally dust for fingerprints in the case of an open and shut hunting accident?" Jess was surprised by the edge in her voice. Apparently so was Deputy Mullen. He gave her a searching look. "No," he said. "We don't. Is there anything that you'd like to tell me, Jessica? Has something come up since the last time we talked?" Lots of things, but nothing concrete. Nothing that Jess could offer up as evidence of some crime. She felt suspicious, and maybe even a little delusional. Clearly her husband had been keeping secrets from her, but to imagine that they had anything to do with his death seemed downright absurd with Mullen sitting across from her. He was the professional. She was a grieving widow with an overactive imagination. "It's just hard," Jess said eventually, because she had to say something. Her voice cracked just a bit, and she was mortified by how close her emotions were to the surface. "I know." Mullen reached across the table and patted Jess's hand. She didn't even realize that she had been picking at the corner of a napkin until the deputy stopped her nervous motion with the weight of his warm fingers. "This is completely normal, Jessica. Death is hard, even when you're expecting it. But there's no textbook for this." Jess nodded once and carefully extracted her hand from his loose grip. She knotted her fingers in her lap. "I'm fine. We're all going to be just fine." Deputy Mullen watched her as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. Clearly, he didn't believe her. Tossing his napkin over his plate, he pushed his sandwich aside half-eaten and reached for a beat-up attaché. "It's not much," he said. "I don't want you to get your hopes up." He worked a stiff buckle loose and then peered in the depths of the bag. A moment later, he held out a worn brown leather wallet and a simple file folder. Jess reached for them even as she felt a wave of disappointment. Kate had described an accordion folder, not a flat, colorless rectangle. What could it possibly contain? It was so pinched it seemed as if there wasn't a single piece of paper inside. "There's a couple $100 in the wallet," Deputy Mullen told her. "From the sale of his Jeep, we're guessing. Driver's license, a credit card, some receipts." Jess rubbed her thumb over the soft fold of the slim wallet. Evan had always been a bit of a minimalist. A single credit card. His library card. Receipts carefully folded in half and then in half again, and tucked in the corner of the pocket where he kept his cash neatly arranged in order of denomination. Ones in the front, 50s in the back. Flipping the wallet open, Jess let her finger fan the stack of bills. There were more than a couple hundreds. But Jess wasn't at all interested in the wallet. She tucked it carefully in her purse and then picked up the file. "You don't need this?" she asked, tipping it toward Deputy Mullen. "We've photographed the contents, but we don't believe it's relevant to the investigation. Looks like notes on some of his patients." Jess laid the file flat on the table in front of her and opened it with more than a little trepidation. She didn't know what she was hoping for or secretly dreading, but somehow it felt significant that she was finally holding a piece of Evan. Maybe even something that he had written recently, that held a clue to what had happened in the final weeks and months of his life. But the file was not at all what Jessica was expecting. Just as she feared, there wasn't a single sheet of paper inside, just a rainbow of Post-it notes stuck in careful rows on both sides of the open folder. They were arranged by color, and a quick count of the columns told Jess that there were 25 perfect squares in all. 6 columns and 4 rows, with one lonely Post-it note all by itself at the bottom. 8 yellow ones, 11 blue ones, 5 purple ones, and a single green one. They were all covered in Evan's handwriting. "What is this?" Jess asked.
"We thought you'd be able to tell us."
Jess glanced up and realized that Deputy Mullen was studying her intently. "Is there something you're not telling me?" she asked.
"Is there something you're not telling me?"
Jess felt herself blanch. All the blood in her cheeks drained to her toes, and she felt suddenly lightheaded. "No," she managed. "But I have no idea what this is."
"Names,"
Mullen said helpfully. He leaned across the table and stuck his finger on the first one.
"Mariah Kay,"
he said, reading upside down. "I can see that. What do they mean?" He sat back and shrugged.
"Your husband was a doctor. Maybe he was doing some sort of study."
"On what?"
"You tell me,"
Deputy Mullen said.
"They're all women. No last names save an initial. There is a brief description of each woman and then a few words about their family and friends."
"What's this?" Jess squinted at the last line on the first Post-it note, a collection of letters that comprised some sort of acronym.
"That I can tell you, or at least guess."
Deputy Mullen leaned back and crossed his arms.
"Those are crime charge codes, abbreviations."
"Excuse me?" Jess was trying to follow, but what he was saying just didn't make sense.
"What's the first one?"
Mullen waved his hand as if to say, "Lay it on me." Jess squinted at the Post-it note. It was yellow, the very first square in a grid that was as neat and orderly as Evan himself. But put together, the scraps of paper were beyond mystifying. They were indecipherable. Jess took a deep breath, then put her finger beneath the letters in question and read, capital MAN/DEL, followed by a C and an S.
Sometimes different departments use different codes, but it's clear that those abbreviations refer to the manufacture and delivery of a controlled substance.
Jess's eyes shot to his. "You're kidding me."
"It's pretty standard. This shorthand is used on background checks, arrest records, warrants, you name it."
Mullen seemed to be studying her just a bit too intently.
"Do those letters mean something to you?"
"No. I mean, I don't think so." Jess hurriedly scanned the rest of them. "I'd have to look at them for a while, I guess, but nothing pops immediately." He nodded.
"I think they're pretty clear. Look, there's a yellow one near the end of that batch and 2 purple ones that all say PROST. Take a guess."
"Prostitution," Jess said, barely believing that she was having such an incomprehensible conversation.
"Bingo."
Jess deflated against the padded bench. "I don't understand," she said. "What does this mean?"
"I don't know."
Mullen put his elbows on the table and templed his fingers.
"But we plan to find out. Hopefully Evan's phone will point us in the right direction."
"You wanted to find out if I knew anything," Jess said, as the reason for Deputy Mullen's eagerness suddenly clicked. He wasn't being nice meeting her halfway. He was hoping to glean some information. He tapped his fingertips together.
It occurred to me. It's not why I met you, Jessica, but I'm glad I did. It's good to see you.
She realized she was biting her bottom lip and forced herself to stop. She sat up straight and pulled the file toward her. "This is mine?" Mullen nodded. "Thank you," Jess said. "For his wallet. For this." Jess tapped the edge of the folder on the tabletop, then gathered up her purse and coat and scooted out of the booth.
"Don't forget the keys."
Deputy Mullen handed her a keychain filled with keys.
"If you think of anything at all, please let me know."
"I will," Jess said, sticking one arm and then the other in the sleeves of her coat. She was grateful to have something to do so she didn't have to watch him watching her. But just at the moment she was ready to leave, Jess found that her feet stuck to the floor. She paused, gathered up the courage, and asked, "Do you still think Evan's death was an accident?" Deputy Mullen looked away from her, out the filmy windows of the greasy diner, and furrowed his brow. It was a familiar expression. Jess could tell from the deep wrinkles that appeared on his forehead, between his eyes. After a moment, he gave his head a little shake.
"I don't know,"
he said truthfully.
"I just don't know."
A record of a conversation with Larissa Tate, July 27th, 2018. Larissa Tate.
"Hello?"
Evan.
"Hello, Miss Tate. You don't know me, but—" "I don't talk to telemarketers." "Wait, I'm not a telemarketer. My name is Evan Chamberlain. I was a friend of your daughter. Lashana is dead." "I know, and I'm so very sorry for your loss." "Do you work for that law office?" "No, I'm a family practitioner. I'm so sorry to bother you, but Lashana's death was so unexpected, and I just have to know. Did she speak with you before her death?" "I'm not sure how that's any of your business." "You're right, it's not. I can't sleep." "Ms. Tate, what happened to the baby?" "I have no idea what you're talking about. There was never any baby."
Annotation. Kate L., 27, Caucasian, GED. Anorexically skinny, mousy brown hair, startlingly blue eyes. Brother involved. ARS, 52M, 1YR, 7M, PP. Chapter 16. Halfway home, Jess pulled onto a gravel road and parked in a field driveway. She had good reception, so she dug a pen out of her purse and found a directory of common criminal abbreviations on the web. Deputy Mullen was right. They were easy enough to decipher. A young woman named Kate, whom Evan described as anorexically skinny with mousy brown hair and startlingly blue eyes, had been convicted of arson. Jessica assumed she had been given a 52-month sentence, but she couldn't figure out the rest of the numbers. Did they signify how much time this Kate L. had already served? Jess just didn't know. By the time she was done, Jess had unveiled charges of burglary, BURG, fraud, FRD, criminal possession of dangerous drugs, CPDD, homicide, HOM, and even DUI. Cody DeJager had gotten off with just a few months on his DUI conviction, but a woman named Ariana hadn't been as lucky. Maybe that was because she had also been carrying a concealed weapon, CW. Jess stared at her scribbled notes, the strange collection of crimes and bizarre notations her husband had made. They were all women, and they were all criminals. Did Evan know them? Were they in his care somehow? Maybe that was the unifying factor. Evan had taken on a research project or something. But why hadn't he ever said anything to her about it? Because they hadn't been together anymore. The thought made Jess's heart sink. Silence enveloped their home weeks and months before the official separation. The stillness became a fog, thick and viscous, impenetrable. Sometimes Jess would open her mouth to say something and just as quickly shut it. She became changeable as air, flowing around the rock that was her husband. And if he missed her, Jess couldn't tell. Evan was so busy, distracted, wrapped up in something that she didn't understand and he didn't explain. Maybe he had been all wrapped up in them. Jess would give anything, for the chance to sit in this car with Evan one more time. To fold her hand in his and study the laugh lines at the corners of his warm eyes. When had he stopped looking at her? Really looking at her? When had the words slowed to a trickle? Jess wished that she would have tried harder, that she would have found a way to reach her husband before the love between them had dried up altogether. Jess sobbed in the car before tucking all her notes away and finishing the long drive home. When she arrived at her father's house, the boys were watching a movie with Anna.
Star Wars, Henry told her. The first one. The new one.
The 7th? Jess guessed, hoping her father couldn't tell that she had been crying. If he noticed, he seemed willing to pretend he didn't. Henry shrugged.
Sure.
It's a little dark for Gabe, don't you think? Jess took a few steps toward the living room where she could hear the strains of the classic Star Wars music cueing up a battle scene. Henry tugged her sleeve to stop her.
It's fine. We fast-forwarded through the opening, and Anna has her finger on the pause button. Max is happy, Gabe is happy, everyone wins.
Jess was about to protest, but she found she just didn't have it in her. Nearly 3 hours in the car, plus the knowledge that Evan had been keeping something from her, something big, something she couldn't even begin to understand, made her feel heavy and slow, unnaturally tired. She let her father lead her away from the living room and into the kitchen, where he pulled out a chair for her and motioned that she should sit down.
Coffee?
Henry asked, but he didn't wait for an answer. He opened the cupboard above the sink and took down a silver tin. It was a little late in the day for Jess to have caffeine, but she didn't care. She doubted she'd be able to sleep tonight anyway. In minutes, the kitchen filled with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, and Jess gratefully accepted the mug Henry offered her. He put the sugar dish in the center of the table and then sat down opposite his daughter.
How'd it go?
He asked. Fine, Jess said, the word a sigh that left her chest hollow. It was fine, Dad. I have his wallet.
Phone?
Forensics wants to look at it before they turn it over, but it's locked.
Don't you know the password?
Jess blew the steam off the surface of her coffee. I used to. It didn't work, though. He must have changed it. Deputy Mullen is emailing me a questionnaire that might help. Henry raised an eyebrow. Evan's first car and pet names and favorite color. Anything that might provide a clue about his password. Henry reached for the sugar spoon and measured a small amount. Adding it to his coffee, he said,
Maybe it doesn't matter one way or the other. What could they possibly find?
A lot, Jess almost told him. She almost opened her mouth and explained about all the things that didn't add up in her husband's ostensibly straightforward accident case. But at that moment there was a whoop from the living room, and Gabe came careening around the corner. "Mom!" he shouted, surprised to see her. He hurried over and gave her a squeeze, and then launched into an elaborate explanation of the movie and Kylo Ren and the Force. He took a step back and stretched his right arm out toward Jess, twisting his hand back and forth as he stared at her with a ferocity that made her bite back a smile.
"What are you doing?"
"Using the Force," he said, his gaze so serious he caused a deep line to form between his eyebrows.
"To accomplish what?"
Gabe tilted his head as if it should be obvious. "To make you do whatever I want."
"She already does whatever you want," Max said, coming into the kitchen.
He was carrying an oversized bowl in his hands, with a few handfuls of popcorn bouncing around in the bottom. Jess chose to ignore his barb and said instead, "I guess you two don't need supper tonight."
"Meredith is bringing subs."
Max handed Jess the bowl when she reached for it and turned to lean against the counter.
"What do you mean?"
Jess was suddenly ravenous and tossed a few buttery kernels in her mouth.
"How do you know that?"
"She texted me. Said she couldn't get a hold of you." Jess felt her nose wrinkle in disbelief. She pulled her purse off the floor and rummaged through it for her phone. Sure enough, there was a string of texts and a couple of missed calls from Meredith. Jess belatedly remembered that she had put it on silent during her conversation with Deputy Mullen because she didn't want to be disturbed. And her phone wouldn't beep with alerts while she was driving. Even if it had, Jess had been too preoccupied to worry about much of anything besides her husband's final days and weeks. "Sorry," Jess said, but she wasn't sure who she was apologizing to. Meredith? Honestly, Jess was starting to feel a little smothered. She loved her friend, but Meredith was being a bit overbearing. Before she could censor herself, Jess muttered, "We really don't need her to bring supper."
"That's what I told her," Max agreed. "She wouldn't take no for an answer."
Anna drifted into the kitchen, wearing a blanket around her shoulders and a whimsical half smile. "That was so fun," she said, tickling Gabe with a tassel from what Jess realized was a caftan, not a blanket. "I think we should have a weekly movie night. Popcorn and candy and pajamas." "Yes!" Gabe shouted, batting at the tassel like a kitten. Clearly Anna and her youngest had bonded while Jessica was gone. "That sounds nice," Jess said, hoping that she sounded as non-committal as she felt. "But we should really get going. Thank you so much for having them, Dad. Anna." Jess took one last sip of her cooling coffee and then pushed back her chair. "Stay," Anna said. "We can order a pizza, or—" "Meredith is bringing supper," Jess said. "We really need to get home." "Next time." Anna's smile didn't waver, and when Henry stood to put his arm around her, she leaned into him contentedly. "We would love to see you more often. You're always welcome here." Jess wished she could be as enthusiastic about her stepmother as Anna seemed to be about them, but she just didn't have the emotional bandwidth to handle another complicated relationship. "Later," she told herself as she gave Anna a one-armed hug. "I'll be a good daughter to her someday." The folder was tucked under the driver's seat, and Jess was acutely aware of it all the way home. She was dying for the chance to study it further, to look for connections between the women, or maybe, if she was lucky, Cody DeYager, or James Rosenberg, or Jake Holmes, Anthony Bartels. No one would escape her scrutiny. But first she had to get past Meredith. Her friend's car was already in the driveway when Jess pulled up. "Auntie Mare!" Gabe shrieked, ever enthusiastic. He launched himself from the car before Jess even had a chance to put it in park. When Jess glanced at Max and he rolled his eyes, she felt kinship bloom beneath her breastbone. It felt good to be united with Max in something, even if it was something less than cordial. By the time Jess had the car off and was climbing out of the driver's side, Gabe and Meredith were coming into the garage. Gabe was clutching a Tupperware container to his chest, and Meredith had a paper bag at each arm. "Supper!" Meredith sang, leaning in so that Jess could give her an awkward hug around the bulky parcels. "Thank you," Jess said in spite of herself. "You really didn't have to do this." "Sure I did," Meredith enthused. "When the mood strikes, I'd better make the most of it. You know from personal experience that I'm not the most thoughtful best friend in the world." It was true. Meredith was a bit singular in her attention, and it was usually focused on herself. Well, that wasn't entirely true. She wasn't selfish, just zeroed in on her job, her family, her hobbies. Jess didn't blame her. It was so easy to be wrapped up in the day-to-day. But ever since Evan's death, Meredith had stepped up her game. She was concerned, involved, present. "Let me take one of those." Jess eased a bag out of Meredith's arms and chastised herself for being so uncharitable. She was lucky to have Meredith on her side, especially because she suspected Mare's famous buttermilk brownies, her weakness, were in the Tupperware container that Gabe was carrying. "Todd made sandwiches," Meredith said once they were in the kitchen and unloading the bags. "Turkey and Swiss on pretzel buns. And there are potato chips and French onion dip and carrots and celery." "And brownies," Gabe announced, peering into the Tupperware container with barely contained glee. "I'll take one of those." Max snagged a brownie before Jess could stop him. He took a big bite and said around the gooey confection in his mouth, "The sweet potato chili was barely edible." Jess turned to hide a smile. "Well, have a sandwich too," Meredith said, slapping the counter to get Max's attention. "And don't forget your vegetables." "Thanks." Jess put her hand on Meredith's back and gave a little rub. "This was really nice of you. I didn't realize how tired I was until now, but I'm going to have a bite to eat, put Gabe to bed, and then take a hot bath." Meredith's eyes clouded for just a second. "Sounds great, Jess. But I was wondering if I could talk to you for a minute first." Jess felt a prickle of concern. Meredith wasn't typically the serious sort, but all of a sudden Jessica wondered if her friend had brought supper over for a reason other than compassion. "Okay," she said a little over-brightly. "Would you like to have supper with us?" "Actually..." Meredith looked around the kitchen, her gaze alighting first on Max as he finished the last bite of his brownie, and then on Gabe, where he sat at the table trying unsuccessfully to open the foil bag of potato chips. "I was hoping we could talk alone." Jess stalked across the kitchen and took the bag from Gabe. Opening it in one swift motion, she handed it back to him and said, "Tonight's not great for me. I haven't seen the boys all day, and—" She realized her mistake the moment the words were out of her mouth. "Oh?" Meredith asked. "Where were you today?" Jess couldn't explain it, but she was gripped with a need to keep her meeting with Deputy Mullen a secret. Maybe Meredith was being too nosy. Maybe she just needed to have something in her life that was hers and hers alone. Either way, she gave her hand a casual wave. "I had to run some errands. The boys stayed with Henry and Anna." "I'm glad to hear that," Meredith said with a tight-lipped smile. Then she visibly softened, took a step toward Jess. "I know you're tired. Just a couple of minutes, okay?" Jess left the boys with instructions to pour a glass of milk and eat at least a handful of veggies each. She doubted if they would obey her, but at least she had left them with a motherly edict. Since the kitchen, dining room, and living room all flowed into one, there were few places in the Chamberlain house to go for privacy. So Jess led Meredith to the spare bedroom that they used as an office at the front of the house. It was untidy and poorly organized, a dumping ground for all the things that didn't seem to have a home. There were a few boxes of Christmas decorations stacked in the corner, and a printer on the desk that had been out of ink for at least a year. Jess hadn't been in the office in ages, and set to self-consciously straightening up as Meredith shut the door behind them. "Don't," Meredith said, waving her hands in front of her. "Seriously, I don't care. You've seen my house." It was true. Meredith wasn't the world's best housekeeper. "But you can't even sit down," Jess complained, lifting a stack of books off one of the chairs. She cast around for a place to put them and ended up setting them on the floor behind the desk. "There you go." "So formal," Meredith teased, but Jess could tell that her heart wasn't in it. "What?" A premonition rippled down Jess's spine like a chill. Meredith was really upset about something. What in the world is going on? "Come and sit," Meredith said, sinking into one of the wing-back chairs in front of the darkened window. The shades were drawn, but even if they had been open, the night was black outside. It was a thick and moonless night, heavy with clouds that swept in late and low against the wintry air. "I don't want to sit," Meredith sighed. "Please, Jess, just indulge me." Jess didn't say that she was always indulging her, though she wanted to. It just wasn't in her nature to put up a fuss. So she crossed the room with more than a little trepidation and perched on the end of the seat like she'd been told. "Say it," Jess whispered, crossing her arms over her chest protectively. "Whatever you came here to say, just say it." "I received a phone call yesterday," Meredith began, then stalled out. She squeezed her eyes shut for just a second and tried again. "Someone called me with concerns about how things are going in Evan's absence." Disbelief and fury tingled across Jess's skin. She opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't. When Meredith started to talk again, Jess put up her hand to stop her. A moment or two passed in utter silence, and then Jess managed to croak. "What is that supposed to mean? Who called you?" "Don't make this harder than it already is," Meredith begged. "Someone is concerned about me?" Jess's voice was shrill even in her own ears. "This house? My kids?" Meredith ducked her chin down a notch. "Yes." "I can't believe this. I can't believe you!" Jess wanted to scream, to kick Meredith out of her house, to run away where prying eyes couldn't sift and measure her every action and inaction. She was seething, her blood rolling in a low boil that threatened to spill up and over. Meredith looked miserable. "I'm a mandatory reporter," she said quietly. "You know that. Do you think it was fun for me to field a phone call about my best friend? What was I supposed to do?" "Defend me." Jess bit the words off her tongue. "I did, believe me." "Did you report me?" "No." Meredith had the good sense to look affronted. "But people are starting to wonder." "Wonder what?" Jess threw herself out of the chair and paced the room, her pulse high and hot, stinging in her cheeks. "I just lost my husband, Meredith. Who called you?" "You know I can't tell you that." "What did they say?" Jess was aware that she was almost shouting. If she didn't cool it a bit, Gabe would come running. She took a deep, shuddering breath and asked again, quieter. "What did they say about me?" Meredith squirmed. It was so uncharacteristic, Jess almost laughed, but there was nothing funny about their conversation. "I don't know what to tell you," Meredith said. "You have a 6-year-old at home, And there have been a couple of instances lately where it seems you may have forgotten that he needs your time and attention."
"Are you kidding me?"
Jess hissed.
"Gabe has my full attention."
"Always?" Meredith asked the question hesitantly, but she held Jess's livid gaze. "You've been a little busy lately."
"What are you saying?"
"And Max is clearly going through a rough patch."
"That's my fault?"
Jess threw herself down on the chair and leaned forward with elbows on knees so that her legs skimmed against Meredith's.
"My boys just lost their father. We are going through one of the most difficult things a family could possibly face. I can't believe you're sitting here judging me."
Meredith reached out and took Jess's hands in her own. She pinched just a little too hard, her thumbs digging into the fine bones of Jess's wrists. "I'm not judging you, Jess, and I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm trying to be your friend. The fact that I'm even here, that I'm telling you this, is probably unethical. A breach of confidentiality, at least. But because I love you, I wanted you to know. People are concerned."
"People? More than one?"
Jess was so horrified she could hardly breathe. "I can't believe it." "Look, it's going to be okay. I just think you need to lie low for a while, you know? Stay home, keep your boys close." Jess bristled and yanked away from Meredith's anxious grip.
"What do you mean? Are you suggesting I hide?"
"Of course not," Meredith said. "But if Child Protective Services gets involved, there's not much I can do."
"Why did they call you?"
Meredith lifted a shoulder. "I'm your friend. I'm a social worker. I guess they saw me as a first step. Consider it a small grace."
"Grace?"
Jess choked.
"Look, Jess, I'm trying to help you and do my job. I don't think you fully appreciate the position I'm in."
She looked like she might cry, but Jess was unmoved. Of all the times for Mare to roll over and play dead, Jess needed an advocate, a fierce warrior friend. And Meredith was exactly the sort to rise to the occasion, but for some reason she wasn't up to the task this time. Jess could see it in the slump of her shoulders, the sad, desperate look in her eyes. Meredith wanted to be forgiven, but Jess needed her to take up a sword. "Thank you for supper," Jessica said, dismissing her friend. "And thank you for telling me. But if anyone else decides to burden you with their opinions about my ability to parent my children, you can send them directly to me." "Jess, I'd like you to go now." Jess opened the door so that the sounds from the rest of the house filtered into the office. A laugh track from a television show and the clatter of dishes in the sink. Max as he said something indistinguishable to Gabe. "Mom?" Gabe yelled from the kitchen, preternaturally aware that his mother was in earshot. "May I have a brownie now?" "Sure, honey," Jess called back. She was grateful that there was only the slightest quiver in her voice. Meredith stood a little unsteadily and took a few steps toward Jessica. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted you to know." When she trailed off, Jessica didn't fill in the silence or make any move to comfort her friend. She knew that she was being rather horrible, hard-hearted and condemning, but she had never felt so attacked in her entire life. Auburn was a small community, but the fact that people were willing to gossip about a recent widow and make their concerns known to a social worker was beyond the pale. Jess loved her kids more than her own life, and she had spent the last 13 years proving exactly that. Every decision she had made since the moment Max was born was made with his best interests at heart. How dare they judge her? How dare Meredith do anything other than defend her tooth and nail? "Okay," Meredith said, setting her shoulders. She seemed in that moment to come to a conclusion, and it wasn't a charitable one. She gave Jessica one last hard look, and then swept out of the room with an air of superiority. "Bye, boys," she called, her words cheerful and bright, as artificial as her attempt at normalcy. "Bye, Auntie Mare," Gabe called. As Jess followed Meredith through the living room, she could see that Gabe's face was smeared with chocolate, his mouth ringed in frosting and a little brown dab on the tip of his nose. She felt sure that Meredith was clocking even that, and made a point to head straight to the sink, where she started rinsing a washcloth to clean him up. They said stiff goodbyes over the heads of the boys while Meredith slipped on her coat and grabbed her purse. Then she was gone, the door shut just a tad harder than necessary, but excusable since the wind was howling outside. It had come from nowhere, this sudden frigid gale that lashed the trees and made the house groan. It was exactly the sort of night that Evan had loved, and if he were with them, Jess knew that he would have set a log in the fireplace and hauled out the fat fleece blanket that they kept in a cedar chest beneath the bay window. But he wasn't here, and he wasn't ever coming back. And Jess didn't know how to start a fire or conjure the same kind of magic that her husband could pull from thin air. Apparently, she didn't even know how to take care of her own kids. "You okay, Mom?" Max asked, putting the uneaten sandwiches in the refrigerator. She hadn't told him to do it, but that small victory was eclipsed by the fury that was blossoming in her chest. "Fine," she said unconvincingly. "Everything is going to be just fine." Facebook message. To River Hahn. New message request from Evan Chamberlain. August 7th, 2018. Dear Ms. Hahn, my name is Evan Chamberlain, and I'm a family practitioner in Auburn, Iowa. I saw your comment on the Eagle Ridge Women's Prison Facebook page and decided to reach out. It seems you have been recently released from Eagle Ridge, and I was wondering if you had some information on a former inmate there. Her name was Lashana Tate. She was a friend of mine, and her suicide was a terrible blow. Because I am not family and do not know her mother, I am unable to learn anything about her death and the events that preceded it. Specifically, what happened to her child? Lashana was due at the beginning of July, and the last time we spoke, she shared that she wanted to parent. Now she's gone, and I don't know what happened to the child. I know this is an enormous ask from a total stranger, but if you knew Lashana, and if you know what happened to her baby, I would be so grateful for any information you have to offer. Gratefully, Evan. Facebook message to Evan Chamberlain. New message from River Hahn. August 7th, 2018. I knew Lashana. We weren't close or anything, but I knew who she was. Her suicide was hard on everyone. I can tell you that Lashana had her baby near the end of June. I don't remember when exactly, but it was a girl. She came back the next day and wouldn't talk to anyone. For what it's worth, I heard she gave the baby up for adoption. Having a baby in prison is a special kind of hell. My boy was born 2 years, 1 month, and 17 days ago, and I still think about him every day. Annotation. River H. 22, Asian, 2 years of college. Strikingly beautiful. Long hair, brown eyes, petite. Disowned. ABD. 68M. 2YR. 1M. PP. Chapter 17. Rain lashed against the windows for hours that night, but sometime near 2:00 the wind stopped so abruptly the sudden silence woke Jess. She crept from her bed and pulled back the curtain to survey the street from her second-story window. The scene was still, but shivering with droplets that hung suspended from every branch and eave and dead blade of grass. It would have been lovely except for the sky. It was as black and ominous as the sable pools of water that had collected on her driveway and sidewalk. Even the street lamps were no match for the darkness. They flickered and gleamed dully, the borders of their lukewarm cast indistinct and feeble. As Jessica watched, the rain turned to sleet. It fell like tiny shards of glass and filled the air with the sound of distant applause, 1,000 hands clapping for what would surely be a winter wonderland, a world of ice and indefinable beauty. It didn't seem beautiful to Jess. It seemed deadly. Jess had been dreaming. No, not a dream, a nightmare, and she remembered it in ribbons that seemed to float just outside her vision. When she thought she caught a glimpse, it was gone. But the feeling remained, the sense that something, someone, was just behind her, reaching. "Mom?" Jess turned from the window, surprised at both the noise and Gabe's presence in her room. He had started out in his own bed that night, and when she had finally flicked off her lamp only a couple of hours before, both he and Max had been sleeping peacefully in their own rooms. When had he snuck into her bed? "Mom, what are you doing?" Gabe called again, his voice muffled from sleep and the blankets that he had pulled up over half his face. "Hey, buddy," Jess said, dropping the curtain and tiptoeing over to where he lay cocooned in her sheets. She straightened the tangle of fabric around him and kissed the top of his head. "Go back to sleep. Mommy was just looking outside." "Is it snowing?" he asked, yawning. Jess could hear the note of hope in his question, even though Gabe was barely awake. "No," she said, smoothing his hair. "Shh." She crawled back into bed and was grateful when Gabe wiggled over to her and tucked himself tight against her side. But for a heartbeat or two, Jess held herself perfectly still, uncertain if Meredith would consider her 6-year-old son too old to share a bed with his mommy. Jess hadn't been given a handbook, a list of do's and don'ts when it came to parenting a child from a trauma-based background. It was so hard for Jessica to admit that her son carried that label. In fact, for years she had refused to admit that the boy she had raised from infancy could be anything but wholly attached, entirely hers. Jess didn't want to believe that there had been some primal wound, an injury inflicted when the bond between Gabe and his biological mother had been severed. But as Gabriel grew, Evan had begun to revisit the books they had read during their home study. He had started talking about how a sense of loss had etched itself deep in their boy's soul. Gabe's anxiety, emotional insecurities, and behavioral problems weren't an indicator of ADHD or Asperger's. They were the result of loss. Their Gabe, who had only known love from the day he was born, still bore an intrinsic wound, a separation that would forever change him. There was no cure, no magic fix, but there was an ever-growing list of books Jess should read and seminars she should attend. New philosophies emerging about the stress-shaped brain and the connected child and parenting theory, reactive attachment disorder. Forget consequences. Love and logic was the way to go. And if Jess wanted to really work to repair the deep hurt Gabe would obviously spend the rest of his life enduring, she would invest in a full neurological workup at one of the few clinics in the country that worked with adoptive families, and then undergo the subsequent neuropsychological and behavioral therapy. The Chamberlains needed family counseling, Gabe an attachment specialist. Also weighted blankets, a dye and sugar-free diet, and some framed photos of his birth family in places of honor throughout the house. It was all so overwhelming. And devastating. Jess felt like such a failure. Shame was a brick on her chest, a weight that was slowly but surely crushing her. But none of this was about her. It was about Gabe, what he needed. Her son was a child who had to live with the consequences of other people's choices. A little boy whose nighttime anxieties had only increased with the loss of his father. Jess loved him so much it ached. Deciding she didn't care one bit about whether or not it was developmentally appropriate, Jess curled her arm around her son and pulled him close. She tried to sleep. A muffled shout yanked Jess awake only hours later. Gabe was spread-eagled across Evan's side of the bed, still sleeping, and Jess sat straight up, trying to get her bearings. Her heart was pounding in her throat, her mouth sticky and tasting impossibly like lead. Blood, she realized as her tongue began to throb. She touched her cheek with trembling fingers and realized she had bitten her tongue. In her dream, or because of a scream in her house, Jess didn't know. A scream. Jess threw her feet over the side of the bed and raced toward her room door. The house was eerily calm, the hallway milky with gray light from the high windows at the peak of the domed wall. The sky looked strange, flat and close somehow. "Max," Jess said quietly, hurrying toward his room. His door burst open. "No school!" he whooped, thrusting his phone at her. "What?" Max's grin didn't make sense, his bedhead and the sparkle in his eyes. Hadn't he just been screaming? "It's canceled," he said, and Jess couldn't tell if he was ignoring her distress or oblivious to it. School. Belatedly, Jess felt the pieces click into place. "A snow day?" she asked, squinting at the screen Max held before her. She would have chastised him for having his phone in the bedroom, but she was always distracted by the automated text message from the Auburn School District. "Due to blizzard conditions, there will be no school at any of the Auburn campuses today." "What's going on?" Gabe came out of her bedroom, rubbing his eyes and trailing a ratty blanket. He still slept with his baby blanket, and because Max had only recently given up his, he didn't tease his little brother about it. "No school," Max said, scooping Gabe up roughly and spinning him around. "It's been canceled because of a blizzard." "A blizzard?" Gabe wriggled out of his brother's arms and pounded down the steps. Max followed eagerly, the years melting off him at the prospect of a perfectly unplanned day. Even Jess couldn't stop herself from smiling as she trailed behind them both. She watched as the boys flung open the curtains in front of the big bay window and revealed a scene that took her breath away. Sometime in the early morning hours, it had indeed begun to snow, and the world was a swirling storm of white. The flakes fell so thick and heavy, it was hard to see past the end of the Chamberlains' driveway. And because the world was so monochromatic, it was impossible to tell just how deep the snow was. Very deep, Jess suspected, because the front steps of their house were little more than a giant slanting drift. "It's snowing!" the boys shouted, jumping up and down. No matter that they had both seen the text message, this was undeniable proof only inches away from their noses. "And there's ice beneath that," Jess said, remembering the rain, the sleet. It was a snowstorm of epic proportions, the kind of blizzard that would not be easily overcome. She didn't say it to Max and Gabe, but she doubted that there would be school tomorrow either. It would take some time to dig out from under this avalanche, and it was still coming down. I didn't know there was snow in the forecast, Jess said absently as she wandered toward the kitchen. Hot chocolate was in order, and cinnamon rolls if she had yeast. She'd have to proof it first, of course. She couldn't remember the last time she had baked bread, or anything for that matter. Gabe had been praying for a snow day since school started at the end of August. She didn't blame him. Jess could clearly remember the magic of an unexpected snow day, and it was reflected in the hoots that were still coming from the living room. There was something special about the earth swathed in white, fresh and new and gleaming like a gift on Christmas morning. When she was a child, Jess's mother had made cinnamon rolls from scratch on snow days and let Jess stay in her pajamas all day long. They played Scrabble and 7 Up, 7 Down, a game that was usually reserved for the adults in her life. Jess felt a pang of loneliness and wished for a moment that she could remember the scent of her mother's skin. Betsy had worn drugstore perfume and lotion scented like raspberries and cream, but she had always carried an undertone of something warm and baking. Jess couldn't recall it, and it made her heavy with loss. "Let's do a puzzle," Gabe said, running into the kitchen and throwing himself at Jessica. He nearly bowled her over with his enthusiasm. "Watch a movie," Max said, following just a few steps behind. "Both," Jess smiled. "We can do both. But first, breakfast. Cinnamon rolls?" Her suggestion was met with enthusiasm, but when the little foil packet of yeast refused to bubble, Jess had to come up with a plan B. They settled on pumpkin spice pancakes and hot chocolate, with a dollop of whipped cream and a few stale rainbow sprinkles on top. It felt ridiculously decadent to Jessica, like something out of a storybook instead of her real, painfully messy life. It was crazy how a blizzard could turn back the clock. They laughed and joked as easily as they had in the months and years before Evan left. If it felt like something was missing, they pretended otherwise. Even Max was like the boy Jess remembered, funny, bright, and sarcastic, but not in a hurtful way. It was close to noon when Jess realized she was still wearing her pajamas and crawled out from underneath the pile of blankets on the couch to go find something to wear. "No!" Gabe shrieked, launching himself at her. Jess grinned, evading his grasp so that he flopped back down on the pillows. "I'm going to brush my teeth, not run off to join the circus." Gabe giggled, but Max wasn't as amused. Their morning had been an absolutely unexpected delight, but the snow showed no signs of abating, and already the house was starting to feel small. "Nobody can get out," Max said, leaning over the back of the couch. His eyes were trained on his telephone. "All the roads are still closed." He had been hoping to spend the afternoon at the gym, or at the very least to be able to make it to Trey's house. "The storm of a century," Jess said, trying to make a joke. But it sounded threatening, not funny. Upstairs, Jess grabbed her phone off the nightstand and checked for messages. Nothing from Meredith. She couldn't decide if she was hoping for an apology or if she was still too upset to accept it. But her father had texted and called. No voicemail, but his messages became increasingly urgent as the morning went on. "What a storm! Electricity is out in part of town. Do you have power? Everyone okay? I'm coming over." Jess quickly called her father. "Hey," she said when he picked up. Henry wasn't one for small talk, so she didn't bother. "I didn't realize the power was out." "It's only a couple of blocks. A transformer blew," he said. "Anna and I are fine. How about you?" "It's warm and well lit here." "Good. Stay put. I'm going to try and dig out later." "Don't bother, Dad." Jess pulled open her curtains and draped them behind the decorative hooks beside the window. Snow was piling up on the window ledge, blocking the feeble light of the furious day. "It's still going strong. The plows haven't even attempted a pass of our street."
"I don't think they're out at all yet."
"Then what makes you think you'll be able to dig out?" Jess laughed a little. "Stay put. Seriously, we're fine."
"Do you know how to build a fire?"
"If I need to, I'll Google it on my phone," Jess said. "It can't be that hard." Her father wasn't the outdoorsy type, and he wasn't particularly hands-on either. Henry could paint a wall or hang a picture, but he had never taught Jessica how to change the tire on her car. The Lancasters had a AAA membership for that. And she could not recall a single time in her entire childhood when they went hiking or camping. She barely knew how to roast a marshmallow, much less build a fire without burning her house down. Evan had been different. His dad was an avid camper, and Evan had grown up crisscrossing the U.S. in a hatchback Toyota Corolla with a 3-man tent in the back. Just enough room for Bradford and Helen, with Evan tucked snug between them. One of Jessica's favorite pictures of her husband had been snapped in an unidentified campground, with 3 happy faces poking out of the faded red tent. Evan was 10, maybe 11, with longish hair in a sleepy tangle and skinny arms thrown around the shoulders of his parents, as if the roles were reversed, as if he were the father and they the children. Even at that age, his smile was measured, mature. If Evan were home, he'd have a fire roaring by now. But Jess couldn't think about that. She told Henry, "If the electricity goes, we could always turn on the oven and open the door. It's gas." She could hear her father sputtering on the other end of the line. Clearly, he hadn't registered the note of sarcasm in her voice. "I'm joking," she said quickly. "Trying to be funny."
"I don't find that very funny."
They hung up shortly after Jess convinced her father to wait for the plows, and she took a few minutes to put her room in order. Bed made, yesterday's clothes in the hamper. The manila folder from Deputy Mullen was on her nightstand, and Jess flipped it open for just a minute and skimmed the note she had written on a piece of lined paper tucked inside. She had spent a couple of hours propped up in bed the night before, trying to make sense of Evan's strange notes. First, she researched the crimes. He had categorized everything from felony embezzlement to counterfeit trademark. Jess wasn't even entirely sure what that meant. But as far as Jess could tell, there was no rhyme or reason to the convictions, nothing that tied them all together. The women were of varying ages and backgrounds, and they represented different races and interests. Then there were the tenuous connections that Jessica had tried to make between the women on Evan's post-it notes and her own imperfect list. One of the women had the initials DJ, and Jess had drawn a line between her and Cody DeYager with a question mark. Maybe they were related? It was an almost ludicrous stretch, but it was all she had. And another had a surname that started with an H, worthy of another line. Of course, Anthony Bartels and James Rosenberg were tied together by the thin thread of perceivable association. One was a social worker, the other a family lawyer. There was overlap there. Perhaps they shared a case or two. Maybe they worked with one or more of these women. Jess intended to find out. The links were flimsy at best, pathetic at worst. Jess was convinced that her amateur sleuthing leaned far toward the pathetic side of the spectrum, but it had given her a sense of purpose all the same. Deputy Mullen and his team could keep investigating, and Jess would do her part. If she actually stumbled upon something significant, she'd share it. But for now, her hobby was becoming a secret obsession that was one of the only things keeping her sane. Or messing with her already fragile mental and emotional well-being. It was a toss-up. Shaking her head as if to dislodge those errant, pesky thoughts, Jess walked over to the small desk in her room and slipped the folder in the top middle drawer. It felt wrong somehow to have it out when the boys were home. She couldn't stand the thought of them knowing that their father had kept secrets from them, that he had a folder filled with the names of strange women who had committed some pretty heinous acts.
"We're looking into it,"
Deputy Mullen had told her when she pressed him about the file in the diner.
"But there's no reason to believe these notes are related to his death."
"They were hidden in a motel safe," Jess said, quirking an eyebrow in disbelief. "Clearly he was trying to keep them a secret."
"The safe also contained his phone, wallet, and keys. Was he hiding them? Look, Jessica, I've said it before. The simplest answer is often the right answer. There's just no evidence that the file had anything to do with what happened to Evan."
Mullen raised his hands as if in surrender, or maybe he was warding her off.
"If something surfaces, we'll follow the lead wherever it takes us."
"But until then?"
"See if you can figure anything out. Like I said, my guess would be Evan was doing some sort of a medical study."
Jess had already scribbled notes to call Dr. Murphy and Dr. Sanderson, Evan's partners at Auburn Family Medicine. Not that she needed to be prompted. The file was just about the only thing she could think about. Her hand was still on the desk drawer, and her thoughts a million miles away when Max came storming into her room.
"Where is it?"
he demanded. "Excuse me?" Jess spun, an easy smile on her face because the glow of their quiet morning lingered. But Max was not smiling.
"I said, where is it?"
Jess took a step toward him, but he matched her movement by sliding back an equal distance. She almost laughed. He was still wearing his pajama pants and a rumpled t-shirt that said "allergic to mornings." But she checked herself. Her son was clearly not in a laughing mood. "I'm sorry, hun. I honestly don't know what you're talking about."
"My journal!"
he spat, crossing his arms high over his chest. His upper arms were filling out, the muscles defined in a way they hadn't been before. When had that happened? Jess squeezed her eyes shut for a second. "I didn't even know you had a journal."
"Yes, you did. I got it from Carter, remember?"
It had been a long time, but Jess did remember. Over a year ago, when the tension in their house had become so thick and viscous it was hard to walk upright, she and Evan had decided that Max needed to talk to someone. Carter Mayfair specialized in youth therapy and shared the same office as their couples counselor. They set up a few appointments so that Max could see Carter at the same time that they met with Eleanor. Couples counseling proved to be ineffectual, but against all odds, Max had liked Carter. No one was more surprised about it than Max.
"He gave me a journal to write stuff in before bed."
Max was pacing now. Jess recalled the journal, and she also remembered that Max had downplayed it.
"It's not like I'm going to use it,"
he said after the final appointment when Carter gave it to him. It was a parting gift of sorts, and Max looked skeptical when Carter clapped him on the back and leaned in to whisper one last thing. Max tried to appear disinterested, but Jess noticed that he ran his thumb over the leather cover, flipping the magnetic clasp that held it shut open and closed. Max liked it, whether he would admit it or not, and apparently he had used it. "Honey, I haven't seen that journal since you took it home. I thought you threw it away or gave it to someone else or something."
"I wrote in it!"
Max was practically hyperventilating.
"Like, all the time!"
"Okay." Jess reached a hand out to soothe him, but he batted it away. "Hey, we'll find it. We'll figure it out."
"It's gone. I bet Gabe—"
Max flung himself out the door and flew down the stairs. Jess followed hot on his heels.
"Give it back!"
Max shouted.
You're such a baby. Give me back my book!
Gabe was half folded over the back of the couch, one leg on either side like an overgrown cat. He looked up slowly, eyes dazed from Madagascar 2 and the bleary winter light that seeped through the windows. He squinted at Max. "What?" he said, and then slipped off the couch and crumpled to the floor. Jess dashed to put herself between her sons. Gabe was giggling uncontrollably, pleased with himself and the silly act of falling off the couch. Max was irate, fists clenched as he glared at his brother in accusation. "Cool it," Jess said, looking up at Max from where she crouched on the floor. She lifted Gabe by his arms, but he was all floppy, his limbs like jello. She left him where he was, but took his chin in her hand and forced him to look at her. "Gabe, did you take Max's book? I'm being very serious right now. I need the truth." Gabe snorted a little and shook his head. "I can't read." "You're learning," Jess told him, using even this unlikely opportunity to encourage him. His teacher had said positive reinforcement was necessary if they ever wanted him to progress. She snuck a quick glance at Max and watched as he rolled his eyes. Turning back to Gabe, she pressed him. "I need you to think really hard. Did you go into Max's room and take his book?" "I'm not allowed in Max's room." "That hasn't stopped you before." Max lunged at his little brother and poked him hard in the side with his foot. "It's black and has a lot of writing in it. What did you do with it?" Gabe scrambled up, holding his ribs where Max had jabbed him. His features clouded. He shouted, "I don't have your book!" Jess sighed. "Max, enough with the accusations. I don't have your book. Gabe doesn't have your book. Did you take it somewhere? Leave it at school, maybe?" "I would never take it to school." He ran both of his hands through his hair and cupped the back of his neck. Jess could see that his jaw was clenched so tightly his teeth had to be aching. "Okay, let's figure this out," she said. "Where did you have it last?" Max turned abruptly on his heel and took the stairs 2 at a time. Because she didn't know what else to do, Jess followed. Not about to be left behind, Gabe raced after her. "It was right here," Max said when Jess stopped in the door of his room. He indicated his box spring, a flat expanse of pale blue fabric pulled taut over a wooden frame. He had thrown off the mattress. It was crooked on the floor, the sheets and blankets half ripped off. Clearly he had been upset to find his journal missing. "This is where I kept it." "Have you checked under the bed?" He shot her a livid glance. "Okay, how about behind the nightstand?" Jess moved deeper into the room as Max shook his head. "Desk? Closet?" She reached for a pile of clothes on the floor and shifted it to the side. Nothing. "Your backpack?" "I've looked everywhere," Max said. "It's gone." All at once the fight seemed to leak out of him. It left him weary, the corners of his mouth so low Jess worried that he was going to cry. He sank to the box spring and seemed to wilt there, his shoulders slumping forward and head hanging so that his hair covered his face. "Hey," Jess said softly. She sat beside him and chanced a touch. He tolerated the weight of her hand on his back, and she felt a rush of affection and concern. "It has to be around here somewhere." He didn't move. "It must be pretty important to you." Jess rubbed her hand in a slow circle. "It's full," he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "I've written on almost every page." Jess was shocked that Max had kept a journal, but she kept her surprise to herself. She was thrilled that he had found a way to express himself, to deal with all the things that had happened, and she was suddenly very angry that it was gone. "When did you realize it was missing?" she asked, standing abruptly. 10 minutes ago. "When's the last time you saw it?" Jess approached Max's desk and, when he didn't object, began opening drawers and scanning the contents, mostly junk. Old papers, ballpoint pens missing their caps, a ball of sorts made of duct tape, and pages ripped from a magazine. Sports Illustrated, she guessed. "I don't know. A couple of weeks ago?" "That long?" "Yeah. I've been locking my door during the day, but I guess I should have started doing that sooner." His words were venomous, bitter. Jess froze for a heartbeat and then turned to face him. "What's that supposed to mean?" Max scowled at her. "I know what you did. After you went through my stuff, I started locking my door." "What in the world are you talking about?" Jess said, exasperated. "Say what you mean, Max. I've had more than enough of your games." "I mean that you didn't do a very good job of sneaking around. I know that you were in my room. I knew it the second I stepped into it. You left stuff out of place. You might think my room is a disaster, but I know where everything goes." Even though Max was angry, he didn't shout. He was resigned, resentful, but he stayed on the box spring and pulled his legs crisscross beneath him. Jess studied him for a minute, hands on her hips and heart in her throat. Then something clicked into place. She crossed the space between them and sank to her knees in front of her son. "When was I in your room, Max? Think about it. When did this happen?" He shrugged. "I don't know. A couple weeks ago." "Think." After a few seconds, Max said, "The day we all got sick. You were downstairs with Gabe, and my room was all messed up. I knew it was you. Who else would it be?" Jess's mind whirled back to that night. A crooked picture, a tinted curtain, the feeling that nothing was quite as it should be, that someone had been in their house. Max had felt it too. "What was in your journal, Max?" She hardly dared to voice the question. But really, what could it be? He was 13 years old. Surely nothing of consequence existed in his personal diary. "I don't know," he said. "Stuff." "About school?" He tilted his head to give her a furtive glance. Just as quickly as his eyes met hers, they skidded away to his hands, his lap. "Dad," Max said eventually. "I wrote a lot about Dad." An entry from Max's journal. October 10th, 2017. "Carter says that anxiety needs a place to go. That if it doesn't come out, it will rattle around inside looking for an escape. When it comes out sideways, it's ugly," he said. Like what I said. Then he listed drugs plus sex plus delinquency, his word. He made his hands all crazy and said it would come out like an alien baby and there'd be blood everywhere. He was trying to be cool, but I said I don't watch alien movies and I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, I'm not sleeping. Last year I made a list of all the swear words I could think of and then I burned it in the backyard. Maybe I'll do that again. What I'm mad about. Number 1. G is a baby and Mom lets him do anything he wants. Number 2. D and M fight when they think I'm asleep. Even if I was, I'm not deaf. Number 3. School sucks. Plus, I kinda like LCF, but she like Maddox P. Number 4. Sometimes I wish I had a birth mom and dad like G. I'd find them, and maybe live with them if they were cool and had $$. Number 5. D has a secret. Max. Annotation. Katrin W., 30, African American, working on GED. Shoulder-length weave, rainbow-painted fingernails, athletic build. No one knows. ADW, 49M, 7M, PP. Chapter 18. It was after supper time when the plow finally made it down the Chamberlains' road. By then the snow had stopped and the storm clouds had moved on, leaving behind wispy strands of cirrus that spanned the starry sky. As the moon rose, the long streaks of clouds slashed across its pale face, scarring the evening with a reminder of the violence that had come before. And it had been violent. In the afternoon, the weight of the snow and ice had become too much for several of the tree limbs. They bowed and splintered, yearning toward the ground until they screamed and cracked and crashed down. The sugar maple in the Chamberlains' front yard lost a branch that was almost the thickness of Jessica's waist, and when it snapped free, the sound ricocheted like a gunshot and ended in a boom that made Gabe scream. The snow was 16 inches deep, according to the news. But when the street was finally clear, it was piled on the curbs at least 3 feet high. Meadow Drive looked like a tunnel, a sparkling, surreal tunnel. And beneath the snow, the concrete was black with a thick lacquer of ice. Mere minutes after the plows drove out of sight, the twin beams of headlights drew everyone to the window as a truck pulled up in front of the Chamberlains' house. "Grandpa!" Gabe shouted, running for the door. "It's Grandpa!" Henry Lancaster didn't own a truck, but his neighbor had allowed him to borrow his in order to dig Jessica out. "There's a plow blade on the front," he said in greeting when Jessica met him in the garage. "You can't exactly use a shovel for this." Jess was already pulling on her North Face snow pants, her plush mittens, and heavy boots. Being a mother of boys necessitated such accoutrements. There were sledding hills to enjoy and snowmen to make, plus the occasional pond skating adventure or wintry hike. All the same, Jess didn't wander out into the snow all that often, and as she pulled her balaclava over her head, she was met with the faint scent of exhaust. Snowmobiling. The last time she had worn snow gear was when Todd had taken pity on the Chamberlain boys and appeared in their backyard on his snowmobile. It was near the end of March, and Evan had just moved out. A late-in-the-season dump of snow had blanketed the world in white, and they had all taken turns riding behind Todd on the snowmobile, accelerating across wide stretches of flat fields, and thrilling at the lash of snow in their faces. It was one of the first times the boys had laughed after Evan left. The memory stuck like a broken zipper, but Jess yanked herself past it and pulled down the fabric in front of her mouth to offer her dad a faint smile. "Thanks for coming. You're right, I don't think we could have dug out on our own." Evan had always done the shoveling, and because he genuinely enjoyed it, he insisted that they didn't need a snowblower. But Jessica was grateful for the bulky machine that she helped her father lift down from the back of the truck. He gave her a quick lesson and then used the truck to clear the worst of the snow. Jess only feared for her landscaping a couple of times. As far as she knew, Henry had never used a plow blade attached to a pickup truck before. The moon was high and casting diamonds on the snow when Henry and Jess stopped to survey their handiwork. Gabe had thrown on his snow gear too, and was tearing up the fresh expanse of white on the front yard. With the truck and the snowblower silenced, Jess could hear his shrieks of delight as he threw up the soft, wet snow and thrust handfuls of it in his mouth. She could remember the taste of snow herself, the light, cold whisper of frost and nothingness on her tongue. Henry was grinning.
What a storm.
Jess didn't say anything.
Hey, why so glum?
He elbowed her, their puffy arms whisking off each other in a lisp of water-resistant fabric. I guess I'm not as charmed as you are by the destruction. There was definitely destruction. Branches littered the snow, sinking to hidden depths in places and reaching heavenward in others, knobby fingers stretched in supplication. Some trees seemed to melt, long limbs curling down like something from a fantastical Dr. Seuss story. It'll be a nightmare to clean up, Jess said. In the spring, when everything melts. And I'm not sure my cherry blossom will survive. It was true. The lovely little tree near the sidewalk looked like it was weeping, or mourning, maybe, the burden it carried simply too great to bear.
We'll plant a new one,
Henry said with conviction.
A trio, if you'd like. A fresh start sounds pretty perfect right now, wouldn't you say?
Jess could feel him looking at her sideways, waiting for her to respond. She knew he wanted nothing more than for her to leave this pain behind and walk into a future that held all the possibilities she believed she forfeited when Evan walked out the door. But she wasn't ready to move on just yet. Did Evan ever confide in you? Jess asked carefully. She kept her attention trained on Gabe. He was climbing over the fallen limb, crawling between the narrow branches and clearly enjoying some adventurous fantasy.
What do you mean?
Henry sounded just as cautious. After we separated. Jess turned to her father quickly and reassured him. Evan was a part of our lives for 20 years, Dad. I wouldn't be upset if you stayed in touch while we were separated. In fact, I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Henry searched his daughter's eyes for a moment, and then nodded almost imperceptibly.
Yeah,
he admitted.
We had lunch a couple of times. He loved you, Jessica. He wanted to work it out.
I know. Jess paused, then pressed on. Can you tell me what you talked about? Henry sucked in a breath.
Wow, Jess, I don't know. I can't say that our conversations were all that memorable. Typical stuff, day to day.
He never talked to you about a project he was working on? Maybe a study of some sort?
I don't think so.
Henry was silent for a few moments while he seemed to comb his memories.
Want to explain what this is about? Does it have something to do with your meeting with Deputy Mullen?
Jess wasn't ready to talk about it. Just a hunch. She shrugged, but it was difficult to do in her bulky winter coat. I want to know everything about his final months. We weren't together, but I always thought that we'd find a way to work it out.
Me too, honey.
Jess was surprised to see that her father's eyes had misted over. Or maybe it was just the gleam of moonlight on the snow. How about a cup of coffee? She said.
Too late for caffeine.
Henry shook his head.
But if you have an herbal tea, I won't say no. My fingers are frozen.
At the mention of cold, Jess realized that her hands and feet were numb, and her nose. She had pulled her balaclava beneath her chin to talk with her dad, and now her lips were parched and dry, her chin so stiff she was slurring her words. "Gabe," Jess called. "Time to come in." "No!" he shouted back. "I'm not done yet." Since she hadn't allowed him to play outside during the storm, she left him with strict instructions to stay in the front yard and come as soon as he was called. "I'm making hot chocolate," she said. "And when I knock on the window, I want you to come running." "Pinky swear," Gabe agreed. But he was already turning away to continue building what appeared to be the wall of a fort around the fallen limb.
"Where's Max? Didn't he want to enjoy the snow?"
Henry asked, when they were ensconced in the warm kitchen, blowing their pink noses and warming their fingers beneath a stream of tepid water. Jess flinched as feeling trickled back into her frozen hands. "He's in his room. Max is having a bit of a rough day." "Oh?" Jess wasn't sure what to say. She landed on, "He lost something. He's pretty upset about it." "Anything I can do to help?" "Not this time, Dad." The tea kettle whistled, and Jess lifted it from the burner and brought it to the table where her dad had taken a seat. He looked tired, older than he had only yesterday. His eyes were hooded, the lines in his still handsome face pronounced in the slanting light. But it was late and they had worked hard. His weariness was easily excusable, even if Jess knew that it was more than just exertion. Before he drove over, Henry had dug himself out, and though they used the truck and the snowblower, the sidewalks and edges had to be done by hand with a shovel. Jess was tired too. They sat in silence for a few minutes, pouring hot water and sinking the fragrant tea bags with their spoons. Jess had chosen a peppermint tea, and just the steam of it soothed her throat and warmed the prickling skin of her cheeks. "I thought of something," her dad said, chancing a sip of his tea. It was too hot and he put it back down. "Something about Evan, I mean." Jess felt herself go very still. Her father had spent so much of his life keeping other people's secrets that it was all but impossible to pry information from him. Even mundane things that most people would never consider sensitive or gossipy, Henry would refuse to divulge. Better safe than sorry was his motto. Or maybe, loose lips sink ships. Both. "He asked me once about the legal side of adoption." Jess exhaled. "We had a lot of questions when we adopted." "No. This was recent. Late this summer, maybe?" Henry stared into his tea. "No, it was September, I think." Why was he asking about adoption this September? Jess mused. "He wanted to know if I had any experience with forced adoptions." What's a forced adoption? Jess felt herself bristle a little. Adoption was such an integral, beautiful part of her life. She didn't like associating negativity with it in any way. Forced certainly didn't sound positive. "I didn't know myself, and I told him as much. I'm afraid I wasn't very helpful." "Do you know why he was asking about it?" Henry shook his head. "But I looked it up later. Apparently, some agencies use unethical practices to separate birth mothers and fathers from their children." "That's ridiculous." Jess took a long pull from her scalding tea and burned her tongue. She wouldn't be able to taste for a couple of days, but she didn't care. It drove her crazy when people didn't understand something that was so near and dear to her heart. "I'm not offering personal commentary on it, Jess. I'm just telling you what I discovered." "Well, it can't be true." Henry gave her the same look that he used to give her when she was a kid and being stubbornly pig-headed. "Just because you don't want to believe it doesn't mean it's not true." "Why would Evan want to know about that?" Jess said, ignoring her father's pointed stare. "It can't have anything to do with Gabe." The second his name passed her lips, Jess remembered that he was still digging in the snow. Apparently, Henry thought the same thing because they pushed away from the table in unison, their conversation forgotten. Jess hurried over to the front door and threw it open, letting in an icy drift of snow that spread over the hard wood and immediately began to melt. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness outside. "Gabe?" she called. "Gabe! It's time to come in!" There was a flurry of activity by the fallen limb, and Gabe poked his head out from behind a wall of white. His stocking cap was furred with ice, and she could see even at a distance that his cheeks were crimson. Just a few more minutes, he whined.
Absolutely not. Jess crossed her arms over her chest and stomped her feet against the chill. I'm watching you until you're in the garage. I'll meet him there and help him with his gear, Henry said at her shoulder. Grandpa's waiting for you, Jess said, relaying the message, and watched as Gabe hung his head dramatically and clomped off in the direction of the garage door. It was a task because the snow came up to his thighs, and in no time he was giggling as he wrestled his way toward the driveway and the door that his grandfather had flung open to welcome him. Jess waited until Gabe was in his grandpa's arms, and then she bent down to try and push the snow that had fallen inside back out the door. They had shoveled off the steps, but apparently they hadn't gotten close enough to the door. By the time Jess was done, there was a puddle of icy water on the floor, and her hands were once again numb from cold. Henry and Gabe were making a ruckus in the garage, banging out Gabe's boots and hooting about something apparently hilarious. So Jess took the opportunity to check on Max. The door to his room was closed, but when she knocked, no one answered. Max? Jess tried the handle. It wasn't locked, so she called again and eased it open. The lights were on, but Max was nowhere to be seen. The bathroom was across the hall, but the door was ajar and the room was dark. Max? Jess raised her voice a little, peeking her head in each of the rooms in the upstairs hallway. Gabe's room, the spare room, even her own bedroom and bathroom were dark and empty. Standing at the top of the stairs, Jess shouted, Max, where are you? Henry and Gabe were on their knees in front of the dark fireplace. Henry looked over his shoulder as Jess came down the stairs. I thought Max was in his bedroom, he said, then turned his attention back to the task at hand. He set a pre-formed fire log onto the metal grate and picked up a box of matches. We're going to cheat, Jess. All you have to do is light the corner and then throw a couple of logs on top. But Jessica wasn't paying attention. A quick check of the office proved that it was also empty, as were the kitchen, screened-in porch, and the main floor bathroom. Their basement was unfinished, a huge expanse of concrete and 2x4s that they had framed but never drywalled. The Chamberlains had always planned to complete the basement, but they had never gotten around to it. Jess yanked open the door and heard her voice echo in the emptiness. Max wasn't there either. He's gone, Jess said, more to herself than to her father and son. Who's gone? Gabe asked, scrambling up and running over to comfort her. Max. He can't be gone, Henry said. Where would he go? Jess gave Gabe a squeeze and then eased herself out of his embrace. I don't know, but we better find him. It's freezing out there. Her heart began to thrum a frantic rhythm, a clip that made her fingers tingle with something other than cold. She was worried, but Jess was also angry. It was just like Max to pull something like this, to disappear without saying a word on the night of the worst storm to sweep through northwest Iowa in 20 years. When she got her hands on him, she didn't know whether she would hug him or ground him. Both, she decided. But first, she had to find him. I'll hop in the truck, Henry said, patting his pockets for the keys he had stashed there. Gabriel, why don't you ride along with me? Wait, Jess called as she searched the kitchen for her phone. Where had she left it? Maybe Max had been considerate. Maybe he sent her a text or left a message on her voicemail. Jess finally discovered her phone on the counter beside the refrigerator, but there was nothing from Max. And when Jess dialed his number, he didn't answer. She muttered a curse under her breath. We'll find him, Henry said. He couldn't have gotten far. You said he was upset about something. Maybe he just went for a walk. He could have told us. He's 13, Henry reminded her. His brain isn't functioning at full capacity.
Jess didn't remember her father being so understanding when she was a teenager. She had been strong-willed and foolish too, but she hadn't given her parents nearly as much trouble as Max gave her. She wondered sometimes if it was all her fault, if she was as terrible a mother as she sometimes believed herself to be. God help her. Being a mom wasn't for the faint of heart.
"Keep your cell phone on you,"
Henry said, zipping up his damp coat. There were snowflakes still glistening on the shoulders, and as Jess watched, he shivered. Whether it was from the cold or concern for his grandson, Jess couldn't tell.
"I'll call if I find him. What will you do?"
"Search the neighborhood. Stay close to home. Maybe he just wanted to enjoy the snow." Jess laced up her boots as her dad and Gabe hopped in the truck and took off slowly down the road. She could tell that Henry had his headlights on high beam, and Gabe's face was pressed to the window, hunting for a sign of his big brother in the winter wonderland that had descended on their neighborhood. Her father was right. Max couldn't have gotten far. And yet, she was so desperate to have him safe and sound, to know where he was, that she found herself choking on angry sobs. Max must have snuck out when they were all busy clearing the driveway. The snowblower threw a wall of powdery snow 10 feet into the air and created a ghostly cloud that had obstructed Jess's view. Never mind the sound. The scrape of the plow and Gabe's happy screams only added to the chaos. Jess could imagine Max slipping on his boots and fading into the night. But why? And where? Before she took off, Jess made sure that Max's coat and boots were indeed gone. They were. But as far as she could tell, nothing else was missing. So he was on foot, or she hoped he was. The Chamberlain's garage had a back door that was half hidden behind a long workbench that ran the length of the garage, and Jess had paid it no mind when she passed in and out on her way to clear snow. The door opened onto a small square patio that tucked against the side of the screened-in porch, and during the summer the grill lived there. It was the easiest way to access the backyard, and as Jess approached the entrance, she could see that the door was wedged open a couple of inches. A small avalanche of snow that had tumbled onto the concrete made it impossible for the door to shut completely. It was obvious that someone had used the door, and recently. Jess's heart was in her throat when she flicked on the floodlight that splashed across the backyard in a sudden harsh glare. It illuminated exactly what she expected to see. A furrow in the snow. A path that led over the patio, past the swing set, and off into the darkness. Away. An email from Evan Chamberlain regarding question for you to Henry Lancaster.
"Hi, Henry. Thanks for meeting me for lunch last week. It was good to see you. Wondering if you could answer a couple of questions for me. What do you know about the issue of so-called forced adoptions? I have a couple of legal inquiries that I'd like to run past you if you're open to it. Thanks, Evan."
An email from Henry Lancaster regarding question for you to Evan Chamberlain, CC Robert Wales.
Evan, I'm afraid your question is beyond my purview. I'm not even familiar with the term you mentioned. However, I'm CCing a good friend and colleague, Robert Wales, in this conversation. Robert has some experience with adoption law and may be able to answer your questions. All best, Henry.
An email from Evan Chamberlain regarding question for you to Robert Wales.
Hello, Robert. I hope it's not presumptuous of me to email you out of the blue. I'm Henry's son-in-law and have just a few questions about the issue of forced adoptions. Specifically, what are the legal rights of a birth mother who may have been coerced into giving her child up for adoption? I'm sure you can understand the nature of my question is personal, and if you need more clarification, I'm not sure I can offer it at this time. Either way, thank you for your time and consideration. Best, Evan. An email from Robert Wales regarding Question for You to Evan Chamberlain. Hello, Evan. The short answer to your question is this. A birth mother who has signed away her child has no legal rights to that child. Of course, the moral and ethical implications of what you are insinuating is much more complicated than an email exchange can accurately account for. I would be happy to meet you for coffee to continue this discussion if you wish. Regards, Robert. Annotation. Kateri O., 19, Native American, high school diploma. Nearly bald, tattooed scalp, looks much younger than she is. Lonely. Mother knows. Father says he'll kill her. CPDD/CW 52M 4M 1W. Chapter 19. Jess trudged through the snow, following Max's footprints to the edge of the Chamberlains' yard. Their property backed onto a small copse of trees and a gully that trickled with water in the spring, but was otherwise dry and treacherous. In the fall, leaves gathered in the trough and disguised the indentation in the earth, and Jess had wrapped her boys' ankles on numerous occasions after they raced brazenly through the grove and twisted them. Beyond the trees, cornfields stretched as far as the eye could see. Though their neighborhood was the picture of suburbia, the Chamberlains lived on the very outskirts of town, and Jess dragged herself through the deep snow with a growing sense of urgency. There was nothing out there but wind and snow and a sweep of endless sky. Did Max have a death wish? Her son's footprints were 2 slim trenches, and Jess dragged her own boots through the uncertain path he had carved. Even though Max had paved the way, it was still tough going, a workout that made Jess hot beneath her heavy coat in spite of the freezing temperature. In minutes, she was the unique combination of sweaty and cold, and panic-stricken on top of it all. If her phone was ringing in her pocket, Jess would never hear it, but she was glad she had taken it with her all the same. She would stop at some point, maybe near the leaning fence that marked the edge of a farmer's field, and remove her gloves so she could check in with her dad. A part of her wondered if she should let him know that she found Max's trail, but they both knew that he was on foot. Jess had no doubt that her dad was circling the neighborhood, making his orbit wider and wider as he searched for his missing grandson. And that circuit would lead him to the gravel road and out of town. Max would hit the road eventually. He had to. The world was brittle and bright at times, but when a strand of wispy clouds crossed the moon, the night fell into long shadows. Jess hesitated for just a moment at the line of trees, but Max had plunged inside and so did she. Weaving through gnarled branches and fallen logs, Jess stumbled down the short ravine and nearly got stuck at the bottom. The snow was almost up to her waist here, and she had to use an ice-slick sapling to pull herself up and out. She was heaving by the time she cleared the grove, but Jess stumbled forward at an unexpectedly swift pace until she abruptly realized that Max's trail had ended. Jess stopped, gasping, and whipped around to see if she had missed something in her pursuit. But there was no way. The snow was fresh and unmarked, Max's carved escape route the only blemish in the otherwise unworldly white. Jess moaned, surprising herself with the sound. It was thin, agonized, and for some reason it made her think of Evan. He had been alone on a night like this, and it was enough to make her weep. But Jess couldn't think about Evan.
Her Max was everything right now, and 13-year-old boys didn't disappear into thin air. "Max?" Jess tried to shout, her voice reedy and weak beneath a universe of cold. "Max, are you here?" Her words were swallowed by the night. Jess choked on a sob and thrust her hand into her mouth so she could clamp down on her mitten. She bit her fingers so hard that she yelped, but the pain also brought her to her senses. Max's footprints were gone, but as she stood there on the verge of hysteria, she realized that though there were no longer runnels where his boots had hewn through the snow, the landscape was not the same. Yanking off her mitten with her teeth and letting it fall to the ground, Jess fumbled in her pocket for her cell phone. Her fingers were stiff, but she managed to locate the little icon that turned on her flashlight. In seconds, she had a narrow beam of bright light trained on the field before her. At the place where Max's footprints vanished, there was a smooth line in the snow. Beyond that, there was a thick band that had stamped a uniform pattern and then another smooth, straight line. The entire flat track sat above the snow in a way that Max's erratic progress simply couldn't. It was as if whatever had made the mark was suspended. A snowmobile. Max had been picked up by a snowmobile. The flashlight beam on her telephone didn't reach very far, but Jess could see that the snowmobile tracks ran east to west, or west to east. Back into town or leading away from it, she didn't know. But there was only one person Jessica knew who owned a snowmobile. Jess texted her father 2 words: "Home now." No caps, no punctuation, but it was the best she could do, given the circumstances. She would have called from the edge of the field, but she was trembling from head to toe and was afraid that she'd drop her phone in the snow and lose it beneath the frigid carpet. So she let her dad and Gabe know where she was headed and started back the way she had come, hoping and praying that her hunch was right. "Did you find him?" Henry asked, hurrying into the garage at almost the same moment that Jess stumbled through the back door. Gabe was in his arms, his cheek folded against his grandpa's broad shoulder. She shook her head, dislodging errant flakes that had shaken loose from tree branches and alighted in her hair. They landed on her nose, her eyelashes, and didn't melt. "No," Jess said, "but I think I know where he is." They didn't bother taking off their gear, but huddled in the mudroom while Jess dialed the number. The tension was palpable between them. Hope and fear pressed side by side as Jess put the phone on speaker and held it so that everyone could hear. It rang twice before Meredith picked up. "Hey, Jessica," she said. "What do you think of this snow?" It was as if they had never fought, but Jess could hardly remember that they had argued anyway. Everything paled in comparison to this. "Is Max with you?" "No." Gabe whimpered, and Jess tightened her grip on the phone. "He's gone, Mare. We can't find him, and—" "Wait a second," Meredith interrupted. "Jess, hang on. I think you may have misunderstood me. Max isn't with me right now, but I know where he is. He's with Todd." "Thank God," Henry breathed. Jess couldn't speak at all. "Do you mean to tell me that you didn't know?" Meredith's voice cracked. "No." Henry reached out and gently took the phone from Jessica. She had started shaking but put her arms out for Gabe so that she and her father could switch tasks. Gabe went willingly to his mother, wrapping his legs around Jess's waist and nuzzling his nose in her neck. She held him so tight she feared he'd pop. "He left without a word," Henry said. He had switched the speakerphone off and stepped out of his boots so that he could finish the conversation in the warmth of the living room. As Jess followed mindlessly in his wake, she heard him continue. "No,
No note. Nothing. Jessica is pretty shaken up.
Jess sank to the couch with Gabe still curled around her. He was uncharacteristically quiet, the tension of the last half hour pulling him taut as a cable. Sometimes he exploded in shouts and screams and bursts of frantic, nervous energy, and sometimes he tunneled in, becoming almost catatonic as his little mind shut out all stimulus. This reaction made Jess uneasy, but it was easier to cope with than the whirling dervish that Gabe sometimes transformed into.
They're bringing Max home,
Henry said, dropping onto the couch beside Jess. He set her phone on the coffee table in front of them and then laid his head back against the cushion. Rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands, he sighed. "Thank you," Jess managed. She wanted to say, "For helping with the driveway and for helping me look for Max," but words felt like altogether too much work.
"You have nothing to thank me for."
Henry gave her knee a warm squeeze. He was smiling, but Jess could tell her father was exhausted. "We're fine, Dad. You should head home. I'm sure Roy would like to have his truck back."
"Are you sure?"
"Positive." He gave her a skeptical look, but leaned in to give Gabe a kiss on the cheek. Pushing himself up from the couch, he said, "Meredith is bringing Max over as soon as he and Todd get back from snowmobiling. It shouldn't be long." "Was it Todd's idea or Max's?" Jess asked.
"Max's,"
her dad admitted after a heartbeat.
"Apparently he texted Todd asking for a ride. Todd and Meredith assumed you knew and approved."
Jess nodded once.
"It'll get better," he told her. "Don't be too hard on him. He's not thinking clearly."
"I know." After a moment, Henry added,
"He's not trying to hurt you."
But that was hard for Jessica to believe. When her father was gone, Jess stood up carefully and carried Gabe upstairs. He was dead weight in her arms, exhausted and emotionally drained, and she didn't even try to put him in his own bed. Instead, she carried him into her room and deposited him on Evan's side of what was now her ridiculously oversized king bed. Gabe would end up there anyway.
"Are you mad at Max?"
Gabe asked, as she pulled off his jeans and switched them out for the plaid pajama pants that he had left crumpled on her floor. Normally he'd fuss and insist on the football pants, but he was tired and his skin was still clammy to the touch. He didn't complain. "Yes," Jess said. Lying wouldn't do her any good. Gabe struggled in some areas, but spotting a falsehood was not one of them. He seemed to know her inside and out.
"Why?"
"Why do you think?"
"Because he ran away."
Jess sighed. "Max didn't run away, but he left without telling me where he was going."
"He always does that."
Gabe put up his arms to let Jess pull his sweatshirt over his head. She patted the pillow and, when he settled in, pulled the comforter up to his chin. "Tonight was different," Jess said. "It's dark and cold. We just had a big storm. Do you think it was smart of Max to disappear like that?" Gabe shook his head gravely, dark eyes fixed on her.
"It wasn't very nice, either."
"No, it was really rather awful."
"I'm sorry,"
Gabe said. He sat up and wrapped his arms around her neck, squeezing her close. "Thanks, buddy." Jess stayed with him for a few minutes, rubbing soft circles on his bare back until he went completely still. Gabe wasn't asleep, not quite, but close enough. She kissed his temple, inhaling his sweet little boy scent, and snuck out of the room on tiptoe. On the landing, Jess realized that she had forgotten to make him brush his teeth or even go to the bathroom. but she couldn't force herself to care. The house seemed unnaturally still after the drama of earlier. There were blankets strewn all over the floor and half hanging off the couch. Max and Gabe had left plates on the end tables, mugs with an inch or two of sludgy hot cocoa on the mantel. Evidence of their snow day littered the entire living room, but at least one thing was as it should be. The fire log that Henry had started in the fireplace was crackling merrily. The cheerful orange flames didn't match her mood, but Jess was grateful for the warmth. She opened the glass doors and cautiously added 2 split logs. Almost immediately, the frayed edges of wood began to glow. Jess had the house set in order by the time a car pulled into her driveway. She could hear the slam of doors and, after a few seconds, the creak of the garage door opening. Neither Max nor Meredith said a word as they slipped off their shoes and came into the living room. Jess was leaning against the dining room table, watching them as they entered her space. Max had his hands stuffed in the deep pockets of his gray joggers, and he refused to look at her. But he walked right past her on his way to the stairs and paused long enough to give her a tepid, one-armed hug. "Sorry," he muttered. "We'll talk later," she said. "Go get ready for bed." He didn't argue, even though it was just 9 o'clock and bedtime was one of his favorite quarrels. When Max was out of earshot, Jess turned her attention to Meredith. Her friend stood there, hair pulled back in a messy ponytail and eyes tired behind her glasses. They were slipping down her nose, but Meredith didn't try to right them or wipe the look of abject regret off her face. "I am so sorry," Meredith finally said. "I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am." "It's not your fault." But Jess didn't make a move to welcome Meredith in or ease her discomfort in any way. "I should have asked," Meredith said. "I should have checked with you." Things aren't always as cut and dry as they seem, are they? Jess stared until Meredith gave a heavy sigh. "You're right." Meredith took a few steps toward her. "Life is messy." Jess's arms were crossed over her chest, but when Meredith reached out, she let her friend hug her. "I'm sorry," Meredith said again. "About tonight, and about not defending you the way I should have. You're an excellent mom, the best. I know that, and I should have shut down anyone who tried to say otherwise." "Yes, you should have." Jess pulled away and headed toward the kitchen. She was still angry and needed some time to cool down, but she was grateful that Meredith was willing to apologize. It was a start. "Would you like a drink?" Her kids were both home safe and sound, and although she had to work in the morning, she knew a glass of wine would help her find sleep, hopefully. "I can't," Meredith said, but she followed Jess into the kitchen anyway. "I have to get home, but you should definitely have one. No, have 2. There was a bottle of red uncorked on the counter. Jess snagged a wine glass from the cupboard and poured herself a tiny amount. A few sips couldn't hurt. Leaning against the sink, she took a sip and hung her head, rotating it slowly from side to side in an effort to work out the kinks. "I'm getting you a massage for Christmas," Meredith said. "I'd prefer a beach vacation." "Maui." Meredith closed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. "Santorini." "How about Bora Bora?" Meredith laughed a little. "Can I come?" "I'm not going alone." Jess took a swig. "But I highly doubt a tropical beach is in my future." "Hey, someday." Meredith looked concerned. "This is a stage, okay? A season. I've got your back. You'll get through this." Jess wasn't so sure. But if there was anything that she had learned in the last couple of days, it was that she couldn't continue letting life happen to her. Jess knew what she had to do, but she wasn't sure if she wanted Meredith to be a part of it or not. "Do you have plans for Thanksgiving?" Meredith asked when the silence became strained. Jess was glad that she was looking at the floor instead of at Meredith. Surely the surprise on her face said it all. She had forgotten about Thanksgiving entirely. But it was this week, of course, in just a couple of days. "My dad and Anna are serving a meal at the nursing home," Jess said, composing herself. "They've done that for a few years now. Evan and I always had a little celebration with just the four of us. And Bradford. Evan picked up his father and doted on him in the most tender way. Jess remembered wishing that he would shower her with that sort of affection. But none of that mattered now. "Come to our house." Meredith touched Jess's shoulder to make her look up. "We'd love to have you, seriously. It's just going to be us and Todd's sister's family. They have 2 kids in college." Jess was already shaking her head. "No, thanks." "I insist." Meredith was already heading toward the door, clearly determined not to take no for an answer. Jess knew that it was her way of apologizing, of doing penance for the pain she had caused. Fine. Jess wouldn't win, and there was no point in trying. "What do you want me to bring?" "Absolutely nothing. A healthy appetite and your gorgeous kids." If she was laying it on a bit thick, Meredith didn't seem to notice. She was obviously utterly taken with the thought of making up for her shortcomings with something as tangible as a feast. "Okay," Jess said, lifting her wine to her lips yet again. It was gone, and she set her empty glass on the dining room table a little self-consciously. "Thanks for bringing Max home." Meredith tiptoed over the carpet in her shoes and pulled Jess into a quick hug. "Thank you for forgiving me." Jess smiled, but she hadn't done any such thing. Not yet. And whether or not she found it in her heart to forgive Meredith at all depended on how her friend responded to Jess's plan. "I'm going to need your help," Jess said. The demand was out of the blue, a gauntlet thrown in the midst of what had somehow become a cheerful reunion. Jess knew she was messing that up, but she didn't care. "I know you think I'm crazy, but there's more to Evan's death than meets the eyes." She studied Meredith, waiting for a reaction that didn't come. "Okay." Meredith's expression looked deliberately blank. Jess wasn't sure what to make of it, but she pressed on. "He was keeping a file. I'm going to find it." Meredith nodded. There was a hitch in the movement, a hint of skepticism. All the same, she said, "Of course. Whatever it takes." An article from stolenatbirth.com homepage. The truth about adoption is far more complicated than people imagine. While the baby scoop era of the 50s, 60s, and 70s is considered to be behind us, the fact remains that adoption is a flawed system and a for-profit industry. As such, it becomes evident that, like any commodity, demand informs production. This creates a dynamic in which the transfer of parental rights can be assigned a price tag. To assume that all adoption is the result of a benevolent desire to protect children from foster care, institutionalization, or abuse is naive at best and deliberately ignorant at worst. It is important that we shed light on unethical and inhumane practices so that we can make positive changes for the benefit of all parties involved in adoption. Coercion is the simplest, most extensive tool used in forced adoptions. Shady practices and misleading information can result in the separation of children from their birth parents, even when giving up the child for adoption is not the birth parent's first choice. Some birth parents do not have the financial means to battle adoption agencies in the courts of law. Others do not have the resources to overcome the insurmountable pressure to give up or revoke their parental rights. They are taken advantage of, fed false information, and pitted against one another as the industry seeks to line their pockets and feed the adoption machine. Cultural views of adoption further undergird the narrative that unwanted children are rescued from the gutter and placed in loving homes. And while many adoptive families may have no idea about the dark underside of adoption, they willingly accept that adoption is always in the best interest of a child. We must advocate for birth parents, provide the necessary counseling, support, and information so that they are empowered to make well-informed choices. We seek truth in difficult circumstances and fight for children to remain within their families of origin whenever possible. We believe in reunification and the sovereignty of birth parents as they make decisions that will impact their children and themselves for generations to come. We seek truth and justice and whole, healthy families. Annotation. Angel P., 27, African American, high school diploma. Chin-length natural hair, twists, morbidly obese. Kind, maternal, beloved. Friend knows. CWIK 49M 2YPP. Chapter 20. School the next day was a free-for-all. The buses ran late because of the snow and ice, and kids filtered into school high on excitement and the promise of a short week.
Only a day and a half,
Dayton Cummings, one of Jess's favorite seniors, said when he threw his backpack down on his desk before first period.
That's just over 10 hours of school. I don't even know why we bothered this week.
Jess gave him a rueful smile, but she felt the same way. She would have happily abandoned her lesson plans and strict schedule for the freedom of more time to research. After Meredith had left the night before, Jess had gone upstairs to do more internet stalking. Max had been in his room when she checked on him, and for once he didn't pull away when she cupped his face and kissed his forehead. He wasn't quite contrite, but he clearly felt bad for causing such a fuss. "You scared me," she said. "Please don't ever do anything like that again." He nodded, and she caught a whiff of his freshly washed hair. Cedar and sage and essence of Max. His nod wasn't an apology, but it was a good place to start. It was easy for Jess to forgive him, if only because she was so grateful for the way he let her hold him close for just a moment. Gabe was already curled up in her bed, exhausted from playing in the snow and staying up past his bedtime. Jess kissed him too, then pulled the blankets up to his chin and sat beside him with her laptop on her thighs as she clicked every possible tab on the James Rosenberg Law website. She knew that family law was mostly divorce-related, but she couldn't believe that Evan had been looking into legal action without at least talking to her. He was distracted, not heartless. Besides, the website proclaimed that Rosenberg Law specialized in matters of domestic violence, juvenile delinquency, and child abuse. Jess had shut her computer with a quiet click. Child abuse. What was she supposed to do with that? Leave it alone. The 3 words on the back of the business card were unmistakably Evan's handwriting. Had he left a message for her? Jess just didn't know. But no matter Evan's intent, the note didn't deter her. Jess's life had always been dedicated to her boys, but they needed her now in a way that she never could have anticipated. She would fight for them. Jess slid the laptop onto her bedside stand and curled herself around Gabe, kissing the warm nape of his neck. He didn't stir, so she held him tight, whispering prayers of protection over the sweet son in her arms and the one down the hall, too. Now, surrounded by energetic teenagers and struggling to follow an obsolete lesson plan, Jess realized what her next step had to be. She had to take the keys Deputy Mullen had given her and go through Evan's townhouse. It was the last thing she wanted to do, but she knew that the file she sought was most likely hidden there, or sitting right out in the open. What reason did he have to hide anything in his own home? Surely Evan's computer was there too, and though it would be password protected like his phone, Jess felt certain she could crack the code. She just hadn't been able to muster up the courage until now. Evan's townhouse was a graveyard, a monument to their failed relationship, the horrifying truth that she would never have a chance to make everything right again. Jess just couldn't bring herself to face it until now. Tomorrow, she told herself. Today, Jess had another path to take, and it led her straight to Luke Tucker. All through the first few periods of the morning, Jess taught with a measure of her focus on Luke. She rehearsed what she would say and how she would say it. His imagined responses were varied and entirely unpredictable. Jess had no idea how Luke saw her. A pathetic middle-aged woman who had just lost her husband? A non-issue? A co-worker he respected? Jess doubted very much that the final possibility was true. But by the time she found him in the teacher's lounge during lunch, it didn't really matter. She was ready. The offices at Auburn High had been redesigned in the last couple of years, and the teacher's lounge was a haven. Jess didn't usually frequent the bright, relaxing space, but when she had a reason to darken the door, she was struck by how incongruent the room was with her preconceived ideas of what a public school faculty lounge should look like. There was a plethora of windows and soothing colors on the wall. The tables were all rustic wood in a high, glossy varnish, and the chairs were curved and comfortable. An industrial-sized stainless steel refrigerator hummed in one corner, and several overstuffed armchairs were curled around low, round tables. Luke Tucker was ensconced in one of the overstuffed chairs, cupping a mug of what Jess assumed was soup. He dipped his spoon in and blew across the steamy surface as he chatted with Vincent Porter, one of the history teachers. "Mind if I join you?" Jess asked, walking over. Her own boldness was a shock, as electric and thrilling as a dare, and she wavered just a little as she claimed the chair opposite them. "Of course not." Luke was the first to speak, and he welcomed her warmly, even though his gaze registered something close to shock that the staff loner had deigned to join them. But he smiled just the same. "Good to see you," Vincent said, moving a stack of books that he had apparently dumped in the middle of the table. "It's been a while, Jessica." What could she say? They all knew why she had been gone, and they could guess why she now avoided her co-workers like the plague. But here she was, sitting across from a pair of them and attempting a self-deprecating smile. "The kids are crazy today," she said by way of explanation. "I had to escape." This made perfect sense, and the two men sat back laughing. "Tell me about it." Luke shook his head. "Today is a complete write-off, and why they're making us come back tomorrow is beyond me. We won't accomplish a single thing." "You sound like every student who entered my classroom today." Vincent took a bite of his wrap, and a dollop of what looked like ranch dressing oozed out the end and plopped on the paper plate he was holding. Jess was reminded of why she often spent her lunch breaks alone. They talked about workload and the upcoming Thanksgiving break with a bit of school gossip thrown in. It seemed the teachers were just as checked out as the students were. No one much wanted to be at Auburn High for the few required hours this week. Jess mostly listened and bided her time. When Luke stood up and stretched, Jess casually picked up her own wrappers and mug.
"I'm giving a pop quiz," Luke said with a bit of a glint in his eye. "I'd better go polish my armor."
"You're going to need it,"
Vincent laughed. As an afterthought, he added,
"It was nice to see you, Jessica. I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving."
"Thanks," Jess said. Though she had barely said 2 words since she sat down, she wasn't much up for conversation. "Happy Thanksgiving to you, too." Then she took off in the direction that Luke had gone, reaching the sink only seconds after he left it and quickly rinsing her mug. She tossed the wrapper of her granola bar in the garbage can and hurried after her trendy coworker. If another teacher tried to catch her eye, Jess plowed on determinedly, and no one attempted to stop her. "Luke," Jess called. "Wait up." He was already halfway down the hallway, his long legs making short work of the distance to his room. His classroom in the math and science hall was on the opposite side of the building from Jess's, so there was really no way for her to casually bump into him alone. She had no choice but to follow him, to make a point of the conversation that she both wanted to have and dreaded. Jess had never been good at confrontation, and by the time she caught up with Luke, she was as winded as if she had run a race. Her heart beat high and fast in her throat, and she could feel her cheeks flaming.
"You okay, Jessica?"
His gaze washed over her, and he reached out a hand, concerned. But Jess took a step back. "I'm fine. I need to talk to you."
"Okay,"
Luke said.
"How about my room?"
The hallway was mostly empty, the majority of the kids no doubt clustered in the lunchroom, or watching the intramural volleyball game championship that was supposed to happen yesterday. It wasn't a big deal, but there was much hoopla surrounding the event anyway, and Jess was grateful that there were only 2 kids sitting at the very end of the long hallway. They were cross-legged on the floor, textbooks spread across their laps. They didn't pay an ounce of attention to Jess and Luke. "It won't take long," Jess said, straightening her shoulders.
"Sure."
Luke glanced at the students, then shifted a little so that his back was to them. He crossed his arms over his chest in a motion that seemed wary and that only added fuel to Jess's fire. "I can't believe you did that," she said without preamble. The depth of her own anger surprised her. Her voice trembled just a bit, but Jess found that she was able to do this, to confront someone, and it felt good. "The next time you have a problem with me, you can talk to me about it, okay?" Luke's eyebrows knit together, and his arms seemed to drop from their protective posture of their own accord. One side of his mouth curved up a bit as he said,
"Excuse me? I have no idea what you're talking about."
"I know it was you." Jess barely stopped herself from rolling her eyes. "How dare you judge me? You're not a parent. You don't know." The moment the words were out of her mouth, Jessica realized that she didn't really know anything about Luke Tucker at all. Maybe he was a parent. Suddenly she could picture him with a petite wife, the sort of woman who would wear boho dresses and leggings with sparkly toms. Their baby would use only cloth diapers and have long hair that required everyone who met him to wonder if he was a boy or a girl.
"I'm not sure how my parental status is relevant,"
Luke said, no mention of a wife or child.
"But I still have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm not a fan of being accused of something I can't even defend myself from."
He turned on his heel and walked the short distance to his classroom without a backward glance. Jess felt a surge of fury. How dare he walk away from her? She rushed after him, but his classroom appeared to be empty. She spun to find Luke standing behind her with his hand on the door. He shut it softly.
I thought we might like to continue this conversation in private, he said. The last thing we need is to be grist for the school gossip mill.
Luke leaned against the door and stuck his hands in the front pockets of his black jeans. He arched one eyebrow at her, but his expression was warm, inviting.
Can you please explain to me what you're so upset about?
Luke left her off balance somehow. He was too nice, too understanding in the face of her obvious anger. His kindness took the wind out of her sails almost immediately. Jess sagged a bit, pulling the sleeves of her sweater down over her palms in an act of comfort, of self-defense. "You called Meredith," she said with less vim than only a few minutes ago.
Meredith who?
"Bailey," Jess said. All at once she saw herself through his eyes. She did indeed look crazy. "Meredith Bailey is Jaden's mom. She volunteers here sometimes. I thought you knew her. I thought—"
Hey.
Luke flashed her a grin.
Sounds like a misunderstanding. No worries. What did you think I told Jaden's mom?
Forget it. Jess put her face in her hands and took a deep breath. "I'm so sorry. I just made a complete fool of myself, and I think I'm going to slink off into oblivion now." She tried to move past him, but Luke stopped her with a hand on her arm. He touched her lightly, momentarily, and then just as quickly as she registered the weight of his fingers, they were gone.
Are you okay?
Luke asked. "I'm fine," Jess said quickly. Too quickly, but Luke didn't press her.
For what it's worth, I'm really sorry about everything, he said. I can't imagine how hard all of this has been for you.
Luke was wearing a tie, and Jess found herself staring at the uneven knot because she couldn't bring herself to look at his face. The tie was crooked a bit, and not quite tight enough. She wanted to reach out and straighten it, pull the dark blue fabric taut and fix the sagging triangle. But that was, of course, utterly ridiculous. She surprised herself by speaking to his chest. "I thought you reported me for leaving my kids at the basketball game, and for picking up Gabe after I'd had a drink." His laugh was rich and unexpected.
Are you kidding me? He said. I used to be a lifeguard, and parents would drop their kids off at the pool for hours at a time. I think Gabe was just fine with his big brother for a few minutes.
I thought so too. Jess looked up and found him staring at her, a smile playing at his lips. But I had been drinking.
Last I checked, you were a grown-up, Luke said. You're allowed to have an alcoholic beverage.
Jess wouldn't have been surprised if he winked at her, but she didn't care. She felt validated, normal for the first time in a long time.
Look, I'm sorry I teased you, but I swear I didn't mean anything by it. And I'm no narc.
Luke tugged at the end of his tie, making it even more lopsided. He pressed his lips together for a moment, thoughtful.
Do you mind if I ask what exactly it is you thought I told her?
Jess paused for a moment, but Luke was disconcertingly easy to confide in. That I was an unfit mother. The words were off her tongue before Jess could fully consider the consequences. Luke stared.
That's insane.
Jess shrugged. It's okay. Meredith understands.
No, Jessica, that's crazy. I can't believe someone would do that.
Luke pushed away from the door and put his hands on his hips. His eyes had clouded over, his expression hardened. I'll figure it out, Jess assured him. I think I'm making too much of it. Luke quirked an eyebrow at her.
Meredith Bailey is a social worker, isn't she? I thought she worked for the Child Advocacy Center.
She's an independent home study provider and adoption facilitator, Jess said.
A mandatory reporter.
Luke nodded.
That's malicious. To seek out a social worker like that? It's cold.
Jess agreed, and that's exactly why she had sought Luke out in the first place. Do you think someone is trying to... She couldn't finish the thought. Luke studied her for a moment, obviously struggling to strike the right balance. He didn't want to ignite an already incendiary situation, but whoever called Meredith had made a bold move.
I don't know, he said eventually, but I'd want to figure out who reported you and why.
I'm sorry I accused you, Jess said.
I would have done the same thing.
The school bell shrieked overhead, announcing the end of lunch and the 5-minute window for students to gather their books and make their way to class. Jess winced a little. At the sound or at the implications of yet another unanswered question, she wasn't sure herself. But she gave Luke a wan smile. He seemed to want to say more, but thinking better of it, he reached for the door. Swinging it open for her, he said,
I know this sounds a bit nuts, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I mean it.
Jess believed that he did, but she doubted she'd be calling up Luke Tucker anytime soon. Thanks.
I hope the rest of your day looks up, he said, and I hope you figure out who the informant is.
Jess laughed, but it was dry and short-lived. I think I've proven my deductive powers are feeble at best.
It's a pretty serious accusation. I think I'd keep hunting if I were you.
Jess lifted a shoulder, hoping to appear nonchalant, but a chill tickled the nape of her neck. Luke didn't realize the power of his words, the way her skin rippled with something akin to horror at the realization that this was indeed a hunt. She just didn't know if she was the hunter or the hunted. A conversation on the Lost Mama's message board, a place for birth moms who've lost a child through coercion, intimidation, manipulation, or worse. We advocate and fight for one another and vent. The River Wild.
Hey, have any of you been contacted by some guy named Evan Chamberlain? He's a doctor. I looked him up. He's legit. He was asking questions about a girl who committed suicide at Eagle Ridge. At Viv87. Do you remember Lashana Tate?
Viv87.
At the River Wild? You nuts! I'm not talking to no one. How did he find you?
The River Wild.
At Viv87. Eagle Ridge Facebook page. I left a comment on a pic.
Viv87.
At the River Wild, stalker.
Mariah Not Carey.
At Viv87. Nobody said you had to talk. At the River Wild. What's his angle? Are you talking?
The River Wild.
At Mariah Not Carey. Yeah, a little. He wants to know what happened to her baby. Says Lashana told him she was going to parent, but the next thing he knew, she was gone. I didn't tell him this, but she was messed up when she came back. Hung herself with a sheet.
Lisa Lynn.
At the River Wild. And the baby?
The River Wild.
At Lisa Lynn. Initium novum.
BBG.
Of course.
The River Wild.
At BBG. So do I tell him about lost mamas?
BBG.
At the River Wild. Isn't that the point of all this? Raising awareness and exposing the corruption and finding our babies? Hell yeah, you tell him.
Annotation. Elizabeth N., 33, Caucasian, 6th grade ed. Spiked hair, dyed purple at the tips, active, restless, ADHD? Boyfriend knows. PROST, 78M, 11M, PP. Chapter 21. I need to see Dr. Sanderson today. Jess clutched the telephone to her ear and turned away from her students. She had assigned them 10 minutes of silent reading, a story that she had picked almost at random only seconds before they walked through her classroom door. The story of an hour, which was an odd choice to say the least. Even as she instructed them to turn to the page in their textbooks where they would find it, she felt a prick of conscience. A dead husband, a grieving wife. Freedom was something she hadn't considered in any of this. Jess wanted answers. She wanted the truth. I'm sorry, Mrs. Chamberlain, but Dr. Sanderson doesn't have any available appointments today. Jess could hear another phone line ringing in the background. She had no doubt that the clinic was booked solid today. Overbooked, if she knew anything about the way Auburn Family Medicine ran their practice. It was hard for people who cared so much about their patients to turn anyone away, especially so close to a major holiday. What time does the clinic close tonight? Jess asked, trying another tactic. There are no appointments scheduled after 4:45. Of course, Jess knew what that meant. After the backlog of a busy day, the final few appointments that had been scheduled for late afternoon would finally trickle into the examination rooms well after 5 o'clock. And the clinic staff might make it to their cars by 6, if they were lucky. Thank you, Jess said. Would you like to make an appointment for tomorrow? There are only a couple left. No thanks. Jess was already pulling the phone away from her ear. Happy Thanksgiving, she said, in the last second before she clicked off her phone. You feeling okay, Mrs. Chamberlain? One of Jess's students whispered from the row closest to her desk. Because you should go home if you're sick. I'm fine, Kaden. Jess stuck her cell phone in the top drawer of her desk and grabbed the textbook that her students were currently reading out of. We don't want to get sick, someone else chimed in. I mean, if you need to go home, we can handle things here. A few chuckles lit up the room. Jess could feel their energy. It was thick and charged, sparking between the desks and the 20-some teenagers, with their auras of Axe body spray and candy-scented lotion. The whole room seemed like it would spontaneously combust on the weight of a single word. I'm beyond fine, Jess assured them. Healthy as a horse. Who says horses are healthy? And just like that, the tenuous silence evaporated. Books were slammed closed as her students erupted in laughter. It didn't take much. It was obvious that no one was capable of having a meaningful discussion, so Jess separated them into groups and had them work on alternate endings to the short story. They groaned, but it was imaginative busy work. Only Jess was captivated by the prospect of rewriting the ending of a story gone horribly awry. When school was over, Jess picked up her boys earlier than normal and headed into town. Where are we going? Gabe wondered, the prospect of an outing delighting him. Home, Max said. I have homework. Really? Jess gave her son a sidelong glance. Who assigned homework when there's only half a day tomorrow? Max said something unintelligible and began dragging his finger through the steam that was collecting on the passenger side window. Usually that drove Jess crazy. She couldn't stand fingerprints on her windows. But she held her tongue. She had to choose her battles, and this was not going to be one of them. I have to make a quick stop before we go home, Jess said, directing her answer toward the back seat and Gabe. It won't take long, I promise. Just drop us off, Max complained. I'm not leaving you alone. Max shot her a furtive glance beneath a fringe of blonde hair that Jess realized was getting too long. But she was far more concerned with the look in his eyes. Knowing? Guilty? She couldn't quite decide, but he didn't press her any more about dropping them off before attending to her errand. Later, Jess told herself. I'll deal with him later. The afternoon sun was blinding, glinting off the snow like cold steel. It glared, hard and unmoving, as Jess navigated the ice-packed streets. Even wearing sunglasses, she had to squint, but the brightness was misleading. It was so cold that a crust had formed over the newly fallen snow, a crisp layer of frost that snapped when she drove over a section that the snowplows hadn't fully cleared. The crunch beneath her tires was unsettlingly violent. Jess turned into the Baumgars parking lot and pulled up to a squat little coffee hut that was situated near the entrance. When the ice fishing cabin turned coffee drive-through first appeared in Auburn, Jess had scoffed at it. But the coffee hut had good coffee and even better hot chocolate. It was mildly peppermint-flavored and topped with an extravagant swirl of whipped cream. She hoped it would appease her boys. By the time she dragged them into Promise adoption, Gabe was humming happily, a creamy mustache smeared across his upper lip. Max wasn't as mollified, but he followed willingly enough, his hot cocoa in one hand and a math textbook in the other. You can wait here, Jess said, motioning to the plush seats. Someone had put up Christmas decorations since the last time she was here, and a skinny artificial tree with white lights and silver decorations twinkled coolly in the corner. Max flopped down in the nearest chair with no regard to where it was or which direction it was facing. Gabe found the kids' table almost immediately and set to work on the puzzle that remained exactly as it had been when she saw it weeks ago. I'll be back in a few minutes, Jess said, dropping a kiss on the top of his head. He smelled of the coconut oil she had smoothed in that morning. Don't tip this over. She tapped the lid of his drink gently and gave him a warning look. I won't. But his words were rote. He wasn't paying attention to her. And Max? When he looked up, Jess continued. Keep an eye on your brother. He nodded once. Good enough. Though Samantha had undoubtedly watched the entire exchange, when Jessica approached the tall receptionist desk, Samantha greeted her as though she had just walked in the door. Hello, Mrs. Chamberlain. Jess wasn't quite sure where to stand. The desk was more of a counter, really, curved and long, and recently festooned with an artificial garland that was twined with sparkly ribbon and tiny clear glass baubles. It was impossible to get close, so Jess hovered nearby. Thanks for squeezing me in on short notice, she said. I have just a bit of paperwork for you to sign before I take you back to see Anthony. Samantha pushed her dark hair behind her ear and held out a clipboard. Thank you. Jess accepted it graciously, but the lovely receptionist wasn't nearly as warm as she had been the first time Jessica came in. Samantha pulled up the corners of her mouth in the likeness of a smile, obviously leery of the woman who had breezed into her office demanding answers not so long ago. Good thing Jess had made an appointment this time. She took the clipboard to the nearest chair because the decorations made it impossible to get close enough to write on the counter. Samantha had implied that there was an assortment of paperwork, but when Jess took a look at what she had been given, she found it was just a single sheet. In fact, it was a sheet that she recognized. When she and Evan had adopted Gabe, they had signed a consent to communication form, which was actually a consent to non-communication, or communication through an intermediary. Promise Adoption held their papers and acted as a post office of sorts. But the only way their sealed papers could be released was through a court injunction. Jess wasn't sure what she was signing now, but a quick scan of the 2 short paragraphs told her all she needed to know. Just as she asked, Anthony was petitioning to open the file and reverse the communication consent form they had agreed to over 6 years ago. All he needed was her signature proclaiming that this was what she wanted too. Jess glanced over at Gabe, pen poised in her hand. The tears that sprang to her eyes were hot and sudden, an overflow of the love and anger and despair and hope that were fierce and full in her chest. He was as much a part of her as her own breath, but she knew that strangers would never peg him as her son. Dark-haired and brown-eyed, he looked absolutely nothing like her, and their differences were more than skin-deep. Love wins, Jess told herself. She wanted to believe it. She wanted to trust that this was only a part of their story, a bump in the road that would fade in the rear view with time and perspective. But she wasn't so sure. Jessica signed the paper anyway. Samantha led her back to Anthony's office, clipboard in hand. "Anthony," she said cheerfully, rapping on the door, "your 4 o'clock is here." With more grace than Samantha had mustered, Anthony rose from behind his desk and came to give Jessica a hug. She tried not to stiffen in his unwanted embrace.
"It's good to see you again,"
Anthony said, taking the clipboard from Samantha and wordlessly dismissing her.
"What about all this snow?"
Jess wasn't in the mood for small talk, but she let him have his way as he sorted and resorted papers at his desk and chatted about the weather and the snow that had blanketed Auburn in white. Anthony's kids were ecstatic about an unexpected day off school, and Jess was tempted to ask him if they were biological or adopted. The distinction had never mattered to her before. Her kids were her kids. But she wondered if Anthony Bartels got it, or if this was just a job.
"Well,"
he finally said, heaving a sigh and placing both of his hands palm down on a nondescript manila file.
"After we talked a few weeks ago, I looked more deeply into your case."
Jess tried to nod, but her head just gave a jerky bob.
"The paper you signed was a request to open Gabe's file. It's hard to tell what the judge will do, especially if only one party is petitioning for a reversal. But I did some digging, and there is more information that I can share with you."
"Thank you," Jess whispered. She didn't want to be as affected as she was, but it was hard not to feel like a piece of the puzzle was hovering just outside her grasp, or rather, on the desk in front of Anthony, and she hadn't decided if she could trust him or not.
"Your non-communication clause was not legally binding," he said. "It was just a good-faith agreement between 2 parties who wanted the same thing. There was no contention and no reason to make it legal or official. As I understand it, you were both, adoptive family and birth family, open to dialogue at some later point."
Jess didn't really remember that part of the adoption process, but then Evan had handled most of the details. She was in charge of preparing their home and family for a new addition, and Evan handled the paperwork. He was a task-oriented perfectionist who actually enjoyed those sorts of things. Jess had bought a crib set with little trains and read every book she could get her hands on about bonding and attachment and parenting a child from a hard place. She wondered what else she had missed.
"So," Anthony said, opening the file, "turns out I can share some things with you."
"What sorts of things?"
"Our log."
He lifted a sheet from the folder and handed it across the desk to Jess.
"We record every time a document is added or removed from a communication file. The record includes time, date, and the person who added it or removed it."
Jess looked at the paper in her hand. It wasn't a very long record, just 6 entries in all, seemingly dated in pairs. June mostly, a couple in July. The same name was listed after every memo.
Our former secretary, Anthony said, anticipating her question.
But you don't have the letters? Jess already knew what he would say, but she had to ask anyway. Anthony shook his head.
We don't make copies.
Okay.
There's more.
Anthony took the next sheet of paper.
In the state of Iowa, a birth mother can sign a consent form authorizing the state to provide the child with her name, last known address, and last known telephone number, should the child request that information when he or she reaches an age of majority. We don't have a copy of the form, of course, but our records indicate that Gabriel's birth mom signed it.
I don't understand. Gabe's not 18.
Yes, but this will help all the same. It proves that Gabe's birth mother was open to contact, that she wanted her information to be available.
Jess realized she was biting her bottom lip and stopped. It was warm and swollen where she had been worrying it. Is there anything else?
Only this.
Anthony held up a standard-sized envelope. There was a stamp in the corner that was smudged with the faint blue lines of a cancellation mark and a pair of addresses that were too small for Jessica to read.
Promise Adoption owes you an apology,
Anthony said. He ground his jaw, and a tendon popped near his ear. Above his beard, his cheeks were as smooth as a child's.
As far as I can recall, this has never happened before.
What's never happened before? Jess's stomach twisted in anticipation.
Apparently, we lost a letter. Samantha found this when she was pulling your file. It's kind of amazing that she discovered it at all. She was wearing a bracelet, and it slipped off and dropped into the filing cabinet. If she hadn't gone fishing for her bracelet, she would never have found the letter.
Jess's heart stuttered. Is it from her? Anthony shrugged, but held out the letter for her to take.
We don't open the letters, Jessica. We just deliver them. I'm sorry that this one is being delivered so late.
He pushed back from the desk and gave Jess a thin-lipped smile.
Maybe this is a good thing?
Jess wasn't sure what to say.
I'm going to give you a few minutes.
Anthony clasped her shoulder for a second before he left the office. It was fortifying and apologetic and maybe a little pitying, but all Jessica felt was confused. He shut the door quietly behind him, and she found herself alone with a letter clutched in her hands. Jessica turned it over and studied it from every angle, running her fingers along the edges and smoothing her thumb over the address that was neatly printed in the upper left-hand corner. There was no name over the house number and street, but it had originated from St. Paul. That was something. Jess held the thought carefully. Gabe's birth mom had lived in St. Paul. It was the first thing she learned about her. In some ways, Jess knew that sliding her finger beneath the seal was the beginning of the end. She could never again pretend to not know. She could no longer be disconnected from the woman who had given her a son. But in other ways, it was an open door, a fresh start. Truth, after years of pretending that everything was as it should be when it wasn't. Opening the letter was a declaration, a commitment. Jess worked her thumb into a gap near the corner and ripped. April 13th, 2017. Dear Gabriel Allen, happy birthday to you. You're 5 years old today, buddy. I can hardly believe it. Of course, you won't read this letter until you're 18, if you even read it at all. But know that today I am celebrating you. Chocolate cake, my favorite, maybe it's yours too, and 5 red candles. When I blew them out, I made a wish for you. Don't even ask. It's a secret. Winking smiley face. I have a confession to make. I saw you yesterday. I promised myself a long time ago that I would never bother you, that I would let you make the choice someday about whether or not you want to be a part of my life. But it's been a hard promise to keep. Your mama doesn't want me around, and honey, I don't blame her. She doesn't know me, she doesn't trust me. And yet, I've always secretly hoped that one day she would realize that there's room for both, that we both love you. Two mamas doesn't sound so bad, does it? I have to tell you something. I went to your house. Yes, I know where you live, and no, I'm not going to tell you how I know. It's a long story, but I promise I'm not a weirdo and I wasn't stalking you. I just wanted to see you, maybe even say hi. I thought that I could ring the doorbell and ask for directions or something. You don't know who I am. She doesn't know who I am. It would be so easy to tell a little white lie and see your face. But when I pulled down your street, I saw you. I'm sure you don't remember this, but it was really warm yesterday. Warm for April, anyway. And though there were still patches of snow on the front lawn, you were riding your bike in a t-shirt. Your bike is red. That's why I bought red candles. And it doesn't have training wheels, or any pedals for that matter. You were pushing yourself along, running, really, and laughing like the world was filled with everything good. I pulled over and watched you for a while. It was hard to tell at a distance, but it looks to me like you got your Grandpa Andrew's nose, and your coloring is all mine. You're golden, Gabriel. I wanted to step out of the car, but just as I grabbed the door handle, your big brother came outside. He's handsome, kiddo. Tall and blonde, and kind of like a boy in a music video I used to love. He saw you on your bike and got this wild little smile on his face. When he started chasing you, you screamed and went as fast as you could, but he caught you anyway and grabbed you beneath the arm so he could spin you round and round. The bike fell, but you didn't care. You were both giggling so hard. And then he put you down and rubbed his knuckles against your hair, just like a brother should. He loves you. I hope you know that. I'm sure you fight. If you're like my brothers, you fight all the time. But you can't fake the way he looked at you, the way his hand fell so easily against your dark head. It was pretty amazing to see. Your mama came outside right after that. She had car keys in one hand and shin guards in the other. I think it's amazing that you play soccer. Guess what, buddy? Me too. I guess that's something you got from me. You went running and grabbed those shin guards so fast. She smoothed your hair and gave you a quick kiss, and then you were all in the car backing out of the driveway. Your mama waved to me in the rearview mirror, and I waved back. You have such a beautiful life, Gabriel. It makes me really proud that I was strong enough to let you go. And now when I think about you, I can picture you in that place, surrounded by love, a part of a family. Your mama is beautiful too. She fights for you. I can see it in her. It's in the way she touches you, the way she moves. She deserves every ounce of your love. But if there's something I've learned, it's that love comes in a limitless supply. I hope yours spills up and all over everyone around you. And I hope you can save just a little bit of it for me. Love, your birth mom, Lashana. Annotation. Heather J., 39, mixed race, GED. Tall, thin, shoulder-length dreads. Antagonistic, paranoid. Everyone knows. CSCS, 41M, 13M PP. Chapter 22. Jessica was grateful that the bathroom at Promise Adoption Agency was down the hallway and far from the front reception area. Her boys didn't have to see her tear-stained face or wonder at her bloodshot eyes. She had been wearing makeup, but it was a smudged mess, and rather than trying to fix it, she washed her face in the bathroom sink with pink industrial hand soap. The cold water was fortifying, the antiseptic soap sharp and abrasive. It grounded her, and by the time Jess left the bathroom, she had more or less collected herself. Eye drops, mascara, and a dab of rose-colored lipstick had returned her to a semblance of normalcy, and she had effectively walled off the letter in her heart. For now. It was tucked in her purse, a time bomb disguised as a plain white envelope. Jess had much to process, but as with everything lately, it felt like now was not the time. She had been kicking the can of her fraught emotions down the road for longer than she could remember. It was only a matter of time before she burst. "Is there anything I can do?" Anthony asked when she paused in his office on her way out. "I'm fine." Jess tried out a smile. It stuck, but it didn't come close to reaching her eyes. "I just have a lot of things to think about." He nodded in understanding. "I'll file this tomorrow." He held up the papers that Jessica assumed requested their adoption records to be unsealed. "I have to be honest with you, though. It's going to take a while. I'm pretty sure the court is closed tomorrow, and then there's the holiday." "It's not a problem," Jess assured him, waving her hand to dismiss his concern. "No rush." Anthony paused for a moment, clearly wanting to say something else, though Jess's body language did not invite further intrusion. He probed anyway. "Would you like to talk about what's in the letter?" "No." Jess turned to go, but something made her pause. What did she have to lose? "Does Promise ever work with James Rosenberg Law?" "James Rosenberg," Anthony repeated. He looked confused, but Jess couldn't tell if it was because he truly had no idea what she was talking about, or if he was trying to stall. "No, I don't think I've ever heard of him." Jess spun on her heel. "Please call me when you hear something." "I'm not done yet," Gabe half shouted when she walked into the reception area. The puzzle didn't look much different than it had when Jess had left him at the little picnic table, but he had moved several pieces around. "It's okay, Bug." Jess crouched down beside him and wrapped her arms around his solid frame. She nuzzled her nose into the nape of his neck and pressed her lips to his warm skin. But he was already wriggling out of her embrace. "I have to finish it. I only have 10 pieces left." There were far more than 10 pieces left to fit into the puzzle, and as Jess studied it, she realized that Gabe had forced a couple of mismatched pieces into the wrong spots. One cardboard corner was bent and frayed. "We'll start a puzzle at home." Jess tried to soothe him by rubbing soft circles on his back. "We have lots in the closet. We can do it together over Thanksgiving break." "I want to do this puzzle." "He's been like this since you left," Max said from behind a People magazine. "You could have helped him." Jess pushed herself up and reached for Gabe's hand. "Come on, buddy." "I did." Max tossed the magazine on the table in front of him. It slipped right off the smooth surface and landed face down on the floor. Max didn't pick it up. "He wouldn't let me touch a single piece." Gabe was crying now, whimpering something about puzzles and pieces fitting together. He did this from time to time, became fixated on something that he couldn't do. But he couldn't have a meltdown. Not here. The evidence against her would be too compelling if Jess had to manhandle her bawling son out the door of the adoption agency. Gabe had lost it in public places before. Jess had been forced to grab onto whatever flailing limb she could catch and pin a smile to her face while she tried to safely, carefully remove her wild child from a triggering situation. People didn't understand. She worried that Anthony Bartels would certainly not understand. "Here," Jess said, fishing in her purse and coming up with a fun-size candy bar. More sugar, but if it calmed him down, it was worth it. Gabe took the candy, momentarily placated, and Jess snagged him by the hand and led him to the door. "It was a difficult puzzle," Jess muttered to herself, fishing in her coat pocket for her car keys. There were too many pieces. Max caught her eye, and she was surprised to see him give a single fierce nod of agreement. She forgot sometimes that in spite of all his angst, he loved Gabe too. "I have one more quick stop," Jess said, when everyone was buckled into the car. Gabe was still mewling a bit, but his mood hadn't swung into a full-blown tantrum, and for that she was eternally grateful. His mouth was smeared in chocolate, and he didn't seem to register her announcement, but Max did. "No," Max said definitively. "Drop me off at home if you have to, but I'm not sitting in another waiting room for half an hour. I have a test tomorrow." "What?" Jess flicked on her blinker and merged into oncoming traffic. Auburn was hardly a metropolis, but the window between after school and after work was always busy. She wanted to give Max her full attention, but she was focused on the road. Jess managed, "That doesn't make sense. Who would schedule a test for the half-day before Thanksgiving break?" "Mr. Wallace." "Science?" Max drummed his fingers on the console between them. "Yes, science. I have to study." "It'll just be a couple of minutes, Max." "That's what you always say." Jess could feel frustration coming off her son in waves. It was heady, laced with oak and resin and just a hint of sweat. He had PE today, Jess could tell. He refused to shower afterward, and she didn't blame him. She remembered all too well the gauntlet that had been the girls' locker room during her adolescence. "I promise," Jess said, softening. "Mere minutes. You can stay in the car. We'll leave it running." But catching Dr. Sanderson after work was easier said than done. The parking lot of Auburn Family Medicine was crammed with cars, so much so that there wasn't a single parking spot available. Jess circled through the lot and back onto the road so that she could go around the block and try the back entrance where the employees parked. "Why are we at Daddy's work?" Gabe asked from the back seat. His voice caught on the word daddy, but Jess wasn't sure if it was because of emotion or because his vocal cords were weary from whining. "I have to talk to Dr. Sanderson for a minute." Jess turned down the back alley and drove to the spot that had been marked for her husband. The sign denoting Dr. Evan Chamberlain's space had not yet been removed, and it was conspicuously empty in a parking lot that was so crowded there was an SUV with 2 tires straddling the curb. "But why?" Jess pulled into her husband's space and put the car in park. Draping one arm over the back seat, she gave her youngest a small smile. "I'll be back in a minute," she said, avoiding his question. Jess could feel the fragility of the moment, the fine strands of emotion that corded her heart at the thought of the letter secreted away in her purse, and the understanding that this was incomprehensible to her children. An awful, wicked situation that left them tender, vulnerable. "I'll be so quick," Jess promised, hoping it was true. "You won't even know that I'm gone." Jess couldn't slip in the back door even if she wanted to. The clinic was locked tight as a drum because of the fastidiously monitored cabinet that was filled with prescriptions. So she hurried around the side of the building, pulling her coat close and tucking her chin beneath the fringe of faux fur that lined her hood. The waiting room was packed to the gills, overflowing with people in various stages of distress. Even though Jess had spent nearly 20 years with a family practitioner for a husband, she was surprised by the crowd of people, the need that filled the room with a quiet desperation. It was a bad time. Though there was little that Jess wanted more in that moment than to interrogate Peter Sanderson, it was obvious that her timing was way off. Digging in her purse, Jess came up with an old receipt and a ballpoint pen that was missing its cap. Making her palm into a table of sorts, Jess scribbled a quick note. Beth was behind the receptionist's desk again, and she looked up at Jessica with a frazzled expression that she tried to mask behind a fake smile. Jess wasn't buying it, and she wasn't going to take a second more of her time than necessary. "Hey, Beth. Sorry to bother you on such a busy afternoon. I have a note for Dr. Sanderson," Jess said, holding out the folded receipt. "Could you please make sure that he gets it?" Beth took the paper reluctantly, but Jess knew that it was the only hope she had of getting in touch with Peter soon. Beth wouldn't give out his cell phone number, not even to Jess. And though Jessica could call the clinic directly and leave a voicemail on his private line, with the waiting room backed up as much as it was, she doubted he'd listen to it before Thanksgiving. Jess couldn't stand the thought of waiting any longer. She felt like events had wound themselves around her, whirling tighter and tighter until she had no choice but to spin free or snap. "I'll try." The red light on Beth's headset started to flash, and she put up one finger as if to ward Jessica off. "Please," Jess said. "It's important." Beth nodded, but she was already saying hello to whoever was on the line. Jess stayed put, watching until Beth took a tack out of the corkboard beside her and pinned the note at the very center. She glanced back at Jessica as if to say, "There." Jess nodded and gave her a little wave, but Beth had already turned away. Gabe was calm as they drove home, so Jessica took a quick detour and grabbed a rotisserie chicken from the food court. She had a bagged salad in the fridge and a couple of potatoes sprouting in the pantry. It wouldn't be hard to make up a few mashed potatoes. Jess felt nearly frantic with energy, capable of whipping them herself. "I'm hungry now," Gabe complained as they stomped off their feet in the entryway and hung their coats on hooks. Max was already on his way to his room, science book tucked under one arm. "We'll have supper in half an hour. You can wait that long." Jess carried the plastic container into the kitchen and set it in the oven to stay warm. Then she went rifling through the pantry for the potatoes she was sure were there. Emerging with the sagging mesh bag in hand, she asked, "Want to be my helper?" Gabe shrugged. "What do I have to do?" "Peel potatoes. It's easy." They washed their hands at the kitchen sink, and then Jess showed him how to run the peeler down one side of the soft brown potato. A flat strip fell, revealing the cool white flesh beneath. It was a magic of sorts, and Gabe thought so too. He bit his bottom lip as he took the potato from her and began to pare off little snips of skin. "I'm not good at this," he complained after a few minutes. "You're great at it." Jess glanced into the sink at the pile of peels and then took the potato from Gabe. It was dusted brown from his now dirty fingers, but she ran it beneath a thin stream of water, and it emerged nearly unblemished. "See? Good job." Gabe wasn't as convinced, but he grabbed another potato and began the process again, while Jess cubed the one in her hand into a small pot. She couldn't stop herself from stealing peeks at her son. The edge of the sink hit him square in the chest, so his arms were curled up and over. It looked uncomfortable, but he didn't complain. He just set his jaw and focused on what he was doing, oblivious to everything but the task at hand. It was encouraging to see him so engaged. Jess loved it when Gabe found his rhythm, when the neurons that kept him sparking like an explosive calmed down enough just to let him be. He was a wonder to behold. What had she looked like? The thought snuck up on Jessica so suddenly, she had to put her hands on the counter to steady herself. It wasn't something she had ever considered before. Gabe's birth mom was a black spot in her personal history, a bit of trouble that Jess would never forget. But here she was imagining her, with Gabe's neat little nose, a head full of his soft curls, skin that was at once brown sugar and candlelight, infused with warmth from within. Jess had no doubt that she was singularly lovely, the kind of woman who required a second glance. Jess wished for one startling moment that she had known her. Of course, they had her complete medical history, several pages of diagnoses and diseases, things like hypertension and breast cancer on the maternal side. But after glancing at those clinical impersonal sheets, Jess had tucked them away and barely given them a second thought. Gabriel was her son. Her son. And somehow all of those dispassionate facts and figures seemed completely detached from who he really was. None of that mattered. None of it was him. But as she stared at Gabe carefully peeling another potato, Jess felt for just a moment that she was looking at a complete stranger. What secrets lurked beneath his skin? What preferences and proclivities? He passionately loved dill pickles, and Jess could hardly stand the smell. When they ordered hamburgers at McDonald's, he grabbed hers before she took a single bite and plucked off the pickles for her. And Gabe liked to sing, in the shower and in the car, while he was playing with his Lego, and sometimes especially when it was irritating his brother. Jess couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. "What's wrong?" Gabe asked. Jess looked up quickly, feeling like she had been caught in the act. Of doing what? Wishing that things had been different? That she had been different? She had been young and hurting and ignorant. The world looked very different from where she now stood. "Nothing's wrong." Jess forced a smile and reached for the potato that he was holding out for her. "Thanks so much for helping me." He picked up another potato, humming as he laid the peeler against the skin, and began to laboriously flick off little shavings. It flashed through her heart so fast, Jess wondered if she had thought it at all. "I wish you had known her." And then, "I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry." A journal entry from Max. September 29th, 2018. Dad's townhouse is kind of a shithole. I mean, it's new and all, but I hate it here. So does G. It doesn't help that Dad's a total psycho these days. He's always on his computer or writing things down and stuffing them in this old file folder. I have one like it for school, but it's plastic and see-through so I can find what I need. D's is brown and dark, and he's always dumping everything out and rearranging it and talking to himself. But don't try to help. He'll freak out. Yesterday, I found a business card on the table for some law office. James Rosenberg. And Dad yanked it out of my hand. "Leave it alone," he said. And that's funny, because he had written those exact words on the back of the card. I thought M plus D might get back together, but now I don't know. I think JR is a divorce lawyer. G asks me when we're all going to live together again, so I lie and say soon. But I don't think so. D's not interested in us anymore. Not really. I was trying to help G with an assignment today, and D lost it. He felt bad afterward, I could tell. So he told me some stuff about G's birth mom and told me not to tell M. It's kind of weird. Her name was Lashana, but Dad said she died. I guess that's sad, but I didn't know her. D didn't know her either. Not really. But I'm pretty sure he's trying to help her. I just don't know why.
M says D is a helper by nature. Duh. As if we don't all know. D doesn't have any decorations in the apartment, but there's a picture in the living room that says, "You have not lived today until you have done something for someone who can never repay you." Maybe that's why he forgets sometimes to do things for us. Max. Annotation. Vivian H., 24, mixed race, working on GED. Dark hair dyed blonde, roots showing. Small as a child. Looks 12. No one knows. MANSL/DELCS. 30M, 17M, pp. Chapter 23. Dr. Sanderson called after Gabe was asleep. Jess was curled up on the couch in the living room, wrapped chin to toes in a fleece blanket and shivering anyway. The TV was on, a rerun of Fixer Upper blinking in the background, but Jess wasn't watching it. Her eyes were glazed over, her mind elsewhere. When the phone rang, she nearly jumped out of her skin.
"Hi, Jessica, it's Peter Sanderson."
Jess sat up, the blanket slipping off her shoulders as she clutched her cell to her ear. "Hello." Her voice was thin, unused. "Thank you so much for calling me back."
"Of course, Jess. Anything for you."
He went quiet for a moment, and if Jess was right, he was swallowing down some black emotion. She was reminded once again that she wasn't the only one who missed Evan.
"How are you doing?"
"We're okay." Jess reached for the remote control and turned off the TV. The house was enveloped in a sudden stillness that seemed to crackle like ice forming. "It's hard."
"I know. I don't know. But I'm sorry."
"Thanks for calling," Jess cut in, rescuing him from having to say more. He was obviously struggling. No one seemed to know how to talk to her anymore. Peter cleared his throat.
"Your note said it was an emergency?"
There was a hint of worry in his tone. Jess realized that he'd likely hop in his car and drive right over if she asked him to. Her request was much less complicated. "I probably shouldn't have said it was an emergency," Jess admitted. "But I really wanted you to call me back. I have some questions for you."
"Anything."
Jess reached for the folder that she had placed on the coffee table. Her notes were there, each musing circled or underlined, and every page crisscrossed with arrows. A map to everywhere and absolutely nowhere. Jess was out of her element, but she dove right in, pretending that she already knew much more than she did. "I was hoping that you could fill me in on Evan's research project."
"Research project?"
"Yes. He was conducting a research project on female inmates."
"Inmates?"
Peter truly sounded shocked. It wasn't the response that Jess had been hoping for. She was grasping at straws, trusting that one or two of her hunches would turn out to be on track. Or at least not completely harebrained. It seemed she wasn't going to be so lucky. Peter grunted softly.
"I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't realize that Evan was doing any sort of research project."
How could she be at a dead end already? "I would think that would be a difficult thing to keep secret," Jess mused, more to herself than to Peter.
"Agreed.
Though..." He stopped, and Jess felt her heart stutter. "Yes?"
"Well, he was gone from time to time. We all take time off. But Evan was really particular about, everything. He didn't miss work unless he was on his deathbed."
His choice of words was thoughtless, and Peter's little gasp told Jessica that he knew it. But she wasn't offended. Instead, her mind was racing, She knew exactly how much vacation Evan had used. Jess kept their books, and it was a detail she had meticulously recorded. Other than scheduled vacation days, Evan had taken exactly 3 days off for pneumonia in the last 2 years, at least pre-separation. The only way she had convinced him to stay home was by appealing to his common sense. "You're going to get your patient sick," she said, and he had finally agreed. "When was he gone?" Jess asked Peter, writing absent in bold on the top of a clean sheet of paper.
"I don't know exactly. A handful of times. The reason it seemed strange to me was because it was so last minute. Evan was supposed to come into work, and when he didn't, Dr. Murphy and I had to pick up the slack."
Peter seemed to hear himself say the words, and he rushed to explain.
"Not that we minded or anything. It was fine. It was just surprising that he was gone."
"Of course. Do you know how many times this happened? 1 or 2? More?"
"I'd say 6 times. I wondered if he was home with Max or Gabe or something, but he never gave us an explanation. He was just gone."
"And you don't know where he went or what he was doing?"
"No. And then, of course, he was gone the entire week before he died."
Jess had written 6+ ? On her paper, and she circled it a few times in frustration. Was he secretive? Did he seem different somehow? Peter sighed.
"I don't know, Jess. Sometimes it's tempting to look back and try to find meaning in every detail. More often than not, it's just not there."
But Jess wasn't buying it. Not this time. Under normal circumstances, she tended to agree with Deputy Mullen. The simplest answer was the right answer. Jess liked straight lines and smooth edges, and things that could be neatly categorized and filed away in their proper place. Her careful containment strategies seemed naive and ineffectual now, and she was just starting to understand that maybe she had been approaching this wrong from the start. Jess hadn't been skeptical enough. She hadn't asked enough questions or fought for answers when her inquiries couldn't be satisfactorily addressed. She wasn't about to make that mistake again. "Do you remember Cody DeJager?" Peter made a sound in the back of his throat.
"I can't discuss Evan's patients with you."
"So he was still seeing Evan?"
"Jess."
"Look, I'm not going to make anything of it. I just want to know if he's still in Auburn. I haven't seen him in a really long time."
"As far as I know, he's still around,"
Peter said reluctantly. "And cleaned up?"
"On again, off again. You know how it is. You don't think he has anything to do with—"
Peter trailed off.
"Wait, I don't want to know. What are you doing, Jess?"
"Just trying to get my head around everything," she said, standing up. The blanket fell away and pooled at her feet. In its absence, she was suddenly cold. She marched into the kitchen, fighting a full-body tremble, and spread her folder out on the counter. Pawing through her junk drawer, she changed course. Evan had to have gone somewhere, right? Maybe that's when he conducted his interviews. He left work and—
"Look, Jessica, I'm a bit out of my depth here," Peter cut in. "If you have questions, I think you should direct them to the authorities. I was just Evan's friend."
Jess emerged from the depths of the drawer triumphant, crowded keychain in hand. She was barely listening to Peter anymore. "You're right," she said distractedly. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bothered you."
"No bother. I'm always here for you. And Jess, I might be overstepping my bounds here, but may I ask you a question?"
"Sure." Jess tucked her finger through the key ring and palmed the keys so they wouldn't jangle. Abandoning her notebook, she hurried through the house, grabbing her coat off the chair where she had thrown it and tossing pillows in search of her purse.
Are you seeing someone?
Peter paused for a moment.
I mean, a counselor, therapist, pastor? Do you have someone you can talk to?
Jess stopped, one arm through her coat.
What?
She hadn't heard him, or hadn't been paying attention. She spied her purse half hidden beneath the coffee table and snatched it up.
It's my professional opinion that you need someone to talk to, Jess. Mental and emotional health is equally as important as physical health, if not more so. You've just experienced an incredible loss. I hope you're working through it with someone who can help.
It wasn't the first time that Jess had been told she needed counseling. And while she wasn't averse to the idea, she hadn't gotten around to setting up any appointments. "Thank you," she said, adjusting the phone so she could stick her other arm in the coat sleeve. "I'm not, but I will be."
I'm glad to hear that. And Jess?
Yeah?
We're praying for you, Leslie and I. And I mean that very sincerely.
Thanks, Peter. There was a lump in her throat when she hung up, but Jess didn't have time to fall apart now. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, she rushed to Max's room and rapped lightly on the door with her knuckles.
"It's open,"
came the muffled reply. "Hey." Jess stuck her head in, zipping up her coat with one quick snip. "I have to run out for a minute."
"Now?"
Max looked up from the science textbook he had splayed open on his bed. A notebook rested on his knee, and one hand clutched a black felt-tipped pen, his favorite. Jess felt a rush of affection for her prickly, brilliant son. "Yes, now. I won't be gone long."
"Where are you going?"
"Forgot something at school," Jess lied. "Gabe is asleep in my bed. Just comfort him if he wakes up, okay? Tell him I'll be home soon."
"Fine."
Max's attention was already back on his textbook. "I'll leave your door open so you can hear him if he gets up."
"Sure."
Evan's keys were heavy and unfamiliar in Jess's coat pocket as she pulled out of the driveway. Her keychain held exactly 4 keys: car, house, school, classroom. But his had always been a cacophony of jangling silver, each toothy wedge of metal biting back a little secret. Jess really had no idea why he needed so many keys, and she certainly didn't know what they were all for. But she was about to find out. It took her 4 tries to find the key to the front door of his townhouse. It had a golden cast and seemed unnaturally bright. New. Jess hated it for a moment. Detested this small, inanimate object that signified the distance between them, the steps he had taken to set up a life apart from her. But before she could be sucked under by regret, Jess turned the handle and stepped over the threshold into Evan's apartment. She had never been here before. In the driveway, yes, but not inside the townhouse where Evan had spent the last several months of his life. It was cold and stale and empty, skinny with loss, lonely. Jess fumbled against the wall by the door, patting the wall in search of a switch and the promise of light. When she finally found it, the pale wash of color didn't offer the respite she was hoping for. Jess was standing on a small square of tile just inside the front door. There was a bare hook on the wall beside her, and a plastic tray for shoes that cradled a pair of lace-up work boots. The laces were frayed, the black soles rimmed white with salt from winters past. For some reason, the thought that they would never be used again, that Evan would never lace them up to head out and shovel the driveway in the blue pre-dawn of a December morning, made Jess suddenly, furiously nauseous. She lurched onto the carpet, trying to decipher where the bathroom would be in a 2-story townhouse with a cookie-cutter layout. A narrow staircase rose into the darkness to her left, and to her right, there was a cramped living room that opened onto a galley kitchen. No sign of a bathroom, So Jess stumbled past a threadbare couch into the kitchen, where she stood heaving over the sink, fingers curled around the rim of the cold stainless steel bowl. This was why she hadn't come before. This was why she had avoided Evan's apartment like the plague, knowing that she could put it off because his lease was paid up through the year. Someday, she had told herself, believing that someday might never come. Maybe she could have a crew come in and clean everything out so that she didn't have to face it. Maybe her father would offer to do it for her. But now that she was here, she knew that could never happen. The space was hers to excavate. The apartment was sad, but it bore traces of Evan like scars. A mug he loved had been turned upside down on the drying rack. It was a camper's mug, tin with a handle, green flecked with white. He had bought it for himself at an outdoor store, a hopeful purchase more than a practical one, because he wasn't afforded many opportunities to camp. How many years had Evan sipped coffee out of that mug? And draped over the back of one of the chairs huddled around a small round table was his favorite sweatshirt. It was thick and oatmeal-colored, emblazoned with a Patagonia label on the chest, right above where his heart would be. This place didn't smell like him. It didn't hold his essence, but there were hints of him everywhere. And when Jess's stomach finally stopped convulsing, she found herself wanting to touch everything. Maybe if she ran her fingers over the places he had been, the things he had touched, she'd find fragments of him still hiding, waiting for her. But that was foolishness. Jess had come for a reason. She stuffed her feelings down deep and began to systematically search the small apartment. It had been too painful for her to come before, but now she pushed through those barbed emotions and forced herself into every room, every closet, every nook and cranny. On the main floor there was a kitchen, living room, spare bedroom, and bathroom. Everything was neat and impersonal, second-hand or bought without regard for color or pattern or theme from the home goods section at Target. A striped comforter fought with curtains in a faded plaid, and the lone pillow on the narrow twin bed was tucked in a peach-colored pillowcase. Clearance rack finds, no doubt. Evan had always been frugal. Jess assumed that the bedroom on the main floor was for the boys when they spent the weekend. In the top drawer of the dresser, she found a handful of extra clothes, boxers and socks, a pair of pajama pants with emojis that were obviously for Gabe. If Jess knew her sons, Gabe slept in the bedroom or with Evan, and Max took the couch. He had always been able to sleep anywhere, anytime. Still, the thought of her boys curled up wherever they could find room, nestled under dusty afghans or on sagging mattresses, made her heart constrict. The bathroom was equally vacant. Beneath the sink was a stack of extra toilet paper rolls and a bottle of toilet bowl cleaner. Nothing more. A thrill of urgency gripped Jessica, and she hurried up the shadowed staircase. It was even colder upstairs, if that was possible, and smaller than she imagined it would be. A tiny landing offered Jess two options, a door to the right and another to her left. A second bathroom was behind the door on the left, and that meant Evan's bedroom was the only room yet to explore in the dismal apartment. Jess found the light switch and illuminated a scene that closely resembled everything she had already observed. The bed was topped with a comforter in an indistinct brown, taupe or tan or beige. Jessica could never tell the difference, and she was certain Evan couldn't either. But it was made, corners pulled tight, and the hem an even foot above the floor. Under the window stood an old nightstand, thick with varnish and boasting turned legs that screamed 1980s. One lamp, one empty glass on a coaster, one dog-eared paperback. and against one wall there was a closet with bifold doors that were cracked open just an inch. Jess started there, pulling back the hollow core doors to reveal a closet that smelled and looked exactly the same as it had for their entire married life. Evan arranged his shirts by color so that his wardrobe was a lopsided rainbow. It leaned heavily toward neutrals, with just a handful of primary colors thrown in. And the scent was pure Evan, the same cologne he had been wearing for years. Sandalwood and cool water. Jess choked back a gasp, barely resisting the urge to bury her face in his polos and dress shirts to inhale what little remained of her husband. But Jess was also starting to feel a familiar disappointment. Evan's apartment was so organized and impersonal that there was simply no room for mystery. This was not a place where a riddle could be solved, and there wasn't even the barest hint of what Evan had been up to, why he had been absent at work and taking notes on female convicts and disappearing into the Minnesota wild on dark autumn nights. None of the things that Jessica had discovered made sense against the backdrop of his so-called home. No, this wasn't a home. This was a place to exist. Jess swiped her palm against the carefully aligned shirts, mussing the fabric and scattering the hangers so they were no longer a perfect inch apart. The shout of metal on metal was startling, and Jess fell back a little. But as she did, she realized that there was something crammed on the floor of the closet. Crouching down, she reached into the depths of the gloom and pulled out a gym bag. As long as Jessica had known Evan, he was not the gym-going type. He ran occasionally, but mostly he went on long walks with her and cut the lawn with a push mower and chased his boys. He worked long hours on his feet and ate healthy and didn't smoke. At different times, usually January of each new year, they both claimed that they needed to put themselves first and get in shape. But besides half-hearted bursts of passion between the constant hum and press of a frantic day-to-day life, they never managed to carve out the time. But when Jessica pulled back the zipper, there was a pair of new tennis shoes, gym shorts, and a couple of mesh fabric t-shirts. Even soap on a rope in a container so it wouldn't make his clothes slimy, as well as a travel-sized shampoo. Evan was going to the gym. Regularly, it seemed. And according to the plastic card attached to the carabiner on the strap of the Adidas bag, he was a member at Eclipse Fitness. Below his printed name, Jess read, "Open 24 hours for anytime wellness." A quick glance at her watch told Jessica it was past 10. But Max was home with Gabe, and if she remembered correctly, Eclipse was only a couple of miles away. A detour on the way home wouldn't hurt anything. And maybe, just maybe, Evan had chosen to hide his secret somewhere a little farther from home, like in a nondescript gym locker. A Facebook message to River Hahn. New message from Evan Chamberlain, October 12th, 2018. River, thank you so much for the information you have provided and the time you have taken to talk to me. I am so grateful. I also appreciate the introduction to Francesca. I have done as you requested. The name on the ID is Sam Nelson. Please tell Francesca I will be there next Friday. It seems unnecessarily clandestine to me, but you can tell her I promise that this conversation will be off the record. Gratefully, Evan. A Facebook message to Evan Chamberlain. New message from River Hahn, October 13th, 2018. She'll be ready. River. A notation. Ariana G., 20, Caucasian, 2-year degree, secretarial. Natural redhead, chin length, freckles, unnaturally blue eyes. Ex-boyfriend knows. DUI/CW 49M 2YRPP. Chapter 24. Jessica had never been to a 24-hour gym before, but Eclipse Fitness was welcoming enough. The entire front of the building was bright with windows, and behind the frosted glass, exercise machines were lined up like sentinels. They were empty now, or almost. A towel was thrown over a rowing machine near the end of one row, and at the back of the well-lit facility, Jess could just make out a burly figure lifting weights. He seemed to be alone, but Jess wasn't about to be deterred. The front door was locked, and there was no one behind the reception desk. Thankfully, Jessica had grabbed the carabiner with Evan's tag, and when she held it beneath the magnetic pad near the door, it blinked green. The door clicked open. Inside, Eclipse Fitness smelled exactly like Jess expected it to, of rubber and dryer sheets and old sweat. Music was blaring from speakers that dotted the ceiling, a playlist that was curated to stimulate and inspire, if the throbbing rhythmic bass line was any indication. The man at the back of the wide-open space didn't even glance up when Jess let in a draft of cold air. He probably appreciated it, considering the dark patch of damp that was spreading across the front of his tank top. Jess shouldered her purse, grateful that no one was going to pepper her with questions, but uncertain about where to start. From her vantage point near the door, there was no bank of lockers, no place at all, really, to hide. She wandered down the first row of equipment, away from the free weights, and the mat where the lifter still huffed and puffed. She walked past the room where classes were held, toward the men's and women's locker rooms, and, jackpot, 2 walls full of lockers. They were just large enough to hold a duffel bag, a towel, an extra pair of shoes. Definitely big enough to hold a file. Jess realized she was holding her breath.
"Could I help you with something?"
Jess spun on her heel, surprised by the sound, and even more shocked when she saw the weightlifter standing behind her. He had draped a towel around his neck, and he was using it to wipe his forehead as he studied her with narrowed eyes. Or maybe he was just exhausted, lids half-masked because he had pushed himself to the very brink. "A locker," Jess said, summoning a fragile half-smile. The man was wearing short shorts and a gray tank top that was black in all the places where he had sweat through. Jess wasn't short, 5'7" and then some in her winter boots, but he towered over her as if she were a child. "My husband is a member here, and I'm looking for his locker." Jess bit the inside of her lip as she waited to see how he would respond. It was late, and she was painfully aware that they were alone, that the hallway where they stood was not visible from the parking lot or the street where any passerby could watch people working out, as if they were animals behind glass in a zoo. But the man shrugged and ambled past her on his way to the men's locker room.
"Good luck," he said. "I hope you know which one it is."
"Is there anyone here?" Jess called after him. "I mean, an employee?"
"Sometimes," he said over his shoulder. "Not always. Depends on the night."
He pointed to a corner as he disappeared into the locker room, and Jess was left to follow the invisible line his finger had drawn. A camera was mounted near the ceiling. Of course. When she looked around, she realized they were everywhere. Maybe the cameras should have given her pause, but Jess didn't care. She wasn't doing anything illegal. At least, she didn't think she was. Alone again in the hallway, Jess exhaled and hurried to the nearest bank of lockers. They were all numbered with 3 digits and fitted with a 4-digit combination lock. Turning a slow circle, Jess realized there were dozens of them. Hundreds? How would she ever know which one was Evan's? No doubt they were just assigned when a new member joined. But as Jessica walked with her knuckles trailing down one row, she discovered that several of the locks weren't latched. What would Evan choose? Max's birth month and day? 5/24. Jess walked past the 200s, 300s, and 400s until she found the grid of lockers marked with a 5 as their first digit. Locker 524 was unlocked and empty. Dead end. Gabe's birth date was 4/13, but when Jess found locker 413, it was locked tight. She tried several different combinations, important dates and their house number and even 1234, but nothing worked. It was impossible. Slumping against the metal wall, Jess knew the likelihood of finding the right locker and then thumbing in the right combination was next to none. There were countless possibilities, and she couldn't begin to channel the frame of mind Evan had been in when he picked the locker and set the combo. She would have to wait, come back tomorrow, and hope that Eclipse kept a comprehensive master list. Jess would have to explain that Evan wasn't coming back. But as she pulled the zipper of her coat closed and palmed Evan's keycard, she caught a glimpse of the back. Beneath a black line and a barcode there was the address of Eclipse Fitness, 555 Travers Lane, Auburn, Iowa. 555. Could it be so simple? Or could Evan have known that when he walked into those woods in Minnesota, there was a possibility he would never come back out? Jess thought of the book, the scrap of paper, the number scrawled in Evan's hand. It was their home phone number, and although she had assumed it was the map that led Deputy Mullen to her, maybe it was meant to chart something different altogether. 555-440-3686. The 555 was taken care of by virtue of the address, so Jess made her way to locker 440, the next series of numbers in their phone number. It was eye level, in the very middle of the wall. Nothing set it apart from the dull, dented doors around it, and the lock was the same black cylinder as all the others. Jess held the lock in her fingers and tried to tamp down the emotion that ghosted up in her chest. It was hope, or fear, or anticipation. She couldn't tell. Maybe all of them. Maybe love. Because she suddenly felt closer to Evan than she had in a very, very long time. If she was right, if she knew this, then she still knew him. Even though she had spent the last several months of her life convinced that they had grown irrevocably apart. Perhaps the distance between them wasn't as great a void as she had believed it to be. Jess turned each dial carefully, deliberately. They clicked slowly beneath her fingers until the final number ticked into place. 3686. The little silver loop snapped up and swung open. Evan's backpack was nestled on Jessica's lap, wedged between the steering wheel and her puffy winter coat. It was crazy, she knew, but she couldn't stand the thought of putting it on the seat beside her. It had to remain in her possession, touching some part of her body, or she feared it might evaporate into thin air. Surely this was a dream. For a minute or so, as Jessica drove down darkened streets on her way home, she was fully convinced that she was sleeping in her bed, Gabe curled up beside her. She wanted answers so desperately that it only made sense she had fabricated an alternate reality in her subconscious, a reality where she wasn't paranoid and out of touch, where someone had broken into her house, and Evan was involved in something she didn't understand. And maybe his death wasn't an accident after all. What was wrong with her? Why couldn't she leave well enough alone, grieve her husband's loss, and try to get on with her life? Because she was right, and the backpack proved it. It was the only thing in the locker, a worn navy canvas pack that Evan had carried for years. White threads crisscrossed the straps where her husband had, on several occasions, attached identification tags before he flew with it. He had a bad habit of ripping off the paper but leaving the tiny loops intact. Jess knew the bag was his the second she laid eyes on it. In the hallway at Eclipse, she had quickly unzipped the main pocket. A brown accordion folder was inside. That was all Jessica needed to know. The clock on her dashboard glowed 11 o'clock as Jess pulled into her driveway. It was later than she hoped to be, but there was nothing to be done for it. She was home now. Though the lights in the garage were on and the door to the house was cracked open. Jess didn't remember turning the lights on. The bulb over the garage door opener was enough, and she certainly didn't recall leaving the door open. She was a stickler for closed doors, especially when it was cold, and was forever chastising the boys for leaving them unlatched. People do unusual things when they're stressed, Jess decided. And in a hurry, uncertain, maybe a little obsessed. She kicked off her shoes, let her coat fall to the floor, and slid the strap of Evan's backpack over one shoulder. Even in her own home, she wouldn't let it out of her sight. The pack was light enough, easy to carry. Jess could take it with her to check on the boys, and then she would spread everything out on the kitchen table. Start to make sense of the last few months of her husband's life. Deputy Mullen. He came to mind unbidden, but Jess knew the second she pictured his weathered face that she would have to call him. Just not quite yet. The lights in Max's room were off, and Jess squinted in the darkness to try to make out his shape in the bed. A pile of blankets and books and a couple of pillows created a tangled landscape that made Jess roll her eyes. How could he sleep like that? But when she tiptoed to the edge of the bed and gently patted her hand against the various lumps, she found his leg rather easily. He was under there, head buried beneath a pillow, and his science textbook digging into what she assumed was his hip. Max was out cold. Jess's bedroom was equally dark, but her eyes had somewhat adjusted to the dimness, and the moonlight reflecting off all the snow bathed her bed in a wan glow. It was empty. Comforter thrown back, white sheets exposed to the cool night air. No Gabe. Jess felt the backpack slip from her shoulder. It hit the floor at the same moment her heart seemed to plummet to her feet. She could feel the fall, and it almost took her to her knees. The bathroom. He had to be in the bathroom. Jess rushed across the bedroom and flung the door to her ensuite open. It was filled with shadows and decidedly empty. She knew that Gabe wasn't there even before she whipped back the shower curtain and poked her head inside the linen closet. "Gabe," she whispered. And then, because it was ridiculous to try and hush her alarm, Jess shouted, "Gabe! Gabe!" Turning on every light in her bedroom, Jess threw back her covers, looked in her closet, and dropped to the carpet to rummage under the bed. Nothing. Then she was up and running down the hall to his bedroom, still yelling his name. But Gabe's bedroom was as desolate and hollow as her own. His Paw Patrol comforter lay flat against his mattress, leaving no room for a stuffed animal beneath its smooth surface, never mind a little boy. He wasn't in his closet, toy chest, or hiding in his curtains.
"What are you doing?"
Max bumped into the doorframe of Gabe's room and leaned there, rubbing his eyes as he stifled a yawn.
"Where's Gabe?"
Jess asked, her voice splintering on his name.
"In your bed."
Max turned, ostensibly to climb back into his own bed because his mother was being mental, but Jess caught him by the shoulders and twisted him around to face her. His hair was sticking up all over his head, his cheek already lined from the creases in his pillow. Max had always slept like the dead. "He's not there," Jess said. "He's not in my bed. Where is he, Max?" She wanted to shake him a little, wake him up, but she restrained herself. Her son's gaze sharpened as he caught a whiff of her panic. It was contagious.
He's gotta be around here somewhere.
But Max didn't sound convinced. Jess had been shouting his name and Gabe hadn't emerged from wherever he was hiding. Their house wasn't that big, and from where they stood on the landing above the main floor, it would be easy to hear Jess's shouts. If he was in the kitchen or curled up on the couch in the living room, Gabe should have come running by now.
Gabe!
Max's voice split the silence of the empty house, and Jess felt her self-control shudder. She was seconds away from losing it completely, from running through the house like a banshee, or maybe crumpling to the floor in a sobbing puddle. She hadn't left the garage light on or the door open. Jess knew it. Gabe was gone. Max was already down the stairs, and Jessica followed on legs like wet cement, heavy and soft and not nearly stable enough to support her frame, no matter how slight. She clung to the banister with 2 hands, and stayed standing by virtue of willpower and little more.
He's not in the kitchen,
Max said, racing back to her.
Not the pantry or the porch.
Jess felt a waft of cold air then, the breath of winter that Max had let into the house when he wrenched open the door to the porch and scanned the icy space. A tremor began at her center and rippled out until her hands were shaking. She clasped them together to stop the hysterical motion. "Think," Jess said, more to herself than to Max. "Where would he go?"
What if?
But Max didn't finish. They couldn't imagine the what-ifs, or they might never summon the courage to go on. "I'm calling the cops." Jess stumbled toward the kitchen, desperate for the telephone and the promise of help. She had never dialed 911 before, but the thought of doing so now was such a comfort, she couldn't stop a moan from escaping her lips. How could Jess explain this? How could she help them understand that she was only gone for a little while, that Max was old enough to babysit, that this wasn't her fault? But it was. It was all her fault, and she knew it. It took Jessica 3 tries to press the on button on the handset. Her fingers were vibrating so badly. She managed to key in the 9, but just as she was about to complete the call, Max shouted from the living room.
"Mom!"
There was something about the way he said her name that made Jessica come running, phone still clutched in a death grip. There, standing in his football pajama pants tucked into his winter boots, was Gabe. Jess sagged to the ground, knees hitting the hardwood with a sickening smack as she stretched out her arms. In an instant, Gabe was in them. But not before Jessica noticed the tear stains on his cheeks, the coat zipped up to his chin, a John Deere stocking cap that she didn't recognize crammed onto his head. "Where were you?" Jess wanted to cry. She wanted to hold him at arm's length and make sure there wasn't a single scratch on him, not a hair out of place. And then she would demand to know where he had been. Why he had left the house on a snowy night in November. Where he had gone. Jess wanted to ground him from ever leaving the house again. At least until he was 16, maybe 20. But she couldn't say or do anything at all other than cling to him for dear life. After a few moments, he wiggled, pushing away from her so that he could look her in the eye.
"Where were you?"
Gabe asked. Jess laughed, but it turned into a sob. "We thought there must be some sort of mistake." The sound of an unfamiliar voice snatched Jess's attention from her son. Standing in the entryway, just behind a very confused-looking Max, were her neighbors, Harlan and Betty Henderson, or Mr. Henderson and Betty, as Gabe liked to call them. They were retired farmers, well into their 80s, but happy to garden the little plot they had cultivated in their backyard. Gabe had a deep and abiding love for Mr. Henderson, and had learned to prune the leaves from a tomato plant, and when to pick green beans for peak flavor and tenderness by apprenticing under the older gentleman's watchful, wrinkled hand. The breast pocket of Mr. Henderson's shirt always held a couple of chocolates for Gabe, and their sweet, intergenerational friendship had been a source of great joy for Jessica over the years. Now, her elderly neighbors looked concerned, and Jess realized that standing just behind the diminutive Betty was a police officer in uniform. Jess pushed herself up, leaving one hand on Gabe's shoulder as she did so. "What happened?" she asked, swiping the heel of her hand across her cheek.
"You were gone,"
Gabe said, at the same time that Mr. Henderson said,
"I told her not to call the police."
Betty gave her husband a dark look, but it was diminished by the pink sleeping cap that she had forgotten to take off. She was dressed in a long, old-fashioned nightgown with a hem of eyelet lace, winter boots, and a Mac jacket that was so soft and worn it looked like it had been one of Mr. Henderson's favorites 40 years ago.
"Mrs. Chamberlain?"
The cop stepped forward, hands on hips. He didn't offer to shake her hand or even introduce himself. "Yes." Jessica rubbed a slow circle on Gabe's back. He tucked himself against her, snaking both arms around her waist as if to stake his claim, or to stop her from ever leaving again. "I'm so sorry. I stepped out for a minute and Gabe must have woken up."
"He came to our house,"
Mr. Henderson confirmed.
"He said no one was home, but I knew that couldn't be true." "It is true," Gabe huffed. "Mom was gone, and Max was gone, and even the car was gone."
He stuck out his chin, defiant.
"I'm supposed to go to Mr. Henderson's and Betty's house." "If there's a fire," Max rolled his eyes, "or an emergency." "It was an emergency! You left me!" "I was here," Max said. "In my room, sleeping, like you were supposed to be." "I looked for you!" Gabe shrieked. "Not good enough."
"You did the right thing," Betty cut in, making a move toward Gabe. She seemed to think better of it and stopped, wringing her hands inside of her knit mittens instead. "You are always welcome at our house, Gabriel. I'm just glad this was all a misunderstanding." Mr. Henderson and Betty accepted Gabe's enthusiastic goodbye hugs, deflected Jessica's thank yous, and then slipped out the door to return to their own beds.
"I have just a few questions for you,"
the police officer said, lingering. He was imposing by virtue of his starched uniform and the gun holster at his hip, and Jess could feel Gabe stiffen beside her. This was so stressful for him, the sort of event that could send her son spinning off his axis for days at a time. Never mind that the officer had a kind face. The patch on his shoulder said Tunis, and Jess half expected there to be a pin underneath that proclaimed this his first year of service. He looked impossibly young, with a sprinkling of acne around his jawline and a red bump on his neck where it looked like he had nicked himself shaving. But Gabe didn't see any of those things. He saw the tall, intimidating frame, his thick billy club, radio, and gun. "Of course." Jessica forced a tight-lipped smile. She squeezed Gabe's shoulder and gave him what she hoped was a fortifying look. "Boys, why don't you head upstairs? I'll be there in a minute." Max crossed his arms and headed toward the staircase, but when he reached the bottom, he waited for Gabe to catch up. As Jessica watched, her oldest unfurled his long arms and swept Gabe up into them, tossing his little brother over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. It was, "You scared me," and "I'm glad you're okay," and "I love you," all wrapped up in a little roughhousing. Gabe giggled all the way up the stairs, his anxiety at the presence of Officer Tunis forgotten. Jess had to swallow hard. "I am so sorry," she said when the boys were gone. She held out her hands in apology, supplication. Betty was right. This was all just a misunderstanding. Officer Tunis had taken a notebook out of his pocket and he flipped it open, pen poised above the paper as he regarded Jessica gravely. He didn't crack a smile or do anything at all to ease her discomfort.
"I'm a little fuzzy on the details," he said. "Was Gabriel home alone?"
"No," Jess said. "Of course not. Max, my other son, was here. He's almost 14. She hoped the officer didn't ask when exactly Max's birthday was. The truth was, he had only recently turned 13.
"But Gabe said he couldn't find Max?"
"He was sleeping. He was buried under his blankets, and he's impossible to wake up. Gabe must have been confused. He must have panicked." Jess realized she was babbling, but she didn't care. Gabe was safe. That's all that mattered. She wanted Officer Tunis and his questions to disappear.
"And where were you tonight, Mrs. Chamberlain?"
"Eclipse Fitness," Jess said, surprised. She wasn't sure she wanted to tell him everything, but it was the truth. She didn't say any more.
"And has this ever happened before?"
"Excuse me?"
"Has Gabriel been left home alone?"
"He wasn't," Jess said, crossing her arms over her chest to stop them from shaking. "That's not what happened. And no, never." Officer Tunis nodded once, then scribbled something in his notebook. Jess wanted to snatch it away from him and read what he had written about her family.
"Okay then,"
he said, oblivious to or intentionally ignoring her distress.
"I'd like your cell phone number in case I have any further questions."
Jess repeated it, and he copied it down carefully, then snapped his notebook shut and slid it back into his pocket. "Do you have to file a report?" Jess asked. He nodded. "What does that mean?"
"We have to record everything, ma'am."
"But—" Jess didn't finish. Instead, she stuck out her hand. Better to get him out of her house, out of her life. "Thanks for your help. It was nice to meet you." Officer Tunis shook her hand, but he didn't seem to think that meeting Jessica was very nice at all. Before he turned to let himself out the door, he gave Jess one last lingering look, and he didn't appear to like what he saw. Conversation with Francesca Hoffman, October 19th, 2018. Francesca Hoffman.
It's simple, really. Their job is to convince any pregnant inmate to give her baby up for adoption.
Evan.
Who's they? I have some guesses, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
How is information passed?
A business card, initium novum on one side, phone number on the other.
It's a whisper network.
Sure.
But why do it?
Employees get paid by referrals.
Employees? How does that work?
Money is deposited in a bank account. It's a nest egg for release. Everyone wants to get out, but it's harder than you'd think. On the outside, I mean. Money helps.
What about the birth mothers?
They're paid too. $5,000 free and clear.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I'm not out, am I?
Annotation. Francesca D.J., 32, Latina, GED. Shoulder-length dark hair, blonde tips, heart tattoo on cheek. No one knows. MUR1, life. 2YR, 4M, PP. Chapter 25. Jessica slept fitfully, dozing when Gabe was in her arms and waking with a gasp when he wasn't. The warmth and weight of his limbs was soporific, and as long as she could feel his touch somewhere, fingers on her arm, leg thrown casually over hers, forehead to forehead on the pillow, she was okay. But then he'd roll away and Jess would feel his absence like a loss. In the morning, she was up well before her alarm clock, head cradled in her arm as she watched Gabe sleep. His birth mother was right. Gabe was golden. Bronze cheeks and smooth high forehead, and eyes that sparkled nonstop. Some people lit up when they smiled or laughed, but not Gabe. He was lit up all the time, shining from somewhere deep within, from some source that was as mysterious to Jessica as God himself. She reached out and brushed the plane of his cheekbone with her knuckles, so softly she was sure it wouldn't wake him. But the moment her skin grazed his face, Gabe opened his eyes.
"Do we have school today?"
he asked, as if he had been awake for much longer than a second or two. Jess smiled. "Yes, half a day. It'll be over in no time."
"And then Thanksgiving?"
"Well, that's tomorrow, but yes, we have Thanksgiving break." Gabe whooped and did a frantic little dance that made the sheets billow around them. So Jess made a tent out of the blankets and let him burrow deep toward the foot of the bed. He was a diver, an explorer, a fox in its den. He was safe and contained and close enough to touch. Jess wished she could keep him that way for longer than a few minutes in the morning. She was no stranger to the effects of the passage of time. How quickly Max had distanced himself from her. He had gone from her little lap-sitting book lover to an independent teenager in the blink of an eye. And as much as Jess wanted to hold him near, keep him safe, she knew that Max and Gabe were stepping slowly but surely away from her every single day. In the tranquil light of a new morning, a fresh start, it was tempting to just call in sick. Jess longed to skip school, but she knew that was impossible. It was cruel to even imagine. "How about a bath?" she said instead, hoping to lure Gabe out of bed. "We have time for bubbles." Gabe untangled himself and practically fell to the floor in his hurry to hop in the tub. While Gabe splashed contentedly, Jess got ready for the day. It was only a half day, so a few sprays of dry shampoo and a messy bun fit the bill. As she stuck bobby pins in to secure the knot, she heard the shower turn on in Max's bathroom. He was up too, and somehow the comforting sounds of her house in the morning were galvanizing. They could do this thing, survive one more day before relaxing into a break that would give them time to collect themselves. Jess felt like the bits of her life were scattered over the horizon, detritus and the aftermath of an explosion that left no corner untouched. They had some gathering to do, some mending. Jess hoped Evan's notes would help her make some sense out of it all. In the drama of the night before, Jess had all but forgotten Evan's backpack. When she finally climbed the stairs well after midnight, Gabe was lying wide-eyed in her bed with the light still on. She practically tripped over the pack, but her focus was on her son. Jess nudged it to the side with her foot and promised herself that she'd get to it later. This afternoon, tonight, the weekend. Evan had been gone for almost 5 weeks, but in many ways it felt like much longer than that. Jess felt like a stranger in her own life, and she longed for a bit of stability. A firm foundation on which she could stand and begin to rebuild her world. She was ready for answers, for the chance to step beyond the fog of grief and confusion that made everything feel so uncertain. Jess was grateful that her youngest loved baths, because his post-bath routine was one of his least favorite activities. Though she loved massaging the lotion into his lean, taffy limbs, he shifted and complained and sometimes escaped her ministrations before she could finish. But today he stood quietly.
"I was scared,"
he said suddenly. "What?" Jessica's eyes flicked to his. They were big and brown and just a touch sad.
"When I woke up last night, I thought you left me."
"Oh, honey." Jess pulled him close. ignoring the cream that had not yet been absorbed into his skin. It would leave streaks on her shirt, but she didn't care. "Baby, I am so, so sorry. I would never leave you." "Daddy left?" Those two words tore at Jessica's heart, shredding what was left of it. "That was different," she managed. "Daddy didn't leave you on purpose. He couldn't help it." "What if you can't help it?" What if? Wasn't that exactly what Jess feared most? What if she couldn't protect her sons? The thought twisted in her mind, making her irrational. She'd bite and claw and kick and steal for her kids, move heaven and earth, commit murder if she had to. She'd stay, whatever it took. "I'm not going anywhere," Jess said, holding him at arm's length so he could see the truth written all over her face. "Promise?" "I promise." But that wasn't good enough for Gabe. "Pinky swear?" he asked, holding out his skinny little pinky. Jess wrapped his tiny finger in her own and squeezed tight. "Pinky swear," she said, sealing a covenant in her own flesh and blood. Blessedly, school was a whirlwind of teenagers and bells and noise and the traditional Thanksgiving assembly, which included the band and orchestra and a cleverly written but poorly executed skit about gratitude. The morning passed in a blur. Jess wasn't sure she had ever been so thankful to turn off the light and close the door to her classroom when it was all over. Her emotion was fitting, she supposed, for the holiday, but it felt like much more than a short break from school. It felt like a new beginning. Which was why she wasn't alarmed when she pulled into her driveway and saw Meredith's car parked there. Jess waved to her friend, who sat in the driver's seat as she watched them pull up. The car was still on, a cloud of exhaust pouring out of the tailpipe like a lit cigarette. Jess's smile tilted just a bit when she realized that there was someone with Meredith, a man whose face was turned away from the passenger side window. But from what she could see of the back of his head, he didn't look like Todd. "Why is Auntie Mare here?" Gabe asked, pressing both his hands against the window as he stared. The glass was filthy with his fingerprints. "And who's with her?" "I don't know." Jess put the car in park and turned it off. She had texted Meredith earlier, written 3 short words followed by a nondescript period. "I found it." Mare knew exactly what she was talking about. Maybe she wanted to help Jess sift through Evan's file, try to put the pieces of the puzzle together. But Jess couldn't say that to her boys. "Maybe she wants to talk to me about our Thanksgiving plans tomorrow." "We're going to Todd and Meredith's?" Max pulled up his nose, and Jess was surprised by his obvious reluctance. "What do you mean?" Jess yanked her door open, continuing the conversation with her eldest over the hood of the car. "You love the Bailey family." Max shrugged and he opened the back door for Gabe. The little boy scrambled out and raced toward the house, eager for a lunch of anything goes, like Jess had promised on the way home. But Max didn't follow his brother. He stood next to the car, waiting for Meredith and her mystery guest to appear around the corner of the garage. They could hear her engine stop, and then a single car door slam shut. "Hey, Mare." Jess smiled when Meredith walked around the corner. "Good timing. Would you like a cup of tea or something?" But the set of Meredith's face made the world feel suddenly unstable. She acknowledged Max's presence with an indecipherable look and a curt nod, then turned her attention to Jess. "We need to talk," she said. "In private." Jess felt goosebumps prickle her skin. "Max," she said, "why don't you go help your brother with lunch?" "He can make himself a peanut butter sandwich." Max folded his arms across his chest and glared at Meredith. Where was this animosity coming from? But Jess didn't have the luxury of wondering right now. She needed obedience. "Go," she said sternly. "Now." Max turned his glower on Jess, but she held his gaze, and in the end he gave in. Stalking from the garage, he shot Meredith one last black look and slammed the door to the house behind him. "Sorry," Jess said. "I don't know what that was all about." But Meredith didn't seem to have registered Max's rude outburst. She took a few steps toward Jess and stopped. One more step, and then she checked herself and thrust her hands deep into the pockets of her wrap coat. Meredith sighed hard through her nose, lips puckered and turned down at the edges, as if she was trying not to cry. "I've never had to do this to a friend before." "What?" Jess sank back, her heart crumbling to pieces in her chest. It skipped a beat. 2. "What are you talking about? What's going on?" Suddenly, Jess caught sight of the man who had been in the car with Meredith. He had slipped quietly from the vehicle and was standing in the shadows just outside the garage door. He wasn't wearing his uniform, but Jess immediately recognized his baby face. It was Officer Tunis. "What are you doing here?" Jess's voice squeaked. She hated herself a little for being so transparent, so clearly moved. What did she have to be afraid of? But even as she berated herself, she realized that Meredith was talking. "Not for long," she was saying. "We'll get this all straightened out in no time." "Wait, we'll get what straightened out?" "Custody," Meredith said, and the word landed at Jessica's feet like a bomb. "Custody? Of my kids? What are you talking about, Meredith?" Jess watched as her friend cupped her face in her hands for a moment. Her shoulders shook like she was sobbing. But when she looked up again, Meredith's gaze was almost cold. She walked quickly to where Jessica was standing and took her by the shoulders. "You have to trust me," Meredith said. "How long have we been friends? Years. It's been years and years. You're like a sister to me. I hate having to do this, but I have no choice." "You always have a choice," Jess whispered, shrugging off Meredith's heavy hands. "It's my job, Jessica. What would you have me do? Would you rather have someone else standing here? Someone who thinks you're a terrible, neglectful parent and that your kids are better off without you? Do you think that?" Jess could hardly utter the words. "Of course not, but I don't get to decide. You want the official spiel?" Meredith clamped her mouth shut, her jaw working as she wrestled with herself. "Fine. Someone called the hotline. You're being investigated for neglecting your children. I'm supposed to interview them each separately right now, make them take off their clothes so that I can inspect their bodies for bruises or cuts or burns." A sob escaped Jessica's lips, but Meredith kept going. "It's my job to look in your cabinets and determine whether or not you have nutritious food in your home. I'll walk through your house in search of unsafe living conditions, for filth or rats or bugs." Jess gasped for air, sucking in the cold afternoon so that it chilled her to the bone. She could feel herself go numb from the inside out, a hollow, terrible feeling that cemented her to the ground where she stood. She was petrified, frozen in time by shock and hurt and horror that was too great to bear. "No," she said, but the word was formless and empty, a futile cry. "I'm not going to do those things," Meredith said softly, leaning toward Jessica so that Officer Tunis would not hear. "I pull some strings. I'm not going to make your boys take off their clothes for me." Jess whimpered. "But I have to walk through and do a home inspection. Everything has to be documented. You understand that, don't you?" "No," Jess did not understand. She didn't understand anything anymore, including how her heart could possibly keep beating inside of her chest. This was a nightmare. It was worse than a nightmare. And instead of assigning Max and Gabe to a safe family's home in the area, Meredith continued, I've been given clearance to place them with your dad and Anna. When her legs started to give, Meredith wrapped her arms around Jessica's waist and frog-walked her over to the low bench where the boys sometimes sat to pull on their boots. Jess fell on it, knocking her head against the wall so hard that she had to drop her forehead in her hands to stop the world from spinning. But maybe it was careening anyway, detonating like a charge so that when the dust settled there would be nothing left. A void. You can't do this, Jess said into her palms. Even she didn't know who she was talking to. Meredith, Officer Tunis. I wish I didn't have to, Meredith said. She crouched down and took Jessica's hands in her own. Look at me. Come on, Jess, look at me. Jessica somehow managed to force her eyes to meet Meredith's gaze. There were a few dots of mascara on her friend's cheeks, evidence that Meredith had been rubbing her eyes recently. Crying? Jess hoped so. She hoped that her life and her family were worth a few of Meredith's tears. More than that, Jess hoped that this was killing her best friend, that she felt as gutted as Jessica did. Fight for me, she wanted to say. And wasn't that what she had been aching for all along? For someone to fight for her? To come kicking and screaming, soul bared and heart in hand, ready to battle? But maybe Jessica would have to fight for herself. Do it, Jess bit the words. Get it over with. Listen to me. We'll work it out. Meredith squeezed her hands, tried to give her a slight smile. Jess wanted to slap her. I promise. They'll be back in no time. But Jess barely heard her. She had made a promise to Gabe and she wasn't about to break it. Her boys could go to her father's house, but in a day, maybe two, she'd have them back. She would do anything it took. Anything. A letter from Evan Chamberlain. Dear Jessica, I feel like Hansel, leaving crumbs all along the way. It's ridiculous, I know. I'm overreacting, but I know too much to believe this is as innocent as it looks, and I don't want to leave you without an explanation. Love makes a family, and sometimes love tears a family apart. I'm so sorry I let it tear apart ours. Chapter 26. It was a nightmare. A slow-motion tragedy that played out in tears and disbelief, followed by fury and then absolute mayhem. Jess stayed in the garage while Meredith went into the house to talk to the boys. It was Jessica's decision. She knew that everything raw and real in her would revolt if she saw her son's reactions to Meredith's grim news. Jess didn't trust herself. What would she do? Throw things or scream like a madwoman? Or barricade them all in a bedroom and refuse to ever come out? She would make everything 100 times worse, and they would never let her get away with it. Meredith hadn't brought Officer Tunis along because they were friends. The policeman stood with his back against the garage wall and scuffed the floor with his foot. The toe of his shoe made a half-moon pattern in the dust on the smooth concrete, and he took care to get the arc of the curved line just right. He didn't want to be there, Jess could tell. He snuck her the occasional sympathetic glance, but it made her skin crawl to think that he pitied her. So she ignored him, or tried to, and wrung her hands together in her lap. Jess hadn't moved from the bench. She didn't trust her legs to support her. So she did the only thing she could think to do. She prayed,
while a storm was raging inside her heart and inside her house. It was less a prayer than a guttural cry, a groan, a sob, a lament. The shouts were audible, even with the garage door closed. A thump, two, and then the sound of running feet. Each sound tore through Jessica as easily as a bullet and left her spent and bleeding. On her fingers, Jess cataloged the people who she suspected of making the call that would rip her children from her. Kara Tisdale, Jake Holmes, Mr. Henderson and Betty. Who else had seen or heard or suspected something they deemed irresponsible? Cody DeYager, Caitlin Wilson, Anthony Bartels, Officer Tunis. A gym full of people as she carried a crying Gabe out. Jess had run out of fingers, and Meredith had once told her that all it took was a single accusation, just one. Once Child Protective Services was involved, there was protocol that had to be followed. An investigation, possibly drug testing, a mental health evaluation, interviews with neighbors and friends, teachers and relatives who may have witnessed something incriminating. They would sink their teeth into her past, eager to lay bare the bones of her every mistake and misstep. It all counted, and it would all count against her. When the door to the garage finally opened and Meredith stepped out, it was to wave at Officer Tunis in surrender. His hands were jammed deep in the pockets of his coat, and he gave her a hunch-shouldered shrug as if to say, "Who, me?" "I'm going to need your help," Meredith said. He hesitated for a moment, and in those spare seconds Jessica pulled herself to her feet. "I'll do it," she said, staggering toward the door. "No, I don't think that's a good idea." Meredith shook her head, her expression unreadable. Was there sorrow there? Regret? Jess sure hoped so. But she wasn't about to let Meredith stop her either way. Jess didn't slow down when she reached the place where Meredith stood with her arms spread wide across the doorframe. It looked as if she would block her, refuse to let Jess pass. But when it became clear that Jessica would run her down to get through, Meredith sighed and fell back. "Please don't make this harder than it already is," Meredith said. Jess didn't acknowledge her. The house seemed so different, Jess had to blink to get her bearings. How could a few minutes change her life so irrevocably? But she already knew that the entire world could be transformed in the span of a second. Nothing would ever be the same. Even if she got her boys back tomorrow, nothing could erase the fact that today they had been taken away. She couldn't stop it. She couldn't protect them. "Mommy?" Gabe was curled up on the couch, knees pulled tight to his chest and enveloped completely by Max's long arms. Both boys looked stricken, and Gabe's eyes were puffy and red from crying. Max had been crying too. Jess could see it in the flush of his damp cheeks. Jess crossed the space between them and sunk to her knees in front of the couch. The boys untangled themselves and knotted their arms and legs around Jess so she didn't know where she stopped and they began. Someone's fingers kneaded her back desperately, and though the pinch was painful, Jess welcomed it. They were so solid, so real, so immediately in her arms. Gabe's neck was salty where she kissed it, and Max was sharp with the scent of cheap deodorant spray and the acrid tang of fear. He seemed to be a small, frightened little boy instead of the almost man he was. "Meredith is going to take you to Grandpa and Anna's house," Jess whispered against Max's hair. She kissed his head where she could reach it, the curve of his ear, his jaw. He didn't pull away. "Why?" "Because. Just for a little while." "How long?" Gabe squeezed her extra hard, lacing his fingers together around her neck, as if he could permanently attach himself to her, as if clinging tightly could stop Meredith and Officer Tunis from taking him away. "I don't know, Bug. Not long, okay?" "But you promised."
Jess felt all the air leave her in a panicked squeak. She was spiraling, dread pulling her under by centrifugal force. Surely she would drown.
"It's a mistake,"
Max said. He pulled back a little but kept one hand on Jessica's shoulder, and the other arm wrapped tight around Gabe.
"This is all just a misunderstanding."
Max is right. Jess fixed her eldest with a look of such love and wonder. His eyes filled and his lip quivered. She dug deep and somehow managed to give him a small, brave smile. "We'll get this figured out in no time, okay? And in the meantime, you get to spend Thanksgiving with Grandpa."
"And Anna,"
Gabe added. "Yes, and Anna. She makes the best pumpkin pie, remember?" It was pumpkin pie made from a can of puree and generic frozen crust, but Anna topped it with a swirl of homemade cinnamon whipped cream. Gabe loved it, and his expression brightened a little at the thought. It was devastating to see him smile in spite of his swollen nose and bloodshot eyes. Jess pressed a quick, hard kiss to his forehead and stood before she lost her resolve. "They're ready," Jess told Meredith. Meredith was standing in the living room, watching Jessica say her goodbyes. Something in Jess severed at the sight of her best friend watching her writhe in pain. And when Meredith moved in for a hug, Jessica stepped away. "Not now," Jess said. What she meant was, not ever again. She knew it was part of Meredith's job, that her friend was trying to spare her the indignity of having a stranger come into her house and tear her life to shreds. Jess's mind skittered to the thought of a stranger taking her children into their bedrooms and inspecting their bodies for injuries that she allegedly may have inflicted. When Jess had smoothed lotion on Gabe's dewy skin just that morning, she had run her fingers over shallow cuts on his skinny legs, a couple bruises, and a dark black thumbprint on his hip. Who knew where or how children amassed their many minor wounds? Running and jumping and losing track of the corners of tables and doorways and walls. Jess had never once lifted a hand in anger toward her children. She hardly believed in time-outs, never mind spankings. But she knew what each mark would look like to someone searching for evidence of wrongdoing. Maybe Meredith deserved a thank you for sparing Jessica from all that. But Jess couldn't bring herself to do it. She couldn't even look at Meredith. Jess gave her boys one last crushing hug. First Gabe, who clung to her and then decided he would ask Grandpa to take them out for supper. After all, it was almost like Friday since they didn't have school in the morning. Max's emotions were a little more complicated.
"I hate her,"
he whispered into Jessica's neck. She shushed him, cradling the back of his head. "She's just doing her job." Max started to say something, but seemed to think better of it. "Text me any time," Jess murmured. "Call me, day or night. I'll answer it. I promise." Max took a shuddering breath, squeezed Jess one last time, and then left without a backward glance. He took Gabe by the hand, and the two of them disappeared into the garage. "Get out," Jess whispered, staring at the spot where her boys had been only seconds before. "Jess?" Meredith took a tentative step toward her. "I said get out." Out of the corner of her eye, Jess could see Meredith hang her head. Then she sighed heavily and walked slowly to the door. When she shut it behind her, it barely clicked. The house was shrouded in silence. It wasn't until Jess saw Meredith's car drive past the front window that she let herself go. She was a marionette whose strings had been cut, a body who exhaled its soul. Her scream was enough to splinter glass. Jess refused to answer her phone. It rang and rang, sometimes with barely a pause between cycles, so she turned off the ringer. Her father texted instead.
I want to come over, but have been advised to keep my distance, at least for today. I'm so sorry, honey.
Jess didn't respond. She didn't want to see anyone anyway.
We'll work this out, I promise.
A few minutes later, her phone vibrated again.
I've talked to a lawyer.
She thought, you are a lawyer. Henry read her mind.
We need someone who's not related. I called the best. We're meeting on Friday.
Friday? But it was only Wednesday afternoon. Jess couldn't stand the thought of not seeing her boys for 2 days. Then a horrifying realization gripped her. Jess wasn't sure if she was even allowed to see Max and Gabe. The earth gave way and she was falling again, sobbing again. Jess had so many questions, and she knew that Meredith could answer them, but there was no way she was calling up her former best friend to chat about the fact that the formidable Mrs. Bailey had just forcibly removed her sons. She seethed with anger instead, considered how justified she would be in smashing Meredith's face in, then cried until she felt wrung out and dehydrated, tried to ignore her father's texts. At some point, she grabbed her phone and Googled, "How to get my kids back." She regretted it almost immediately. Be honest with yourself, was the first piece of advice. Jess was supposed to get real, evaluate what went wrong, and set up a plan to ensure that the same mistakes would never be made again. My husband died, Jess wanted to shout. In a horrific, unexpected way, and I'm not convinced it was an accident. My life has been a giant, extenuating circumstance. But there was no one to listen, and the rest of the steps were equally baffling and unspeakable. Acquire legal counsel, request a psychological evaluation, be patient and compliant. Jess didn't want to do any of those things, but the final imperative made her heart turn to stone in her chest. Don't give anyone a reason to think you're unfit to parent. What did that even mean? She just wanted her kids back. But curling up the edges of her shock and grief was the specter of shame. Was Jess a bad mother? Had she neglected her children? There was hardly a day that went by that she wasn't racked with guilt over some parental blunder. She yelled when she should whisper, and disciplined when what her boys really needed was her time and attention. Maybe she deserved this, and maybe her boys deserved a better life than she could provide for them. The thought made her physically sick. By the time the sun had dipped below the edge of the horizon and the living room was bathed in an eerie purple light, Jess was hollow as a shell. She was broken, empty. And when someone knocked softly on her door, she didn't get up to answer it, or even move from where she was cowering on the couch. "Jess?" Meredith's voice preceded her presence, and Jessica felt herself recoil. "Go away," she croaked, her voice hoarse from disuse and weeping. "No." Meredith appeared in the doorway to the mudroom. She leaned against the jamb and slipped off her shoes. Instead of coming any closer, though, she lingered in the entryway. Just the fact that she was hesitating caused Jess to look up. Meredith usually moved with purpose, with intent. She had little room for regret, and even in this terrible thing, Jess expected her to be firm, justified. But Meredith looked anything but sure of the role she had played in breaking Jessica's heart. Her hair was tangled, the part crooked and drawn at an unflattering angle for her face, and she was wearing a thick sweatshirt several sizes too big. It made her seem lumpy and heavier than she was, a look that Meredith would never usually step out of the house in. She didn't look like herself, and she wasn't acting like herself either. "I don't want you here." Jess glared, pretending that seeing Meredith so disheveled didn't prick her. She didn't want to love her. but their friendship wasn't going to be so easily discarded. "I can't talk to you right now."
I didn't have a choice.
Meredith spread out her arms in supplication or surrender. Jessica couldn't tell.
You don't understand, and I can't explain it to you. But you have to believe that I was trying to protect you. All I've ever tried to do is protect you.
Jess almost rolled her eyes at the melodrama, as if this were some cosmic battle between good and evil, as though Meredith alone held the keys to all that was fair and right, Jessica's would-be savior in tortoiseshell glasses and turquoise fingernail polish. Meredith gave her a long, sad look, then seemed to decide something. She ignored Jess's protests as she marched past her into the kitchen. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Jess cried. But she didn't have the energy to follow Meredith, or try to kick her out of the house. Jess's legs were twisted beneath her, tingling and heavy with lack of circulation. She felt anchored to the couch, bound by anguish and the hopeless understanding that her reasons for living were just outside of her reach. A few minutes later, Meredith appeared with 2 glasses. Tennessee honey, by the look of the golden molasses shine. Wordlessly, Meredith handed 1 glass to Jessica and brought the other glass to her lips. She drank it quickly, finishing it with a bit of a grimace and a harsh exhale. Jess thought for just a second that she shouldn't be drinking, but grief evaporated that fragile sentiment. Tipping the glass, she swallowed the shot Meredith had given her. It was bitter when it should have been sweet, but Jess decided that anything mixed with misery would be. Meredith reached for her empty glass and took them both back into the kitchen. Jess could hear the water running and the snap of the dish towel as Meredith cleaned the glasses. A cupboard door opened and closed. Then, a few long, quiet minutes passed before Meredith finally came back into the living room. She sat on the edge of the chair next to the couch. "I'm sorry," she said simply. "I never wanted it to be this way. I never meant to hurt you." "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" Meredith held her gaze. "I know it doesn't. But I also need you to know that I'm only doing what I have to do." "You could have fought for me." "Believe me, I did. Sometimes we have to do hard things, Jessica. Things that other people might not understand." "You're supposed to be my best friend." Jess was horrified when her voice came out a whimper. It was pathetic, laced with self-pity, but she couldn't help it. Jess brushed fresh tears from her eyes, disappointed to discover that she hadn't, in fact, cried every last drop, and furious that she was wasting what was left on Meredith. "I tried," Meredith said. "I really did." "I want you to go." Meredith nodded and took a deep breath. She used her thumb to smooth away a tear that had left a trail down her own cheek. So she did have feelings. This did affect her. But Meredith shattered the delicate moment by asking, "Where is it, Jess?" "Where is what?" "Evan's file." In the terror of the afternoon, Jess had forgotten all about Evan's file. It had been overshadowed by her suddenly much bigger, much more devastating problem. "I don't know, Mare." Jess heard herself call Meredith by her nickname. It was fingernails on a chalkboard, a sudden painful screech. She tried again, but her words felt slow and thick in her mouth. "Why do you care?" Meredith clapped her hands on her knees and stood up. "I'll find it, Jessica. You might as well just tell me where it is." "They're mine," Jess said, but she wasn't sure anymore if she was talking about Evan's papers or her boys. You can't take them away from me. Meredith disappeared from her line of sight, and Jessica unwound her legs to follow. They were unusually dense, dull, and unresponsive, though she kept telling herself, "Go." When her feet finally flopped to the floor, Jess was engulfed in a wave of nausea. The room spun, blurring at the edges until she squeezed her eyes shut and leaned forward on her bent arms, forehead in her clammy hands. When was the last time she had eaten? Jess couldn't recall. And she remembered now why she shouldn't have had that drink. Her doctor had said Xanax and alcohol should never mix. How much was in the glass Meredith had given her? Jess couldn't remember, and she also couldn't remember if she had taken her anti-anxiety meds that morning or not. It was impossible to know how much time had passed when Meredith came back into the living room. Jess's head felt too big for her neck, but she tipped up her chin to catch a glimpse of her former friend. Meredith seemed cool and collected, unaffected by the alcohol that they had consumed together. She checked the watch on her wrist, then righted the navy backpack that was slipping off one shoulder. The backpack felt important somehow, but Jess couldn't think of why. "What are you doing?" The words didn't sound right in Jess's ears, and they didn't feel right either. They were too big, too complicated, so fuzzy with uncertainty they stuck like burrs to her tongue. "You're so sad, Jess." Meredith spoke softly, her expression one of pure sorrow. Jess nodded, unable to speak. She was sad, so sad. She wanted to lay her head down and go to sleep. Perhaps when she woke up, this would all be a bad dream, a nightmare posing as reality that she could shed as easily as her pajamas. Jess would roll over and Evan would be there, watching her. He'd touch her face, and down the hallway her boys would be waking up, opening their eyes in a home where they were safe and loved, together. But Meredith wasn't going to let Jess sleep. She was sliding her hands under Jessica's arms. Crouching in a weightlifter stance, Meredith took a deep breath. Then she heaved Jessica to her feet and slung one of Jess's arms around her shoulders. "Where are we going?" Jess tried to mumble. It came out jumbled and wrong, and Meredith didn't answer. They were a few agonized steps away from the couch when Jess's phone buzzed against the coffee table. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she felt a compulsion to answer, a need to break free from Meredith's powerful embrace and grab her phone, but her limbs refused to comply. They shuffled along in the direction of the door, ignoring the muted hum. She didn't want to go, but Jess's leaden legs stomped their slow progress obediently. "Come on," Meredith said, heaving Jessica over the lip of the door and down the single step into the garage. Jess's feet were heavy, but they complied. Jess wanted to say, "Where are we going?" but the question floated just out of reach. She lunged for it and felt the ground swim up to meet her as Meredith spat out a curse. "Stop it!" Meredith almost fell, but managed to right them both. She yanked Jess close and propelled her the remaining distance. Gasping a little, she propped Jess against the car and wrenched open the driver's side door. "Here we go," she said. Somehow, this was comforting to Jess. Someone else had taken control, and she didn't have to worry about it anymore. Jess wasn't even sure what it was. But if Jess listened closely, she could almost make out the sound of someone screaming. "No, no, no, no." She closed her eyes and tried to still herself, but was interrupted by Meredith wrapping both arms around her middle and picking her up. Jess was only a few inches off the ground, but her limbs flopped like a rag doll, and it took Meredith 3 tries to get her into the driver's seat. The task accomplished, Meredith sighed heavily and lifted Jess's legs one at a time until they were also in the car. Then she reached over and turned the ignition. The car revved to life. "I wish you wouldn't have done this," Meredith said. She took Jessica by the chin and looked deep into her eyes. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, but Jess couldn't imagine why. "I wish you could understand that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few." Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Jess knew she should be focusing on something else, but she recognized that line, that sentiment. She had taught it before. In the far reaches of her conscious, she dug and came up with names like winter bulbs. Shakespeare, Thoreau, Poe. She discarded them all. Austen? No. When it finally landed in her palm, real and solid and true, she smiled a little. Dickens. Jess tried to say it, to tell Meredith that she knew what she was talking about. But Meredith wasn't paying attention to her anymore. As Jess watched, her friend lowered the driver's side window a couple of inches and then shut the car door. She let herself out of the garage without a backward glance. Before. "Hop in," Meredith said. "I can take you somewhere." Getting in the car with her was the last thing Evan wanted to do. But a quick glance over his shoulder at the ruined LeSabre assured him he had no choice. She wouldn't leave him anyway. Not now. Evan heaved a sigh and yanked the door open, climbing into the passenger seat with a sense of dread. He didn't realize until he was halfway into the vehicle that there was another person in the car. A man was in the back seat, his face in the shadows. "Who's this?" Evan asked, his hand still on the door and one foot firmly planted on the gravel road. He could still run, slam the door and sprint to the cover of the trees. But that was ridiculous. "A friend," Meredith said noncommittally. "Don't you have a bag or something? Do you need to get anything from your car?" The question was innocent, but her intent was far from it. She was pretending, but there was no reason to. Evan gave her a long look. Meredith's face was tinted blue from the dashboard lights, but she was still lovely. Hair shiny, lipstick in place. Her mouth was the red of a rose about to turn. But maybe it was just a trick of the shadows and his own grim imagination. She was almost regal in her wrap coat, and the creamy wool drawn sharp against the line of her jaw gave her a queenly bearing. Meredith certainly considered herself above the law. "I don't have anything with me," Evan said, holding up his empty hands. "And just so you know, Jessica has no idea what's going on." "Get in the car, Evan." The man in the back seat had a voice like warm honey, rich and syrupy. "You're bleeding. You need help." "I know who you are," Evan said. He felt brazen, suddenly indomitable. He had put the pieces of the puzzle together, and here was his final proof: James Rosenberg. The man leaned forward and offered his hand over the back seat. He was wearing a gold Rolex, and his skin was unnaturally tan for a cold October night. "You should have been a detective, Dr. Chamberlain." Evan shook his head reluctantly, but it was an entirely ordinary handshake. If he had been expecting James to crush the fine bones of his hand like some cartoon villain, he was disappointed. In truth, James's smile seemed genuine, his concern sincere. "Shut the door," James said, sitting back. What choice did he have? Besides, now that he was half-seated, Evan wasn't sure that he could stand up again. His head was throbbing, his hand trembling just a little where it rested on the handle. Evan slid the rest of the way into the passenger seat and closed the door behind him.
"Clearly you've been following me," he said, pulling the seat belt over his chest and struggling to find the buckle. He found he couldn't focus on two things at once, the seat belt and the predicament he was in. So he held his tongue until the belt finally clicked. Finally. "Maybe you can answer a few questions I still have." "Oh?" Meredith put the car in drive and pulled away. She flicked her eyes in his direction, as if a mere glance could help her discern the truth from lies. A small smile played at the corner of her mouth. "I'm not sure what you're talking about." Evan ignored her. "Francesca told me how it works." Meredith turned to stone beside him. She held her shoulders straight, her chin slightly lifted as she crawled down the gravel road. Pebbles pinged the underside of the car, but she gave no indication that this bothered her. Only her hands on the steering wheel and the way they were pinched white told Evan that he had struck a nerve. "The business card, the promise of money, $5,000, Mare. I think a court would consider that a bribe." Evan watched her closely, waiting for a reaction that never came. Instead of exploding, Meredith gave him a pitying look. "Adoptive parents are allowed to pay for the medical, legal, and counseling expenses of the birth mother. You did." "Through the agency," Evan said. "The legal way. Is that where you come in?" He swiveled in his seat and glared at James. The strange man was cloaked in shadow, but Evan could make out the hard line of his jaw, the spread of his broad shoulders. Maybe he played football in high school, or maybe he was just big-boned. Either way, he cut an intimidating silhouette. Evan had no doubt it did him many favors in court. Although he seemed harmless enough, he looked threatening. "Here," James said, ignoring Evan's question and handing him a wad of tissue from somewhere in the recess of the back seat. "You're still bleeding." Evan took the tissue and pressed it to his forehead. Almost immediately it was wet, but when he tried to pull it away, a thin layer stuck to his skin. He blinked hard, trying to clear his head, to get his bearings. It didn't help. He felt tired, confused, and he found himself staring at the lump of bloody paper in his palm. For a moment, he didn't know what to do with it. But then he rolled down the window and threw it out. The blast of cold air was invigorating. "The money," he said, more to himself than to Meredith and the mysterious James. "Those women, they did it for the money." He was losing what little composure he had. What Meredith and James were doing was unbelievable. Sick and twisted, and a perversion of a system that he had believed in heart and soul. "A private account? A lump sum deposit? From what I can tell, it's a Class C felony, and just the tip of the iceberg." Evan wasn't sure how far they had come. But when Meredith swung her car down a field driveway and lumbered off into the woods, he realized that they were really and truly in the middle of nowhere. There were no more headlights, no distant glow of the farmsteads that dotted the Minnesota landscape. It was so dark Evan could feel the weight of the night press down on them. Meredith put the car in park and swiveled to face him. "What do you think you know, Evan?" It was James from the back seat, and he was talking so quietly Evan should have turned around. But he couldn't. His head hurt too much, and he was afraid he might throw up again. But he knew the answer to the question. "Everything. I know everything." Evan didn't have anything to lose. It wasn't like Meredith was going to kill him for what he had discovered, dump his body and go on as if nothing had ever happened. Meredith was cunning, but she wasn't a sociopath. She had a heart, larger than most, actually. He had seen it at work many times over the years. Meredith cared deeply about the birth moms she worked with, the kids, the families.
She loved his wife, his children. She was passionate and tenacious and loyal, and clearly appallingly misguided. Evan hated what this would do to her family. And James was in a suit, for heaven's sake. Evan couldn't turn around, but now that he thought about it, he knew that the man was wearing a dark suit coat with a pale shirt beneath, a tie. He had glasses and hair that was blonde or white or gray. James Rosenberg was a lawyer, a professional, a mere man, just like Evan. "Leave it alone," Evan said, and wasn't aware that he had said it aloud until James laughed. "Leave what alone?" "That's what your secretary told me when I called your office. I said I had some questions about a woman named River Hahn and the son she gave up for adoption." "Good advice. How did you find me?" "They're putting it all together," Evan said quietly. "The women you've used. Francesca filled in the missing pieces." Surely Meredith and James already knew that. How else had they found him? Eagle Ridge Women's Prison was hours from quaint Auburn, Iowa, and it was ludicrous to believe that the two of them had just randomly happened upon him on a gravel road in south-central Minnesota. They had been following him. And wasn't that exactly what he had been afraid of all along? That this thing was bigger than he could imagine? That there were powerful forces at work? It's why he dyed his hair and wore strange clothes and sold his car. Evan wanted to step out of his own skin, to shed himself and any connection that might link his family to everything he was learning. Clearly his efforts were in vain. Evan realized that Meredith and James had probably talked to Francesca before he did. When he started investigating, he had realized that his path would converge with whoever was pulling the strings behind this unethical operation. But he hadn't believed it would be his wife's best friend until the moment she rolled down her car window. He had his suspicions, but he had hoped they were unfounded. "Tell me." Meredith sounded as if someone had a belt around her throat, but her face was calm and impassive. "I know you've been buying babies." She blew a hard breath through her nose and jerked away from him. "You couldn't be more wrong." But Evan kept going. "So far, I've found 25 women spread over 4 states. They all tell the same story. A pregnancy, a prison sentence. What's a convict supposed to do with a baby? But then one day someone catches her alone. The Whisper Network tests the waters, and if she's open to the possibility, she's given a business card. Name on one side, number on the other. Simple, unobtrusive." Meredith stared out the windshield and refused to acknowledge his words. So Evan kept going. "Initium novum. I had to look it up. Latin for new beginning." He laughed a little in spite of himself, but it made him instantly nauseous. He pressed a hand to his stomach. "I have to give you credit for that. It's clever, concise, a bit mysterious. I'm sure it made those moms feel like they were doing something noble." "They were." James sounded unreasonably calm. Evan's blood was starting to boil in his veins, throb in his temples and forehead and fingertips. "What they did was honorable. It was right. What do you think happens to babies whose mothers are in prison?" Evan ignored him. "What you've been doing is coercion, Mare. It's buying and selling human beings." "That's not true!" She screamed the words, her sudden outburst fragmenting the quiet of the night. "Have you seen what I've seen? Have you removed a child from a home where he has been neglected, abused? There are people in this world who treat kids like animals, Evan. Worse. I know you know that." "I do," he conceded. He reached for Meredith, touched her arm gently.
And it defies explanation. It makes me crazy. I feel like I could kill anyone who would hurt a child with my bare hands.
So you understand.
James leaned forward, catching Evan's gaze.
I represented a little boy who was chained, Evan. Chained up like a dog. A girl who was sold by her father. She was 4.
Evan's stomach lurched, and it had nothing to do with the car accident and his pounding head.
We're saving these kids, Evan.
Meredith reached for his hand and held it.
You get that, right?
For a moment, Evan wasn't sure what he believed. He thought of Gabe, shackles on his little wrists, maybe a purpling bruise on his perfect cheek. Bile rose in the back of his throat, and he had to cough it down. But as he swallowed, Evan thought of Lashana. Pretty, earnest girl with love in her eyes. She wasn't the sort of monster they were portraying. Lashana broke the mold. Maybe they all did.
No,
he said, almost against his own will.
Some people aren't fit to parent, James said. I'd say convicts are at the top of the list.
It's not your choice to make,
Evan managed.
Lashana hung herself because she lost her baby. I didn't know she was Gabe's birth mom.
Meredith reached for Evan's hand and squeezed it too hard.
I swear, if I would have known, things would have been different.
Evan yanked away.
But what about the other women? What about their kids? What about the questions they'll have as they grow, and the families that could have been a part of their lives?
They're better off, Meredith insisted.
You get that, right? We're giving them a stable, loving family. No drug abuse or domestic violence or pedophiles. No unsecured guns in the home or sketchy boyfriends or mean drunks.
Meredith's chest was heaving, her cheeks flushed with color. What had she seen? Evan could only begin to imagine. He had treated cigarette burns on a toddler and set the broken radius of a boy who was equal parts terrified and angry when he insisted he had fallen down the stairs. Once, Evan had witnessed a 3-month-old with retinal hemorrhaging. Shaken baby syndrome. It made him so upset he punched the concrete wall of the hospital where he had been working and fractured his own hand. But Meredith was a social worker. She saw this sort of abuse, and things Evan was sure he couldn't even begin to imagine, day in and day out. How did that affect a person? Evan wasn't surprised that she wanted to do something about it. Something that stepped beyond the carefully drawn laws, the rules that meant everyone was innocent until proven guilty. In the time it took to determine culpability, a child's life could be forever changed or snuffed out.
I get it. I really do. But you don't know that those kids are better off being placed with an adoptive family.
I do, she said, her eyes flashing as they caught the light blinking from the dashboard. Evan put his forehead in his hand, forgetting for a second that it was sticky with blood. He pulled his palm away, slick and warm again, and wiped it on his pants. It was a lose-lose situation, and he knew it. Maybe Meredith and James were right. Maybe making these mothers an offer they couldn't refuse was the right thing to do. He thought of his son, of the little boy who, if he had stayed with his birth mother, would have been shuffled to relatives or foster care during her incarceration. No father, no stability. A ward of the state when his mother hung herself with a sheet. What would Gabe's life have been if he weren't their boy? It made his heart ache. And yet, Meredith and James were trying to play God.
I can't let you keep doing this,
Evan said.
It ends tonight.
Meredith was quiet for a long moment, and when Evan looked up, she was staring out the windshield into the black night. "Get out," she said softly. "Excuse me?" "I said get out." Evan grunted. "You're kidding, right? I have no idea where we are." "You heard the lady," James said. "You have legs. You can walk." "This is insane." "Get out now!" Meredith shouted, hitting the steering wheel with each syllable. "Okay." Evan put up his hands. "Okay." He found the door handle and wrenched it open. Tendrils of cold air licked his hands, his face. Fine. He could walk. For the first time in hours, he regretted leaving everything behind in his motel room. He had carefully reviewed the visitor information for the women's prison and knew that he couldn't take much inside. What he did take was subject to inspection, and since he wasn't about to let an officer thumb through his file or scroll through his phone, he left the motor inn with nothing but a fake ID in his back pocket. The name, Sam Nelson, an unremarkable place filler of a name, matched the one Francesca had written on her approved visitors list. After he used it, he threw it in the dumpster behind a gas station on the edge of town. His name, his real name, wasn't linked to any of this, but it soon would be. Evan stepped out of Meredith's car empty-handed. But before he cut himself off from her and James completely, he leaned in and said, "We'll work this out, okay?" She didn't respond, so Evan eased the door shut. It sealed with a muted thud, and he was left standing in the cold. Evan looked at the sky, searching for the moon and some indication of which direction he was facing. But clouds had blown in heavy and low, bursting with moisture that laced the air with the scent of coming rain. He would have to just start walking, hope he hit a road or a farmhouse eventually. It was a lonely feeling, setting off in the dark. But all at once, Evan remembered that he wasn't entirely alone. Tucked in his pocket was a scrap of paper, a number that identified the coordinates home. Max had scribbled the phone number on a piece of paper for Gabe one weekend, when the boys were staying at his townhouse. Evan's bachelor pad was bare bones, not exactly the kind of place where you could easily find a notepad. It wasn't Max's fault that he grabbed the only thing he could find. But when Evan had realized what it was, what Max had used, he lost it. "Do you have any idea what this is?" He waved the paper in front of Max's nose. It bore the page number and a portion of the title, a procession of digits in Max's messy hand. It was just a fragment of the story that Evan hoped to someday share with his youngest son. "A corner of a page," Max scoffed. "So what? Gabe is supposed to have his phone number memorized by Monday, so I wrote it down for him. What's the big deal?" Evan didn't mean to explain, but suddenly it was tumbling out. Not all of it, just the bits about Lashana, about who she was and why she mattered. And the thing was, Max understood. He got it. It meant something to him, too. "Write the number down on a different piece of paper," Evan told Max. "Look in the recycle bin." He intended to tape it back into the book, to mend what had been broken. But instead, he ended up tucking the book in Gabe's backpack for later and keeping the torn piece. He carried it around, a talisman of sorts, a reminder of where he was from and the assurance that his family was just a phone call away. He didn't even remember when he started using the numbers as his own personal code, a promise that things would be the way they once had been. Better. Touching the scrap of paper in his pocket, Evan imagined finding his way back to his motel room, calling Jess. What would he say? He wasn't sure. But he suddenly longed to hear the sound of her voice, even if all she said to him was, "Hello." When Meredith turned her headlights on, Evan was bathed in a sudden spotlight. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the unexpected glare. Maybe she had an attack of conscience, a change of heart. But he never had the chance to turn around. A quote from Atticus Finch in To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. "Real courage is when you know you're licked before you begin, but you begin anyway, and see it through no matter what." Chapter 27. When Jess woke, her throat was dry and scratchy, aching. Something was in her mouth, her nose. She tried to open her eyes, but they felt glued shut. Raising her hand took every ounce of her concentration, and as she did so, something began to beep. It sounded angry, insistent. And then there was a voice. "She's awake!" The sound of feet pounding the floor, a shuffle, an alarm that rang long and was silenced. "Jessica," someone said. "Jessica, can you hear me?" She could feel someone leaning over her, the presence of a body close enough to touch. But Jess was swimming away again, adrift on a current that was warm and hypnotic, comforting. Someone was calling her name. They were too far away, so distant from where she was floating. Jess gave herself over to the pull of gravity, but for just an instant, a barb of worry lodged itself in her chest. There was something she had to do. She just couldn't remember what it was. Someone needed her? It didn't matter. Jess wiggled herself free of the small, sharp hook and let herself go. She slept. Evan was there. And Jessica was 21 years old again, slim and lovely and fit from long runs and deep sleep and the gorgeous flush of youth. It was the night she first laid eyes on Evan. Jess knew it because she could feel the promise of him shimmering beneath her skin. Her senior year of college, she took a job as a waitress at a country club, and on weekends she wore a short black skirt and a white blouse, and carried trays of hors d'oeuvres between men in perfectly tailored suits and women in dresses she could only dream of wearing. The women ignored her. The men smiled, taking a caviar and creme fraiche tartlet with a wink. But not Evan. He was out of place in a sea of black, tall and unkempt with a mop of hair in desperate need of a trim. He needed a shave, too, but none of that occurred to Jess. It was impossible not to love him just a bit, because he seemed so wholly unconcerned with the desperate posturing happening all around him. Jess balanced her tray and wandered toward the entrance where a banner had been hung announcing that the event was a fundraiser for the Children's Hospital. She had worked everything from PTA meetings to wine and canvas nights for stay-at-home moms, and the truth was they all felt the same. But in a room filled with social climbers, Evan stood out. Jess watched him as she wove between clusters of beautiful people, fascinated by his casual disdain. By his chinos and polo shirt, his shoes that were scuffed, the laces frayed at the ends. There was a gentleman in a motorized wheelchair and an expensive suit, and Evan spent the entire evening at his side, cultivating a friendship that would later sustain him through the rest of med school and his residency, until his best friend would pass away at the painfully unfair age of 28. Of course, Jess couldn't know any of those things when she offered Evan and Raymond a thin slice of baguette spread with pink pepper goat cheese. Raymond accepted. Evan declined. But Raymond looked at Jess knowingly, at the way her gaze lingered on Evan just a heartbeat too long, and grinned. On their first date, Evan saw a woman slip on the ice in a parking lot they were driving past. He turned the car around and found her on her knees, blood spilling down her temples and onto the frozen ground, where it coagulated almost immediately. They waited with her, Jess holding her hand, and Evan pressing a dusty car blanket against the back of her head, until the ambulance came. There was the neighbor boy who lived next door to their first apartment. Evan fed him pre-packaged fruit cups and cheese sticks and chocolate milk in individual-sized serving boxes that didn't need to be refrigerated, all foods that he and Jessica never ate, but that he started to keep in their pantry when he realized that Alonzo was always, always hungry. Cody DeJager was skin and bones and brown fingernails, and he broke Evan's heart in two. Jess had resisted their unlikely friendship, but Evan saw something in that broken boy that no one else could see. He's a lost cause, Jess argued. He needs another chance, Evan insisted. In the end, they were both right. Cody was a little boy trapped in a man's body, a wounded soul who simply couldn't get past the hurt of a childhood that loomed tragic and large as a mountain. But Evan had taken him by the hand anyway, had made him believe, if only for a while, that he was worth the fight. Evan looked at them all and saw things that no one else could see. "You never saw me," Jess whispered. She didn't know she was crying until a tear slipped right off her chin. "Oh, Jess." Evan's hands were warm when they cupped her face, and Jess wondered at how she could feel him. He was gone, she knew that. Evan Chamberlain had died, and maybe she had too? Somehow it didn't matter, because she was here and she could feel him, and it was enough. Their life together was a breath of wind, a hint on her skin, and Jess found that she could remember everything. Everything. First kiss, wedding day, Max's birth. Evan had laughed and cried and dropped the video camera on the floor and shattered it. There was no footage of those first minutes when Max lay wailing on Jess's bare chest. But it didn't matter. She knew it all by heart. And here he was. Evan ran his thumb over her lips. He said, "I always saw you." "No, you didn't." "You just didn't need me the way that they did." She closed her eyes. "You're wrong." "No. You're the strong one, Jessica Chamberlain. You always have been." "I'm not." "You're the strongest person I've ever known." She was there. Jessica couldn't see her face, and every time she reached out to catch the edge of her coat, the woman was gone again. Folded into the shadows of this place where Jess found herself sifting memories like sand. But Jess knew who she was. Lashana Tate, Gabriel's birth mom. If her name had been a wound, it was healing now. A scar that would always remind Jessica of what she had been given and what Gabe had lost. Because even before Evan died, Gabe's life had been marked by deep loss. Jessica knew that now. She could still feel the moment Max's warm, writhing body had been placed on her chest. The curl of his fist like a chrysalis about to unfold, the pink flush of his translucent skin. He was a part of her, fresh from her own body, a fragment of her soul that fell to earth and was now blinking, unseeing, at the familiar sound of her voice. It was supernatural, miraculous somehow. But Lashana's arms had been the first to cradle Gabe. Her voice, the scent of her warm skin against his. She was a part of him. It was something that Gabe couldn't understand right now, but Jess saw it engraved in the palms of her sweet son's hands. He was two people, caught between what might have been and what would be. And Jess hadn't given him space to live in that reality, to hold in tension the truth that he had two mothers, and they both were worthy of his love. "I'm sorry," Jess called around the corner, running now, stumbling. "I didn't know." No answer. "I was selfish," she cried. Lashana was silent. "It can't be undone," Jess whispered. "But I love him. I know. He needs me." And if it was a dream or a hallucination or something entirely mystical, Jess believed she heard someone say, "Go." 3 days. Jessica lingered in a coma for 3 days, though Henry and Anna told Gabriel that Mommy was very tired and needed a good long rest. When he visited, he crawled into the hospital bed with her and traced the line of the IV as it snaked up her arm. Gabe kissed her cheek when no one was looking. "Wake up," he whispered. And one day, Jess did. Afterward, when she was sitting up in bed, propped on pillows and surrounded by balloons and bouquets of flowers and stacks of books and magazines and cutouts of newspaper articles that mentioned her by name, Henry told her everything. He explained in fits and starts between Jessica's sudden, frequent naps that she had lost 3 full days of her life. And while she was sleeping, the world had changed.
"It's good to see you awake,"
Deputy Mullen said when he came to visit her. He refused to sit in the chair that turned into a bed and leaned instead against the wall with his hands dug deep in his pockets. Jess didn't know him well, but she knew this was his stance, as much a part of him as the slightly bulbous nose on his face. It was comforting somehow, to have him nearby doing exactly what he was supposed to do. "It's good to be awake." Jess tried out a smile, the muscles in her face still tingling from a cocktail of medications and disuse. It worked. Mullen smiled back.
"They gave me the full rundown. Xanax, whiskey, carbon monoxide poisoning. What were you trying to do? Kill yourself?"
Jess felt her smile fade.
"Sorry. Too soon."
Mullen heaved a sigh and pulled a stool from the corner of the hospital room, rolling it close to the bed. He perched on the padded seat and reached for Jess's hand where it lay on top of the starched white sheet.
"I'm sorry I let this happen."
"It's not your fault," Jess protested, but he shushed her with a quick shake of his head.
"I should have listened to you. We should have pushed harder. Seized Evan's computer, gone through his townhouse, anything. Everything."
"You were following protocol. I didn't even know what he was up to." Jess wiggled her fingers a little inside of the warm paw of his hand, but Mullen held on tighter.
"We should have looked into the Minnesota connection more. Eagle Ridge was less than 60 miles from Elmwood Park. When we discovered Evan's file with all those convictions, we should have pressed it more."
"You told me you looked into Eagle Ridge," Jess said.
"We did. But there were so many inconsistencies. We didn't dig hard enough."
Mullen passed a hand over his jaw and sighed.
"I failed you."
"Don't be ridiculous."
"That's where he was, you know. Eagle Ridge, I mean. That night, before he died."
Jess both wanted to know and didn't. She wasn't sure how much she could take. In the end, she asked, "What do you mean?"
"He was interviewing an inmate, trying to figure out the truth behind Initium Novum."
Jess's head ached. It felt too heavy for her neck, but she didn't want to lie back against the pillow and stop Mullen from talking. It happened all the time these days. She drifted off mid-conversation and woke up in an empty room. "I'm not sure I understand," she said, forcing herself to focus.
Communication between Meredith and the inmates she was working with was done primarily through word of mouth, a not-so-sophisticated whisper network.
Mullen's eyes narrowed as Jess blinked along, but he kept talking.
When Evan made plans to visit Eagle Ridge, they leaked. That's how Meredith knew he was going there.
It doesn't seem real, Jess said.
We're still conducting interviews and will be for a long time. No one wants to talk about it.
Deputy Mullen squeezed her hand one last time and let go.
He's really a hero, you know. Without him, I'm not sure we would have ever realized what was happening.
Jess knew, but she was still trying to get her head around exactly what that meant. She knew the facts, at least some of them. The ones she could remember and piece together from her conversations with her father and now Deputy Mullen. Jess had been scratching at the surface, uncovering the truth one tenacious scrape at a time, but the whole picture was still a little blurry. Meredith quit Promise Adoption because she couldn't stomach watching another birth mother change her mind at the last minute and decide to parent her baby. It had happened one too many times amid circumstances that Meredith knew would be devastating for the child. And she had spent the early part of her social work career intervening in situations that had gone horribly wrong. She had witnessed altogether too many hurt kids, too many dead kids. When one of the potential birth moms that Meredith was working with was sent to prison, she realized that she might be able to do something about an epidemic of child neglect, abuse, and endangerment. Her relationship with James Rosenberg was entirely an accident. He was presenting a clear-cut child abuse case in a hearing, and Meredith was called in as an expert witness. The case was dismissed after a long day of testimony, and they both watched as a little girl was released into the custody of a father they knew would someday kill her. They ended up in a nearby bar, drinking at first to numb the shock, and then because they were so damn angry. Maybe the things they admitted wouldn't have been confessed in the light of day or without the aid of alcohol. But the perfect combination of vodka and fury revealed commonalities they couldn't have predicted. And they realized that maybe there was something they could do. $5,000 rolled nicely into adoption agency fees, and offering a gift to birth mothers who followed through with the adoption didn't seem like a bribe at all. It seemed just and fair, a small token of appreciation for making a choice that was best for all involved. Never mind that it was coercion, that it was its own form of human trafficking. Meredith had done everything in her power to ensure that the women who were given this choice really had no choice at all. And the adoptive families had absolutely no idea what was going on. They weren't the only ones in the dark. Meredith didn't know that James was padding the books, charging the families more than he let on and pocketing the money himself. For Meredith, it was all about principles. For James, money played a starring role. At least after he realized he could play the part of Robin Hood and benefit from it too. It was what caused him to step out of the back of Meredith's car and lift his shotgun to his shoulder. She knew that he had the gun on the floor by his feet, but she swore that it was for intimidation purposes only, to make Evan believe that they were serious. It chilled Jessica to the bone. What they had done was more than just manipulative. It was calculating, cold. Meredith's cunning in pressuring women at their weakest, most vulnerable moments was horrifying. And when Jess was alone, at night in the hospital when her kids were asleep at Grandpa and Anna's house and the nurses had left her to rest, she couldn't sleep. The trajectory of Meredith's life, the path that her decisions had set her on, had flung her so far out into space, it was hard to reconcile the woman Jessica knew with the person who had crushed up a spoonful of Xanax and stirred it into a shot of whiskey for Jess to drink and then put her best friend in a car to make it look like suicide. It was insane. But at the heart of Meredith's twisted logic was a desire to help and protect, to ensure that as many children as possible were given a chance at a beautiful life, a new beginning. Heaven help her, but Jess got that. That sort of love, that fierce, aggressive, relentless love, was the same thing that she felt for her own kids. Hadn't she said as much? Jess would do anything for her boys. What's going to happen to her? Jess didn't mean to speak out loud, but suddenly Deputy Mullen was patting her knee beneath the sheet. You will never have to see her again. I guarantee it. How could Jess begin to explain the way that made her feel? Safe and grateful and vindicated, but also betrayed and so sad. What about Todd? What about Amanda and Jaden? Those sweet girls that Jess had watched grow from little girls into young women. Her heart ached at the pain they must be feeling. She knew that right now they probably hated her, or at the very least, that they were very confused, in so much pain. But Jess hoped that someday she might be able to wrap her arms around them, to tell them that she loved them still. What about all those families? And the women? Jess's father had sat with her one afternoon and explained that Lashana Tate, Gabe's birth mom, had been among the women Meredith exploited. She'd been pushed into a corner, compelled by a mixture of need and guilt and intimidation to give up her second baby. It was strange to have a connection with this woman, her son's mysterious first mom. But Jess knew what it was like to lose a child. She could close her eyes and feel the ache of empty arms. Jess and Lashana were bound together in a sisterhood of grief. I wish I could have known her. The thought came unbidden, but Jess didn't shove it away. She embraced it, a hope that would never bloom. It's complicated, Deputy Mullen said. Evan made it easy for us by keeping careful notes, and we finally deciphered those last letters and numbers. He was referring to gestation and, in some cases, how far each woman was postpartum. Postpartum? Was it too late for them? Mullen anticipated her question. Many of the women we've contacted wanted to give their babies up for adoption. The money Meredith paid them was certainly a bonus, but they would have done it anyway. And the rest? They can't have their kids back. Mullen rubbed the stubble on his jaw and gave Jess a melancholy smile. That's not how it works. Jess pinched her eyes shut, squeezing the bridge of her nose with her fingers. Her whole body was hot, the headache a raw, throbbing thing that made her feel flayed wide open. These sweats, the sudden pain, weren't uncommon these days. But she knew that this ache was closely linked to a broken heart and unshed tears, not the naloxone they had used to reverse the effects of the Xanax Meredith had given her. You need to rest. I should go, Deputy Mullen said. But as he stood, there was a scuffle in the hallway and a crash as Jessica's hospital room door burst open. Mom! Gabe came careening into the room, followed by Max and, a moment later, Henry. Jess didn't have a chance to greet them as Gabe launched himself onto the foot of her bed. The ventilator was gone and the oxygen cannula, so the only thing Jess had to worry about was her IV. But she didn't care. She threw her arms around her baby, catheter and headache be damned. Holding him was the sweetest thing in all the world, and Jess was overwhelmed that she was allowed to do it at all. When Meredith came and removed Max and Gabe from her custody, Jess had wondered if she'd ever see her boys again. But it turned out Meredith had been lying even about that. No one had called the child help hotline. From the very beginning, Meredith herself had planted doubts in Jessica's mind. She'd manipulated her fear and feelings of inadequacy, and when she believed that Jess posed a real threat, Meredith had lied to Officer Tunis and Henry and Jessica too. She wasn't sure she could ever forgive Meredith for that. "Hey, Bug." Jess hated it that her voice was hoarse, especially because it seemed to bother Gabe that she didn't sound like herself. But she was getting stronger in every way, and today Gabe grinned when she spoke. "You sound like you." "I do?" "Better," Max said, putting one hand on his hip as he regarded her. "You should really do something with this, though." He waved his fingers in front of his face. "Thanks a lot." "It's the man of the hour," Deputy Mullen said, reaching for Max. For a moment it looked like they would shake hands, but then Mullen pulled Max in for a hug. "You're a hero." "I wouldn't say that," Max demurred, but he couldn't hide the smile that tugged at the corner of his mouth. Jess had heard the story a half-dozen times, but she didn't think she would ever tire of it. She was alive because of her son, because he was stubborn and tenacious and brave. "I need to hear this straight from the horse's mouth," Mullen said. "Tell me how you knew your mom was in trouble." Max lifted one shoulder, trying to appear nonchalant. But what he had done was remarkable. He had seen things no one else noticed. "When Meredith and that cop drove us to Grandpa and Anna's house, her purse was on the seat between them. It was open, and I could see a book inside." "How'd you know it was your journal?" Max gave Mullen a withering look, a look that said, "How could I not know?" "Wait," Jess cut in. "Why did Meredith want Max's journal?" "We believe she was looking for any evidence that Evan might have left behind," Mullen explained. "James Rosenberg was named in Max's diary." "It's not a diary," Max said, tugging the cuff of his sleeve. "Definitely not a diary," Deputy Mullen confirmed. "Brilliant, actually, that you paid such close attention to detail. Names are important. Go on." Max stalled for a moment but found his footing. "So I knew she had been in our house. She was the one who had taken my journal. And then when I tried to call Mom and she didn't answer, I knew something was wrong. She always answers her phone when I call. She promised." "He kept trying to tell me," Henry said, cupping his hand on Max's shoulder. "But I wouldn't listen. We were all upset. Gabe was crying." "Was not," Gabe called from his spot on the bed beside Jess. Henry ignored him. "So Max snuck out and stole my car." "I didn't steal it. I borrowed it." But Henry was clearly bursting with pride. No justification necessary. And why shouldn't he be? Max wasn't 14, but that hadn't stopped Evan from taking him driving on gravel roads and in parking lots. He knew how to drive. And though Max was neither legal nor the best driver on the road, he pulled into the Chamberlains' driveway as the garage filled with exhaust. And as soon as he opened the door, he knew. He dialed 911 from the house phone, and while he waited for the ambulance to arrive, he shut off the car and opened all the garage doors. Then he held Jessica's hand until they came and took her away. The paramedics were so preoccupied with Jessica, they left Max behind when they squealed off, sirens blaring. So Max found Jess's phone on the coffee table in the living room and made 2 calls. One to Henry, and the other to a contact he found in Jessica's address book, Deputy Mullen. Meredith was a mess when they questioned her, and the backpack she had taken from the Chamberlains' house was still in the back seat of her car. Evan had laid everything out as meticulously as a medical chart. Every scrap of evidence was carefully ordered and cross-referenced, so that putting together the pieces was almost like reading a novel. And suddenly his strange file with the color-coded Post-it notes made sense. Through Facebook and private conversations and word of mouth, he had identified 25 women from 4 different prisons who had used initium novum to place their babies with adoptive families. He was building a case.
"You'd make a great detective someday,"
Deputy Mullen told Max. His mouth was quirked in a half-smile, but his eyes were serious.
"I didn't do anything," Max shrugged. "I didn't figure anything out. I just thought that my mom might be in trouble."
"Don't diminish it,"
Mullen said, leveling a finger at him. Then he slapped his hand against his thigh.
"I almost forgot."
He grabbed his coat off the end of the bed and patted the pockets until he found what he was looking for, a flat silver box. He held it out for Jessica.
"What is this?" she asked, taking it from him.
It was polished nickel, about the size of a postcard and an inch deep. When she shook it, it made a dull knocking sound. Something was inside.
"It was in Evan's accordion file,"
Mullen told her.
"There's a tiny padlock. We could break it open, but we thought we'd ask you first. I don't suppose you have the key?"
Jess shook her head, but as she did so, an errant thought fell loose.
"Yes,"
she said, surprising herself.
"I think I do."
Max fetched her purse, which had been hanging on a hook in the small hospital room closet. There, inside the zippered coin pocket of her wallet, Jess found the key.
"This is from Evan's office," she said, holding it up. "I didn't know what it was for, but maybe?"
Jess let the sentence hang as she tried the key in the little padlock. It fit. A half turn and the lock popped open. Jess slid the cover back.
"What's inside?"
Gabe asked, leaning into her lap as she shook out the contents on the bed. There were 5 pictures in all, each one frayed at the corners and dotted with a tiny hole at the top. A tack, no doubt. Perhaps they had been attached to a bulletin board or stuck to a bedroom wall. Jess had no idea how Evan had gotten them, but when she saw them, she understood why he wanted to keep them safe. She was lovely. Dark hair and big brown eyes. She had a dimple in one cheek when she smiled, and slightly uneven, very white teeth. The way her eyebrows arched and made her look perpetually happy was endearing, and so was the way she threw her head back when she laughed.
"Who is that?"
Gabe asked, holding one photo close. Jess brushed her lips against his forehead and closed her eyes. She had absolutely no doubt about who was in the pictures. The resemblance was impossible to miss. "That," she whispered against his soft skin, "is your birth mom." After.
"You plan on stopping in Rapid City tonight, right?"
Henry lifted the last suitcase into the trunk of the car and shut it firmly.
"It's a long, boring ride from here to there. I think it's important that you stop and refresh."
"We already have a hotel booked." Jess laid a hand on her father's arm and stood on tiptoe to give him a kiss on the cheek. "We'll be fine." She didn't tell him that they also had a reservation in Gillette and another in Sheridan. Rapid City was 6 hours away, but they didn't want to be chained to a schedule. If the Wyoming border called to them, they had no reason to stop. The late June day stretched out before them, sunny and bright, and the road seemed to whisper a welcome.
"We're good, Grandpa. We've got 2 drivers."
Max held up the car keys and gave them a happy jingle. Henry looked alarmed.
"You're not letting him drive first, are you?"
He has his learner's permit, Anna reminded her husband before folding Jessica into a hug. Max is a great driver. For Jess's ears only, she said, Be safe, have fun. Keep us updated, or I may have to commit your father, okay? Promise. Jess squeezed Anna, hoping that her stepmother could feel the affection in her embrace. Can't guarantee we'll call every day, but Gabe will text emojis nonstop. You'll block my number before the end of the trip. Oh, I doubt that, Anna laughed. I'll send you the dancing grandma's gif. Gabe circled his arms and wiggled his hips in a bad impression of an equally bad dance move. What's a gif? Grandma. He rolled his eyes but wrapped her in a hug all the same, smacking her cheek with a kiss when she offered it to him. Love you. Love you too, buddy. As Jess watched, Anna cupped her grandson's face in her hands and blinked back a tear. But Gabe couldn't tolerate the affection long, and after a second he had slipped out of her reach and was climbing into the back seat of the car, where his stuffed animals and Paw Patrol books beckoned. $20 says we don't make it to the South Dakota border before he asks, Are we there yet? Jess batted away Max's outstretched hand. I don't bet, but you'd go down if I did. I don't think he'll make it to the edge of town. I can't believe you're doing this, Henry said, throwing his arm around Max's shoulders. What an adventure. It was an adventure indeed. After the dust had settled and Meredith's trial was over, they all felt ready for a fresh start. Jess's first instinct was to reach out to Gabe's grandmother. Unfortunately, when Larissa Tate heard why Jess was calling, she hung up and refused to answer any subsequent calls. Jess was glad that she had chosen not to tell Gabe what she planned to do. Maybe someday Larissa would change her mind. Or when Gabe was older, he'd have a stable enough foundation to understand that family isn't always determined by blood. It's born in tender moments, refined by fire, strengthened by the kind of love that knows no beginning or end. Larissa Tate may have rejected Jessica's invitation, but Brian and Grace Monroe didn't. It wasn't as easy to locate them as Jess hoped it would be. Meredith's files on the children she placed through Initium Novum were spare at best. All the adoptions were closed, the families seemingly grateful for the no-strings-attached arrangement. But Deputy Mullen had fought hard for them. He worked with the personnel at Eagle Ridge to determine where Lashana had given birth and when it had happened and who was there. It took months, but he found them. Lashana's baby is their one and only. They seem like a really sweet couple, he said when he handed over their contact information to Jess. A telephone number, full names, and even an address. They lived in a little town in the heart of Idaho. Jess could hardly speak. She was holding in her hand a ticket, a hope, a wish that beat fragile wings against her chest. What would they say? They were the last connection Jessica had to any of Gabe's blood relatives. She was both terrified that they would reject her advances and fearful that they wouldn't. This was an entirely brave new world for her. When Jess finally summoned the courage to call, Grace Monroe listened in silence to her fumbling attempts at an explanation. Even in her own ears, the story sounded impossible, insane. But when Jess was all done, and finally waited with her breath lodged firmly in the back of her throat, it became apparent that Grace was crying. She just didn't know if they were horrified tears or happy tears until Grace exclaimed, I can't believe Isabella has a brother! Jess bit back her own sob. This was right. It's what Evan would have wanted. And Lashana, too. Isabella Lynn Monroe had brown eyes and brown curls and a button nose just like her big brother. She was about to celebrate her first birthday on July 2nd, and her entire family was going to be there to help her blow out the candles. It was hard for Jessica to believe. Not because it was happening, but because she didn't just allow it. She longed for it. A year ago, she would have never understood how important it was to hold the ones she loved loosely, to accept they were all a part of a tapestry much larger and more beautiful than she could have ever imagined. And the lives that intersected her own, that wove in the spaces between her and her children, were sacred. They needed one another. They were better together.
I hope we like them, Max said as he headed toward the driver's seat. What if the Monroes are crazy people? Aren't there a lot of militias in Idaho?
They seem like wonderful people, Jess said.
How would you know?
We're Facebook friends. Everybody knows that people are their truest selves on Facebook. Even Henry laughed. They pulled away with the windows down, and Jess leaning out of the passenger side to wave as they disappeared around the corner. Max was in the driver's seat, hands on the wheel at the perfect 10 and 2, just like his grandfather. And his father, too. Jess studied her son's profile and felt a lump rise in her throat. Sometimes she missed Evan so much she felt like she couldn't breathe. But she could. The air was scented with the glossy tang of geraniums in bloom and rain that had fallen the night before. The sun was orange behind them, spilling light all along the way. The end. This is Nina Alvamar. We hope you have enjoyed this production of You Were Always Mine by Nicole Bart. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold, including audible.com, audiobooks.com, Google Play, Apple iTunes, and in public libraries through RB Digital. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.